Yes, I wanted Ms. Nestor to pretty much be released. She was never supposed to be arrested. I don't want a stay away order from with her on her for me, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, I'll do a modified stay away order. Okay.
No, I don't want a stay away order.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Do a modified stay away order, okay? I understand you don't want one. She taking care of it? Got it. Okay, no problem.
Instead, we asking for a bond of a standard bond of $1,000 due to the circumstances here. Defendant basically tried to get away from the situation or get away from officers when she became uncooperative, tried to leave the scene. For that reason, we're asking for a standard bond.
Judge, we will be requesting
That's
PTS
negative.
or ROR. The alleged victim is here. He's currently present. He does not want, currently he doesn't, it sounds like he does not want to proceed with the case. In the alternative, we'll be asking for ROR or PTS.
Or what was the last thing, ma'am?
ROR or PTS.
Or what was the alternative?
PTS.
I'll do PTS alternate bond 500. Modified stay away order. Mr. Jean, I understand you don't want one, but
Yeah,
here we are.
and the statement indicating that she was trying to leave or not uncooperative.
Watch the officer's body
That's
for video,
false.
okay? All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. She'll be released at some point, hopefully today, okay?
All right.
All right, Jessica Elias,
Jessica?
stay, is this the same victim?
One moment, Your Honor.
I mean, these priors are amongst the worst I've seen in a long time.
Yes, Your Honor, and there's an open felony F2511687.
Oh, I see that.
Yes.
And also, is it the same victim on the ag assault? Let's see.
Double check, Your Honor.
Prior grand theft. Prior burglary.
I'm sorry, State, can I have that case again, please?
The felony case number?
Yes.
F2511687.
Who is the judge on that one?
That is going to be
It's Judge Benzer.
Who is it?
Judge Venzer, Your Honor.
Judge Benson.
Benzer.
Thank you. Priors from 2010, priors from 2012, open felony.
It is not the same victim, Your Honor.
It is not the same victim. All right.
Your Honor, I believe there's someone in the gallery that would like to address.
Someone wants to address the court on Ms. Elias's case? Good morning, sir. What is your name? Hi, Mr. Donald. Good morning, sir. What is it that you wish to tell the court? You don't want any charges against her? You signed a non-prosecution last night with the police? Well, you know, apparently by the police, a witness has it on video of her hurting you. So I'm not even sure if you're necessary. Can everybody please lower the voices a little bit?
State would be asking for an elevated bond, especially considering the violent nature of the open felony. We'd be asking for a $3,000 bond. And a felony hold to be placed.
And Judge, we would be asking for, if anything, a standard bond. And based off of, I'm guessing, I can hear what's happening in court, but I'm guessing that was the alleged victim.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I was asking everybody to keep it down. Mr. Donald is very quiet. He says that basically, I'll summarize if Mr. Donald is okay with that. He doesn't want her to be charged. He is uninterested in prosecution.
Since the AV doesn't seem like he wants to proceed, Judge, we'll be asking for standard bond.
He does not. A witness apparently saw the whole thing. I'll set a standard bond of $1,500. However, she's got an open felony, and I'm not sure that I can tell Judge Venzer what to do with her case, correct?
Correct, Judge. So a felony hold should be placed.
So at this point, I'm gonna have a felony hold placed. And, 1687 was that?
F2511687, Mr. Judge.
All right, Mr. Donald, thank you so much. I've set a standard bond. I did not go along with the state in giving the elevated bond. At this point, you are to have modified contact, so in other words, you can have nonviolent contact with her. Okay? She does need to go before. She is not allowed to possess any firearms, of course. And she is going to have to go before her felony judge. I don't know what's, I'm not good. It's Monday. Okay, well, she had a hearing anyway, or she'll have a new one, okay? Monday or Tuesday, all right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we readdress one case, please?
Is that Ms. Hernandez or is that a different case?
Ms. Gabrielle Trias Reyes?
Yes, of course. We can readdress Gabrielle Trias Reyes.
Did you give her pretrial alternate 1000 or was she ROR?
1000, PTS 1000.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Douglas Carius, state whenever
Judge, just for clarification, that was PC found.
PC was found.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Still working, Your Honor.
okay.
Your Honor, for Mr. Carius, these are added charges. He was out on house arrest on F25-8143. And he picked up 2 new charges.
Hold on. Then he's got a rule to show cause on M256268. Do you know who that is?
The rule to show cause, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
It says, it's set for 729 in front of Judge Carnava.
Then he's out on house arrest on F25. And then is this the same victim?
F25-8143.
Hmm.
Looking up now. I don't believe so. Give me 1 second.
They got an open,
Victim.
different victim.
Mm-hmm. Seeing a pattern of repeated behavior here, Your Honor.
Let's see. Domestic stalking.
Double check, because there's
No,
also.
okay, these priors are special.
Yes.
Fleeing and eluding in 2021. Tampering, 2018. Threaten a Leo, 2023. Out on bond, out on house arrest for domestic violence injunction. What's the 14097? Is that this one or is that?
No, that's not this one, Your Honor. That's
That.
with a different victim.
So we now have 3 victims? 3 female victims.
Yes, we're seeing a pattern of repeated behavior. State's going to be asking for an elevated bond of $10,000.
Oh, I was thinking much of it.
Please do, Your Honor.
What's the defense's argument?
Judge, we will be asking for standard bond. There are other cases that could be addressed for now, if Your Honor is so inclined to address that bond in those cases, but this is the misdemeanor battery. So
Oh, I'm not touching the other one. I'm not gonna touch the other. Whatever the judges have on those,
Just ask for a felony.
whatever. There's gonna be a felony hold on the
Yeah.
25. Who's the felony judge on that one?
On F25, give me 1 second and I'll pull this again. As to F25-11687.
No, okay, that was the
Yeah,
other
that was the
defendant.
last case. F25-8143. That is going to be Judge Lopez.
Well, you'll see Judge Lopez Monday or Tuesday. Then we've got F25-14097. Is that also Judge Lopez?
That can also be Judge Lopez. Yes, Judge.
So you'll see him then. We've
Your
got-
Honor, that's a new case. The
That's
F25-14097. That's a new felony case.
All right, so let me just go through here. He snatched her from her hand. I'm wondering if that's the phone, because that's the line before, but it doesn't say that.
Judge, I was told that F 25-14097, it's a new case, so it's on for bond hearing after the misdemeanor. So the felony APD would be addressing that later this afternoon. So for this specific case, which is just the misdemeanor.
Not sure why they were charged separately, but whatever. On the misdemeanor, $25,000, stay away order, no contact, no calling. If you call her from jail, that's 6 months in jail on contempt. Do you understand that, sir? If you are released, no contact with her. You are not allowed to go to her house under any circumstances. You are not allowed to call. You are not allowed to have your mother call. You are not allowed to contact her on social media. You are not allowed to do anything. You will see Judge Lopez sometime this week. At some point, enough is enough. Okay. Have a nice day, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Cotler. Yes.
could we return to Ms. Hernandez possibly?
We address Ms. Hernandez's case so that Mr. Cotler can go about his Saturday?
That's correct, Your Honor. These are different victims in this case.
Different victim.
Yes.
All right. So what's the state's position on Ms. Hernandez going on her cruise?
Your Honor, the state would be objecting. I mean, she went to this man's house as he was sleeping and battered him.
3 months ago. 4 months ago.
Still.
No. 4 months ago. And then is it true that 2 days later she gets a permanent injunction against him?
That seems like that's what's been represented.
So if she has a permanent injunction against him,
She violated her own permanent injunction that she had applied.
well, no, she didn't.
Well,
Well,
she
potentially,
you see what I'm saying?
potentially. And then why does it take 4 months to arrest this kid?
That I can't answer.
Nor can I.
Can I?
No, stay quiet.
I think your attorney's doing a fine job. Of
May I, Judge?
course you can, Mr. Cotler.
Judge, I'm not looking to litigate the case this morning. I will be representing her. I'll be filing a pleading today. She's not a flight risk. She's not a danger to the community. She will stay away from him. And once she gets back, I will deal with the state and try to work this out.
He was clearly a danger to the victim, a sleeping victim in his own home, seemingly unprovoked within the four corners of the A form.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Listen, if she's trying to get an injunction against him, okay, and she goes over to his house and beats him up while he's sleeping, then he has a wonderful argument for having his permanent injunction vacated. The problem is I'm stuck here. So I clearly find probable cause. The question is, what do I do with a lady who seems to get in relationships with boyfriends that don't go very well? Okay. So either she needs to stay single or find new boyfriends. And she's going with her family and the baby.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the baby's birthday.
Takes 4 months to arrest her.
May I one more time, Judge?
Oh, Mr. Cutler, give me one. I'm just trying to read here, okay?
Sorry.
Oh, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. And she's located at her residence at 4:43 on July 4th in the morning. So bizarre. Go ahead, Mr. Cutler.
Judge, the only real difference here, if you ROR her versus her paying a $1,500 bond, either way, she's going to show up for court. Giving her the $1,500 bond is not going to protect the community anymore. It boils down to, is she going to show up for court? And the difference between those two are
Problem is she has apparently really bad taste in men or whatever. Because I mean,
that I can't argue with.
like at some point you need to do something different.
I would agree.
All right. No firearms. No contact with him. Is there a dependency case, Mr. Cotler?
I don't know. I don't handle that area. We can ask her if you'd like.
Ms. Hernandez, is EF involved in your lives?
At all. Not at all. I'm the only one on the birth certificate. She has my last name. And can I say something else or so you?
You said enough.
Okay.
You are not allowed to go to his house. You are not allowed to Snapchat him. As a matter of fact, you are required to stay off of social media while you're on your cruise. Do you understand that?
Perfect. Will do.
No posting pretty pictures
Nothing.
of beaches and all of that, not
I
happening.
won't. I don't even post personal things at all. Thank you.
When you get back, you are to turn your passport over to Mr. Kotler. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are not allowed to contact him. You are not allowed to have your mother contact him, your cousin contact him, or someone else that you know contact.
Understood. Completely.
If you have to question it, you are not allowed to do it. Does that make any sense?
Perfect sense. Thank you, Judge.
My decision.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Thank
Judge,
you.
one question.
Yes.
Do you want me to hold the passport as an officer of the court or turn it into the clerk?
You can hold it as an officer, Mr. Kotler. Your relationship, 25 years, I know you'll do the right thing.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Yana, what's the disposition for Ms. Hernandez?
PC is found. Stay away order is issued. She is ROR'd today. Please expedite.
And she has permission for the cruise, Judge?
Yes. Do I need to sign an order on that? Probably. Do we have a blank order?
Possibly.
Okay. I'll sign it right now so that she can travel. Okay.
Thank you very much, Judge.
With her family.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't need to do it. Apparently, I don't need it, Mr. Kotler. If you want
Okay.
me to sign it in an abundance of caution, I'm happy to do it.
I would only because if I can get it into her hands for the cruise, it might make it easier coming back into the country.
She should be able to get back into the country. She's a citizen, right?
Yes, but I just figured if they question it, she can show the order.
Let's get a blank order. Just a blank
Um,
order. That's it, right there. That's it.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry to slow up court.
What'd you say?
Sorry to slow up court.
No, I really hope that this didn't happen, okay? So when you get back by the 14th, ma'am, you need to turn your passport into Mr. Kotler's office, okay?
I'm sorry, Judge, she left.
Okay, no worries. Mr. Kotler knows.
I will make sure it happens.
Daniel Trujillo, is that Mr. Trujillo? Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. Thanks, Mr. Kotler. Good to see you, sir, as always. Mr. Trujillo, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Is this his wife? Looks like it.
No, ma'am. Not my wife. Same last name, but not my wife.
She is your what? I'm sorry?
Sorry, you asked if it was my wife?
Yes.
No, same last name, but not my wife.
Okay.
State's going to be asking for an elevated bond of $2,000. This defendant was very violent towards this towards this victim, and we have concerns about lack of community ties.
Where's he from?
New Mexico, Your Honor.
Judge, we would be requesting ROR in the alternative a lower bond that he can afford. He has no priors in the state of Florida, and he has indicated that this is his first criminal charge.
You are not allowed to have any firearms. You are not allowed to have any contact with her. You may go back within 48 hours to the hotel and try to get your belongings. PC is found. $1,000 bond. Stay away order. Thank you, sir. Demetrius Pearl? Morning, Mr. Pearl.
Hey, morning.
You're a tourist
Yes.
near the Lowe's. Allegedly strangling or choking, sorry.
Due to that, state will
Oh,
be
no,
asking.
no, yeah, one second. And apparently this is on TikTok.
Saying that I was,
He throws the phone in the water.
yeah, she went crazy.
I see that he throws the phone in the water at some point, and that his daughter,
If I may, Your Honor.
yeah,
The way I'm reading this is he was upset over something she had posted on TikTok.
she was upset over a TikTok
Right.
video when he became irate
And
over a
then
TikTok
he
video.
tosses the phone and then
Into the
everything
water.
got scared. Not necessarily that this was posted to TikTok. Nevertheless, due to what you noted earlier, the state's going to be asking for an elevated bond of $2,500.
And she had Lizama marks on her neck and arms. What's the defense's argument?
Judge, we'll be asking for a monetary bond that he can afford and or an alternative ROR. He does not have any priors in the state of Florida.
Who's watching the child now?
She's with her mom. We was all on vacation with my mom and my other kids. She lived with her mom.
No access to firearms. He's allowed to have contact with his child. But it has to be nonviolent. $1,000 bond. Possible strangulation case, but we got to see what it is. The state needs to do some investigation.
Yes, Your Honor.
PC found, modified stay away order. No violent contact with her. If you have any guns, you need to turn them into the sheriff's office or the local police department when you get home to Pennsylvania, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, and the state, of course, can follow up in a hearing if they wish. All right, thank you, sir. Jorge Sierra?
And he needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Very good. Ms. Correal, you there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
Ms. Correal, good morning again. Do you swear or affirm you'll interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do, Maria Correal, certified court interpreter.
Thank you for all that you do and all that the interpreters do.
Your Honor,
Judge.
he also has a hold for immigration.
Thank you very much.
El señor
All right.
tiene una detención de inmigración.
Hola.
Hello.
Mr. Sierra, you have been charged with 1 count of domestic battery.
Señor Sierra, usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física, violencia doméstica.
Ajá, exactamente.
Exactly.
How long have you been living in Miami?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo en Miami?
4 años y medio.
4.5 years.
Okay. You need to stay away from Ms. Silva, the alleged victim in this case. You are not allowed to have any access to firearms. And,
Usted tiene... Go ahead, Judge.
oh, please go ahead, Ms. Correa.
Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la señora Silva, no puede tener ningún contacto con ella, no se le permite tener armas de fuego.
I'm setting bond in the amount of immigrant. Hold on.
No tengo armas ni nada.
What?
I don't have any weapons or anything.
State would be asking for a bond of $2,500 due to the possible strangulation in this case.
La fiscalía está solicitando una fianza de $2,500 dado el hecho de que hubo estrangulamiento en este caso.
Okay. I'm going to set bond in the amount of $1,000. Mr. Sierra, you also have an immigration hold, so you will not be getting out of custody until immigration makes a decision on this case.
Bien, entonces voy a fijar la fianza en $1,000, Pero señor Sierra, usted tiene también una detención de inmigración, o sea que no va a salir de la cárcel hasta que inmigración tome decisión sobre su caso.
You are not allowed to call your wife or girlfriend from the jail.
A usted no se le permite llamar a su esposa o su novia desde la cárcel.
You are also not allowed to have anyone call on her
Disculpe.
behalf.
I'm sorry, Judge, could you repeat that?
You are also not allowed to have anyone call on her behalf.
Tampoco se le permite hacer que alguien llame a nombre suyo, que la llame a ella.
And just to clarify, interpreter, can you let him know that if he posts the $1,000 bond, that would trigger the 48-hour immigration for ICE to pick him up?
Si usted paga la fianza de $1,000, eso hace alerta a inmigración, y entonces ahí comienzan las 48 horas donde inmigración tiene para poder ir por usted.
Como si pago,
So what is that? So if I pay,
como no debo pagar entonces.
so then I shouldn't pay?
We'll have someone discuss it with him.
Alguien se lo va a explicar.
Talk with your attorney about what is the best decision to make, okay?
Hable con sus abogados para que le expliquen cuál es la mejor decisión.
Raul Colon.
Roll call on, Espanol?
Morning, Mr. Colon.
English?
English.
Okay.
He speaks English.
Yes, he does speak English.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a long one. Okay. 1 second, Mr. Colon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks like it's fairly uncooperative victims.
Moment, Your Honor, I'm still reading.
Maybe one is. Definitely PC for domestic battery, definitely PC for resisting without.
Your Honor, state will be asking for a standard bond of $1,000 on domestic violence battery and then standard of $500 on resisting.
Just trying to figure out, who does he live with? Who is the relationship with?
Relationship was with Ms. Morales.
And Ms. Morales is the alleged victim in this case, correct?
Correct.
And they live in Tennessee.
That's correct, Your Honor. State will also note lack of community ties.
Anything from the defense?
Judge, we will be requesting RR in the alternative, a bond that he can afford, lower bond than 1,000.
We don't have local priors at this point. I have an out-of-town
Clarksville, Tennessee, Your Honor.
person. Ignores the police. They tell him to stop. Forget what he does once he's in custody. I'm gonna leave it at 1,500. Stay away from Miss Morales, sir. You are not allowed to have weapons or firearms at home. You may go back to that residence with the police within 48 hours to collect your belongings, and you must stay away from her, okay? 1,500. Okay? 1,000, count 1,000, or 500 times 2. Okay? All right, Edwin Robinson.
Morning, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Morning.
right. Robinson is out on bond on. Is this on a warrant? This is on a new case? And then he's out already on a crim miss and a petty theft?
Correct.
And who were those before?
Those are before.
No,
That's
no,
good.
she's talking about his case that he has, criminals, yeah, that he has
There's
open
one
right
crim
now.
miss,
He has
one, and he has a trial, his trial set on a crim miss resisting, petty theft, and resisting, 2 different incidents.
Should be in front of, both should be in front of Judge Gonzalez Cuervo.
Your Honor, are you placing a hold on those cases?
Give me 1 second. Thank you for asking. Let me just read 1 second. On this one, I'm going to find PC. $2,000 bond on count 1, $1,000 on count 2. The elevated bond is due to the 2 other open cases that he has. As to the other cases, state, are you seeking to, you know what, I'll let the state file a motion to revoke.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At this point, I'll allow him out on those, and the state can move to elevate the bond with Judge Gonzalez Cuervo. She knows the facts of those cases better, or she is better able to deal with it. Stay away order. You must stay away from Quentin Robinson. No access to firearms. You may return once within 48 hours with the police to get your stuff, okay?
Quentin stays with me. Quentin stays in Georgia. He doesn't stay in Miami.
Okay, well, you're still not allowed to contact him.
No, so
So if it's your house, I would call the police and make sure that, and don't just go home. I would make sure that the police are home or that the police go with you to ensure your safety, his, and that you don't get rearrested, okay?
Quentin shouldn't be there.
If he shouldn't be there, then that's fine, but the police can ensure that you're not arrested when you go home.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Good luck. I don't have priors on Mr. Coley.
These are add-on cases. The final are no local priors. This is defendant.
Got it. All right. Good morning, Mr. Coley.
Good morning.
State will note this defendant is from Pennsylvania and doesn't have access to national priors at this point in time.
I have it. He lives in Jacksonville.
Yep, he lives in Jacksonville. Place of birth was Pennsylvania. And due to the circumstances of this case, state's going to be asking for an elevated bond of $2,500.
Judge, this is Michael Coley.
This is Michael Cooley.
Okay,
Coley.
Coley, sorry. Well, based off of the A form, he lives in Jacksonville. He confirmed that he does live in Jacksonville.
Yes, I see the Jacksonville address.
So, I would be requesting, if he has no significant priors or convictions, I'll be requesting, PTS. We
don't have local or non-local priors.
And PTS, I don't know if PTS will, yeah, would, never mind.
Does PTS work for Florida?
And he's lived in Jacksonville, so he's lived in Florida for like about 10, 12 years. I'm not sure if it's PTS is a note.
PTS is telling me that it won't work if he lives in Jacksonville. Hold on 1 second. Let me just read about the baby.
Sorry.
She asked for the baby from him. He allegedly grabbed her by the neck, pushed her to the ground, pulled her by the hair. She had red marks on her neck, scratches on her arm. All right, Mr. Coley. Bond in the amount of $1,000. PC found. State, of course, can review his priors and make a determination if they believe that something else is necessary. You must stay away from Miss Murray. I don't know whether DCF is involved in this case. If they are, then you need to follow whatever the DCF, whatever the dependency court has said. And you may go get your belongings with the police within 48 hours. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Coley. Reynaldo Gonzalez.
Morning, buenos días. Good morning.
Buenos dias, senor.
And there is a victim who'd like to speak.
Okay, we have an alleged victim on this case. Good morning. We'll need the interpreter for this one, please. Ms. Coriel, okay. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, are you comfortable in English?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understood that. And who is the alleged victim who's here on this case?
Could be Miss Cynthia Gonzalez, Your Honor.
Is Miss Cynthia Gonzalez present, and can she please speak?
Cynthia Rodriguez.
Cynthia Rodriguez, it's okay.
Hello.
Morning, Miss Rodriguez. Are you comfortable in English, or do you need the interpreter?
Yes, in English.
Miss Rodriguez, do you speak English, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. What is it that you wish to say, ma'am? You're muted. Would you kindly unmute yourself, please? Good morning, ma'am. I can't hear you. Would you kindly unmute yourself, please? It's usually at the bottom left corner of the screen. There's a little microphone button.
Hello.
Yes. Please go ahead and tell me what you wish to tell me.
I do not want to press charges, and I want to remove the restraining order.
Is there a restraining order, or is
Not
there?
the restraining order, the stay away order. I'm sorry.
Due to the violent nature of the allegation, state's going to be asking for a $1,500 bond.
Judge, given the fact that the alleged victim in this case doesn't want to proceed, we would be requesting ROR and the alternative PTS.
I'll give pretrial services. Alternate bond, $1,500. I understand, Ms. Rodriguez, you don't want a stay away order, but when the allegations are that he hit you in the back of the head and broke your glasses, if there are any firearms in your house, you need to get rid of them. They need to go to the police, okay?
Okay.
I will make a modified stay away order. No violent contact with her, okay? Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, okay.
Hi.
Your Honor, the bond for Mr. Gonzalez,
Pretrial services, alternate 1,500. And
he has 2 counts.
sorry,
There's a criminal mischief,
Probably
second count.
got it. PTS count 1, alternate bond 1,500. PTS, alternate bond 250 on count 2 for the glasses, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for reminding me corrections. Sorry, I missed that. And Mr. Lopez, lastly.
Then it has prior, you can want one.
All right. Violation of injunction, allegedly leaves her a message. Morning, Mr. Lopez. Do you speak English? Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Rodriguez, he should be released today, okay?
Okay.
He
Or-
speaks English, Judge.
Your Honor, he also has an open felony. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar. He's out on probation on F-24-7689.
For what?
Burglary of an unoccupied structure, grand thefts in the second degree, and petty theft. He
And
also-
who's that before?
that one is going to be before Judge Gamez. He's also got other priors as well.
I didn't have them here.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm fixing to go through them all.
And so that's the only thing. And then apparently he just had the injunction served on June 12th. And according to the A form,
We're back.
Yeah.
the injunction violate. And the phone number is registered to him and he leaves her a voicemail.
Okay.
On June 18th, he got served on June 12th and he leaves her a voicemail.
Am I reading this right? Yes.
What?
Yes. So the F-25-14054, which is the felony coming later today, introduction of marijuana in the jail, also has a domestic violence injunction violation attached to it. Well, so he's now got 2 open counts of domestic violence injunctions.
I don't have any priors for him.
Correct. And that the only prior in Miami is that burglary, grand theft, petty theft that was mentioned prior.
So he brought marijuana into the jail. And the marijuana was either,
So,
perhaps it wasn't found on him when he
so
was
the
arrested.
F-25, so there's so we're looking at M25-14174. He also has F-25-14054, which is introduction
And that could have been when he was arrested,
Well,
except if it's a different date.
except there's a different case here because it's got a domestic violence injunction attached to it as well.
Okay,
And he's gotten 2 counts because that was on the 4th,
okay.
maybe the
Good
same.
morning, Officer Victoria. We're getting there. We'll be there soon. All right.
Oh,
PC found $5,000 on this case. Hold for Judge Gomez. No contact with Ms. Hernandez. That would be potentially contempt of court. I'm sorry, sir. I did not hear you, Mr. Lopez. I did not hear you, sir. What did you say?
Sorry, Judge, she was speaking with correction.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Okay.
Your Honor, the hold was for F247689.
The hold is on the open felony. I don't have the case number, which is the open PVH.
it's F20, the felony hold. He'll have another, we'll see him again later today on F25-14054 is what we're seeing him on later today.
Okay, but what is the?
Yes, but she's placing a hold also state, I want to know the case number.
Oh, I can't stand this.
7689.
Okay.
But I don't think it has.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right. Corrections or probation will file an affidavit. Okay. Is there anything further on TV?
And Judge, just confirm it's a $5,000 bond.
5,000 on the injunction violation.
Thank you.
25,000. Yep. Sorry.
That's why we speak out.
Just before. It's my hero.
This is from.
I got it. Good job.
All right, what are we moving to? Misdemeanors? All
Your Honor,
right.
Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach. I'm here on behalf of the city for the misdemeanor portion of this jail arraignment calendar.
Just possibly can, okay?
I'm here for the entire calendar, so thank you.
All right, very good. All right.
But you will have some come for family, so.
All right, are we doing traffic first or misdemeanors first?
Typically, we start misdemeanor paper files.
Let me ask one of you a massive favor. Would you fill up my water bottle? You just. Sorry, no, it's fine. It's fine. Mr. Reno. Mr. Reno's done.
Hello, stranger.
How are you?
Happy it's you. And Joe report calendar there a couple of times. Yeah, I'm excited. Judge, do you need a calendar or are you gonna flow with us?
I'll go with you.
Perfect, thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful rest of your holiday weekend. Thank you.
Your Honor, can you have the clerk call corrections, please?
Yes, we're just waiting on a clerk.
The DB clerk.
Come in, okay?
The DB clerk.
Thank you so much. They're just switching. Would you call corrections whenever you can, please?
Yes.
Would you remind me your name? I forgot.
CC.
CC, I thought.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Yeah, you can take that. That's DB.
Okay.
Thank you. And would you call corrections, please, whenever you can? Thank you.
Oh, the DV clicks to call.
Are the DV clerks to call corrections?
They'll call when he gets there.
Yes, Your Honor.
DV, okay, all right. I hope they heard you. Sorry, I thought you meant misdemeanors.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. If they don't call you in a couple minutes, do you have a number to call them?
Yes, when they get back over to the other office.
Perfect. And then would you let us know when you're ready to go? I gave them my stamp. Do you not have it? You have it. And whenever corrections is ready to go, and then the clerk, and then CC can swear them in?
We're ready, Judge.
Perfect.
They've been sworn in already.
It's the same people have been sworn in?
Yes.
Oh,
For
because we had a fair bit of DVs today. Okay, all right, very good. All right, whenever corrections is ready, is that Miss Munoz?
Yes, Judge.
All right, good morning,
Okay.
Miss Munoz. I don't,
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on her related felony F25-14004, she received a bond of $5,500
and when did she receive that bond?
on yesterday.
Okay, all right, so,
Oh, you already filed the stay away orders?
there's an assault, okay.
Judge, I do have a PC argument.
You're arguing PC? Okay.
Yes.
Judge.
What's the PC argument?
Judge, so for assault specifically, there needs to be 3 elements. 2 of them being the apparent ability to carry out the threat, and the third one being the alleged victim being placed in fear. There is no mention that the alleged victim was placed in fear in the arrest form. Judge, it states here that spat at in her direction, missing her. That doesn't mean that that person experienced fear. They were in being placed in fear. So we would be requesting that she be released outright on this specific charge.
I'm gonna find PC on this one. She needs to stay away from the alleged victim in this case. I'm gonna set a bond in the amount of $250.
Be seeing her later again today, Judge?
She has another one?
Yeah, it's gonna be,
Not 14004.
we're not seeing her again on that one today?
Apparently, corrections telling me that Judge Monte saw her yesterday.
Got it. Okay. Just so the court is aware, she does have another open case, B2512167.
I saw it.
Trespass after warning.
I saw it. All
Your
right,
Honor, the hold was placed on that case on yesterday also.
okay. All right, well then. I'm just gonna issue a bond today on this one. Ma'am, if you bond out, then you need to appear on July 30th in courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerstein building, okay? Okay?
¿Qué?
At 9 o'clock in the morning.
Ah, no tengo que decir nada. No estoy de acuerdo con nada. Es mentira todo.
I don't agree with anything. Everything is a lie.
Nada, que todo es mentira.
Everything's a lie.
Did you understand any of what I said, ma'am?
¿Usted entendió todo lo que le dijo la juez?
Okay, I'll make it very clear. I find probable cause for 1 count of assault.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por un cargo de acometimiento.
If you are able to post a bond,
Si usted tiene la posibilidad de pagar una fianza,
on this case, you need to appear on July 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning
por este caso usted tiene que comparecer el 30 de julio a las 9 de la mañana
at the Gerstein Justice Building, courtroom 6-7.
en la corte, en la sala 6-7 de la corte Richard E. Gerstein.
You also need to stay away from the alleged victim in this case. You may not call her, talk to her, do anything, okay?
Y usted tiene que mantenerse alejada de la presunta víctima de este caso. No la puede llamar, no puede hablar con esa persona, no puede acercársele.
Forgive me, did you say you were putting her on homeless calendar in 6-7?
If she's able to post a bond,
Got it.
if she can pay the bond, okay? I know she's got other problems, so, okay. All right, thank you so much.
Bien, ya es todo.
In order to put them on the homeless calendar, they have to be ROR. So if she doesn't post bond, she's automatically gonna go to a report in 2 days.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, well then she can go to jail. Disregard that. She can go to jail. You're absolutely right. Thank you. You're absolutely correct.
That was my flinch, Judge.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. Thank you. All right. The next person is Ms. Ballmer. Good morning, Ms. Ballmer.
Good morning.
On a loitering?
Yeah.
Judge, there's a PC argument for loitering or prowling.
I think I can see why. She wasn't read Miranda according to this, right?
No, I don't think so.
State, what's the argument on the PC?
Reading now. Give me one moment.
I understand the officer kind of doesn't know what she's doing there. She's backing into a parking space, but.
And Judge, the affidavit does not state that the officer had suspected criminal activity was afoot prior to questioning and eventually arresting her.
I guess it's what are you doing here? She gives an apartment number that doesn't exist. Didn't know her brother's number. No debris anywhere. They were wondering why she was there. Then she said she works at La Grande, huh? But apparently that may not be true. Where's the stay away order from? CVS?
The stay away order in this case, Your Honor, in this instance, we won't be asking for one.
Yeah.
In this.
I'm questioning PC.
I'm
not saying it's not suspicious. I'm not saying her behavior's not weird. But I'm not sure what the crime is.
So I think here, loitering and prowling would, that have to be suspicious of a crime.
And I'm not sure what the crime is.
The hunch, the crime here would be the accident that occurred.
Yeah, but the officer couldn't find him.
Well, he saw it. The vehicle had fresh damage to the right.
Correct. And then so he goes back to the area and he can't find anything. So she has fresh damage to her car.
So he saw it.
He saw the damage.
Saw the damage.
And then he goes back to where it is and there's no damage there. So who knows where she had this damage? I'm gonna ROR her. Nope. Okay.
Judge, it would be released outright, and the difference, I did find some notes about the difference of it. If a defendant is arrested without probable cause, no conditions of release can be imposed. Release, unlike ROR, places defendants in the same position from a liberty and supervisory standpoint they were prior to arrest. And then if a person were to pick up new charges, they wouldn't be held no bond on that current charge. Client cannot be held no bond if arrested on new charges.
I'll release it without any conditions. However, the state can always move to, if they find PC, they can always file an information and ask for a new bond. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you'll be released today. Anna Mejia Roberts. Yeah, stay away from Walmart and the victim.
We put in the address.
I'll put in Walmart.
Thank you.
Mahia Roberts is a bond out, Your Honor.
Oh, she's a bond out?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I guess you guys can worry about the stay away order later. Bond out, thank you very much. Sally Del Pino? Good morning, Miss Del Pino. Are you comfortable in English?
Spanish.
Spanish, okay. Ms. Correal?
Yes, Judge.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Charged with 1 count of petty theft.
Buenos días, a usted se le acusa de un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía.
Apparently, you might have priors for this.
Aparentemente es posible que tenga antecedentes,
But I don't see any local priors for this.
pero no veo antecedentes locales.
But I do have a PC argument, Judge.
Go ahead.
Tengo alegatos de motivo fundado.
specifically, since this is an M1, there is a specific dollar amount for M1s. Since there is no a dollar amount alleged in the A form, at this time, there's no probable cause for an M1. So if Your Honor, so
I
inclined to go to.
Bien, específicamente este está acusado como un delito de menor, perdón, un delito menor en el primer grado y tiene que tener específicamente una suma monetaria y como no está especificado ninguna suma en el affidavit de arresto, entonces no existe motivo fundado.
Remind me on petty theft.
So here's
It used to be 0 to 100 and then 100 to 300. I know it went to 750, but I don't know what the M2 amount is anymore.
right. So the M doesn't have one. However, this is charged a little different. Petty theft from merchant or farmer's second offenses.
Right, but I don't see a prior offense.
Como no se ve que tenga antecedentes, entonces no encuentro que diga por qué.
Nor does the officer bother to detail it for us.
The only thing the officer, he does not detail conviction. He details I believe, a prior. So he occurred on July 10th.
But that's not a conviction, and it just says that occurred on that date. And then they reference a police number. That's not enough for that case as well.
Solamente hacen referencia a un número de policía, pero no dice que tenga una condena anterior.
PC for misdemeanor, second degree petty theft.
Entonces,
No priors. I'll ROR her. Miss Del Pino, you must stay away from Total Wine in Doral, okay?
bien, entonces, señora Del Pino, voy a imponerle, dejarla salir libertad bajo palabra. Se le acusa de delito menor del segundo grado por hurto de menor cuantía y tiene que mantenerse alejada del Total Wine que queda en Doral.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Match. Valencia Pratt.
Come on. Hello, hi, how you doing?
Good morning, Miss Pratt.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Let me review your police report, okay?
Yes, ma'am, not a problem.
He has a traffic and a misdemeanor.
I see the merger. Thank you. She has apparently a driving while license suspended and giving a false name.
No, ma'am, what happened, he asked me my last name before my first name, and I gave him my last name, Pratt, and Valencia. And he said, he asked me and I gave it to him. I don't see why I have that. And I have a clearance letter when I went to the DMV. I have it, a clearance letter showing that my license has been clear. I don't know why it's not in the system. If you are able to see it.
I don't have access this morning, but the state would. And what does the state show on her traffic printout?
I'm pulling right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Currently being. She allegedly gives the name Miss Shelton instead of Miss Pratt. I don't have a license. What does the state show on her printout? State doesn't have it. There is.
How do you not have a printout?
I pulled it. Sometimes this occurs when there is no license or.
But they're saying it's a DWX.
Which can still, the driving rights could still be suspended.
Oh, I understand, but then she has to have a ticket. No, she has to have a license number. So why don't you run the license number?
Right now, I have pulled it via.
On the ticket.
I pulled it via citation as well as past felony case numbers. Let me see if Florida driver's license number, if I pull it.
Okay.
308-638-56-290.
Yeah, that's right. What do you see?
Hello, how you honor? I do not want this particular
Public defender's office
to
be
represent her. I
So-
could represent myself, ma'am. I
Excellent.
cannot hear you.
Okay, she's doing an excellent job this morning, so you not wanting her services is really bad on your part because she's done an excellent job this morning, and I don't understand why you wouldn't want a very competent attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, she has no, I was able to pull it up, and she has no DWS previously.
And what's the problem with her license?
Failure to pay, generally. Yeah, it's failure to pay. And there's, failure to pay.
Any objection, state, to an ROR on this one?
No objection.
All right. Ms. Pratt,
Yes, ma'am.
we'll do
I
the
have,
police death and order more imprisonment, please.
I cannot hear you, ma'am.
I'm gonna give you exactly what you want in 1 second. Can I get an O and I, please? All right, Miss Pratt, you're gonna get what you want. Okay? You're gonna be ROR'd.
Huh?
You're gonna be ROR.
Released on your own recognizance.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to discharge the public defender's office.
What
So
that mean?
if you not get her, you won't get anyone from their office.
Yeah, they'll have to bring it back to you.
Okay, well, I'm ordering an ONI. There's an order of no imprisonment here. So she doesn't have to have not only this office, but the extremely competent public defender's office of Miami-Dade County, in which the citizens are very lucky to have. She doesn't need any of them, apparently. So she can go hire her own attorney, okay?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Pratt has 2 cases.
Well, she has the traffic. She's being ROR'd on both. People can make bad decisions all day long. Okay. All right. Is this Miss Bonilla?
No, Judge, this is Miss Takia. Yeah, this is Takia Williams Clark. This is number 7. Oh, apologies.
Bonilla, did she bond out?
Judge, she's coming now.
Okay, Miss Williams Clark will be right with you. Thank you.
Judge, there's, this also has a felony attached to it that'll be
Whoa.
heard later.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's F2514017.
Miss Bonilla, good morning, ma'am.
Good
Your Honor, she has an open felony. She'll be back on your bond hearing calendar. Also, she's a VFOX.
All right, so I guess we can't do the felony at the same time, right? Okay. All right, so on this misdemeanor, least of her problems this morning, I'm gonna set it at a $500 bond. I'll see you in a little bit. Miss Bonilla, okay, on the much more serious charges. Okay, 500 this morning on this one. Let's go back to Miss Williams Clark. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you again for your patience.
How you doing, beautiful?
I'm well, thanks. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the nice compliment, ma'am. All right, that was very kind. All right. Miss Williams Clark, you've been charged with driving with no valid driver's license. Does I don't have a printout from Miss Williams.
Pulling it, attached here. Yes, it is. Convicted of operating motor vehicle without driver's license 1, 2, twice in 2023.
So this is gonna now.
I'm sorry, State, can you speak into the mic? We can barely hear you.
He was convicted of operating with no valid driver's license in 2023 twice. Furthermore, Your Honor, pursuant to Florida Statute 903.046, as to these bench warrants, the state would be asking for at least $2,000.
Well, didn't Judge Box set at 50,000?
He did set it at 50,000.
So why would I change Judge Box warrant?
Well, Judge, we will first need to see if if Miss Williams she has a basis for why she failed to appear, and then you will issue a dollar amount for the bond.
Well, apparently she missed her trial. I don't usually set $50,000 bonds myself. I set decent bonds when people keep missing.
Well, and come to find out, once I pull it up here, she has missed. So I can tell you she at least missed 5/14/2024. That was
No address.
See, 12/20.
No verification that I have court. I called up here several times and called my bondsman. I
That-
have proof of that.
It looks like they've tried to set it aside since then. 2/3 was a jury trial.
She missed a jury trial. So it's a $50,000 bond.
I don't think that's fair.
Judge, and if you inquire as to what the address on file is.
I'm sorry?
If we could inquire about the address on file, what the address on file is.
Well,
Where
she
she received a notice.
My bond has my new address.
State, is she represented by a lawyer, and what's the address? Because it's her obligation or her attorney's obligation to update the address.
Pulling citation, everything now. In terms of an attorney, her bond's been set aside. Here. It's the last attorney was defender.
Are they still representing her?
As far as I can tell, yes.
So the PDs were representing her, so they were responsible for updating her address.
And the address on the citation.
Yeah, this address on the citation makes no sense.
Yeah. What was in Segis as of today is 130 Southwest 224th Street, apartment
That's
20.
not her address, Judge. She's been
Understand
sending
that
back
the
my
address
mail.
application makes absolutely no sense.
Was
Tell her
there,
he's been sending back my mail.
there a precipice in the file, Your Honor?
I don't give a fuck.
It's traffic. It's traffic.
Well, she has a lawyer who's supposed to update her address. She's supposed to update her address. And I have Judge Bach who said it's a $50,000 warrant. I'm gonna set it at 25,000. Hopefully she'll go to court on Tuesday. Okay?
What'd she say?
That was
Judge, what was the bond?
25,000. I'm not gonna start playing with other judges' bonds. I mean, you know, it's 50. Why would I play with another judge's bond when that judge, I mean, and I already am, but that judge set the bond in that amount, who knows the facts of his case and the circumstances of his case better than anyone. I'm just sitting here on the weekends having no
Right,
clue.
Judge, but when they get picked up, the bench warrant is technically served, and then they're supposed to be given a new bond.
Right, and he gave it a $50,000 bond and I'm giving it 25, which is much nicer than I probably should. So that's my ruling. Okay. All right, where is Devetta LaShawn Spicy? And I'm sorry, where is Miss Young? I don't have prior, okay, these are just traffic. Are we doing Miss Spicy? Yes. Okay. DWLS.
Your Honor, this defendant's driving on a revocation.
Kind of rev. All right.
I believe controlled substance that hasn't been cleared.
Does she have priors? I don't have any for her.
Priors.
I see a failure to pay finance, circuit court.
Prior
Cancel.
locally, she's got a withhold on a grand theft, convictions on organized fraud, credit card, and grand theft in the third. In 2017, she had a probation revoked on that as well. Burglary of an unoccupied dwelling in 2005, a grand theft third in 2005, found her probation revoked on that one too. As
I didn't see anything state. I do see the prior HTO and the prior rev for the controlled substance, but the officer, those appear to be expired. So she had a non-judgment suspension on 4/7/25 and a failure to pay in 2024.
this is a previous HTO.
What's the defense's position?
Judge, at this time, we'll be requesting, I don't have a list of her priors. I will be requesting regardless an ROR. This is a non-violent charge, the traffic charge. And then you can issue a no drive order.
Well, this isn't a bench. I mean, what is the bond here of 150?
That would be the standard bond is $150. The state would be asking for for $500 here. This defendant's been convicted 1, 2, 3. Withhold 4.
Yeah, I don't have a prior sheet.
5.
Right, Judge, and we can go through her, I mean, the state can go through their conviction. My point is that it's non-violent. She recently got a job. I don't want her being held in something that she can't really pay right now. So we'll be asking at most an ROR, or at least a standard bond.
The state's concern here is that this defendant keeps doing this over and over.
Well, no. There's going to be a no drive order. There's going to be a no drive order. So if she's caught driving, that's contempt of court and 6 months in jail. You understand first, Miss Spicy?
Sorry. You said that I have a
no
driving.
Until you have a valid driver's license. Okay?
Question is, if I go out and get a valid driver's license, I will be able to drive.
A driver's license, you may drive until your little heart's content, but until you may not.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
I recently got it.
Yeah, she recently got a job, so she's working.
Where are you working, ma'am?
Work at Powell Lounge.
When do you
I'm sorry.
When do you go to work again?
I was supposed to be there at 9 o'clock this morning.
Federal note, and once again referred back to the probation being revoked in the past.
How many years ago?
Was 2017 was the last time. 2005 previously prior to that.
So she hasn't had a felony conviction since 2017?
That's correct.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to release her on her own recognizance. Okay?
Thank you.
I don't
Yes,
play.
ma'am.
So if
I
you're caught
understand that.
driving without a valid license, get ready to spend 6 months in jail. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to fix it, ma'am. I just started working, so I'm in the process of hiring a lawyer.
I've seen much worse, but figure stuff out, okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, reckless. Wrong side of the road.
Got an attached,
Blatant loading that we're gonna see a little later. Okay.
Yeah.
It's in a G-Wagon at 9:20.
Your Honor, Ms. Young has a related felony. She'll be back on your bond hearing calendar.
I see it. Oh, so she gets pulled over, gives the license, and then speeds off
that's correct, Judge.
into the mall.
As to this charge, while we will be seeing her later again today, state will be asking for an elevated bond of $1,000.
So she allegedly, according to her, doesn't know how to drive a G-Wagon.
Judge, as it pertains to the misdemeanors, we would ask that she be ROR'd. She does not have any, I do not see anything noting a prior conviction, or in the alternative, we'll ask for PTS, just for the misdemeanors.
They will note that.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna set a bond on the felony.
Right, so which is why I'm asking.
It doesn't look like posting a bond is a problem for her.
But the police
You're
officer,
driving a $120,000 car.
Take a note, this defendant was born in New York. So
Yeah, she lives.
but we have no.
That's fine. She lives in Aventura. She's driving a $120,000 car. Whatever. I mean, at this point, $500 bond.
Judge, she did indicate that that is her partner's car. That's not her car. We again be requesting
Partner's
PTS.
car?
Her partner.
All right. Well, she's still living in Aventura.
Right, Judge. We'll still request PTS because of her priors.
That's respectfully denied, and $500 bond on this one. See you in a little while, Miss Young. Oh my God. Okay. What happened? Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you in a little bit. All right. This is a warrant from Judge Nelson. I'm sorry. Is this Anton Jarquaz?
This should be Michael Geddes.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Geddes refused court.
Mr. Geddes refused court? Was he arrested? Did he come yesterday or no?
No, he refused court on yesterday and his presence was waived. On his felony cases, he received a bond of $6,000 on F-25 13971. And he's also held on a probation F-23 11244.
And what's he charged with here? He's charged with crime miss?
Crime miss, Your Honor. Your Honor, is there a stay away order writing in the file?
I don't see one. I'll sign one.
Just in case.
He jumps on the hood of her vehicle when she's trying to get away from him. And then hits her windshield with a rock. He's like, he didn't get charged with it. What's the other felony that he got charged with?
Other felonies, coke possession.
Oh, he's lucky he didn't get charged with the F2. All right, so he needs to stay away from Miss Jean-Joseph. He's not getting out of custody, obviously, and I'm going to set a bond.
Your Honor, you waiving his presence?
Is the defense waiving his presence?
Judge, will we request that he reset tomorrow to give him another chance?
Well, didn't you refuse yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it on the crime miss as well? On the misdemeanor?
It was on the felony case.
So was he brought for the misdemeanor yesterday as well or no?
He refused on yesterday. His presence was waived. A bond was set.
Judge, we could address then.
All right, I'm going to set a $5,000 bond on this one. If he gets out, he can post it. And there's a stay away order, which the judge will need to convey to him. Okay? All right. William Valdez, are you Mr. Valdez? Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
He
What
needs
was the
the
bond?
assistance.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What was the bond for Mr. Geddes again?
5,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Valdez, good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor Valdés.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you feeling?
Mire voltee para ese lado, señor.
Bien.
No escucho, señor.
¿Cómo se está
Bien.
sintiendo?
Bien.
Well.
Okay. State, really?
Yeah, as to case M2514154, stating enough is no cross for discretion.
Mr. Valdez, you will be released from custody today?
Señor Valdés, lo van a dejar salir de la cárcel el día de hoy.
The state has chosen to drop the case against you, sir. You are free to go. You will be released in a little while. I wish you the best of luck, sir.
La fiscalía decidió desestimar su caso. Le deseo la mejor de las suertes. Ya lo dejan salir de la cárcel dentro de poco.
I strongly suggest that you not drink in front of that location anymore. They don't want you there, okay?
Le sugiero que no siga tomando frente a ese lugar porque no quieren que esté ahí.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Is Mr. Exantis coming? Good morning, Mr. Exantis.
Good morning.
Your Honor, he also has an open felony. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar. He's out on felony bond F23-366.
$400 at Target. Target, right?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Exantis, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I think I'm doing a little bit better than you. All right. Is this the same A-form? He's got two A-forms.
Yes, different cases.
One moment, Your Honor.
So they're both at Target. So he has two cases at Target on the same day. Am I to understand this?
Let me pull the other case number, Your Honor.
Yes, because one is for 551.59, the one for 157, and the one for 158 is $404. One is alleged to have happened at 1820, and the other one 1820 as well. I'm a little confused as to why it's two cases.
That's a good question, Your Honor.
I don't know, but at least it's not another felony for him. Mr. Exantis, I find probable cause on both misdemeanors. You are not getting out because you're on probation on a grand theft, and then you've got another open grand theft.
It'll be asking for an elevated bond of $1,000 due to the repeated nature of his conduct.
I was gonna do higher than that.
Please do, Your Honor.
1,500 on count on each target count, stay away order from Target.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Exantis, best of luck to you.
Your Honor, you placing a hold?
Yes, felony hold.
Felony case number again?
It is, he's got two. One is F25 168, and he's also out on felony probation on F23 366. Thank you. 1,500 on both cases with a stay away order from Target.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, for Mr. Exantis, he's only out on bond on the F23-366.
It's just a bond. Correct. Okay, then please hold him on the open felony. I'm sorry if it's not probation, okay?
And a F25-14068 is on your bond hearing calendar.
We'll see it a little later. So on the two misdemeanors, it's, he's got to stay away from Target, and it's 1,500 on each, and then we'll see him later. Are you Mr. Bergola? Mr. Bergola, do you speak English? I think I see your bondsman here.
Needs assistance with the Spanish interpreter.
Whomever was asking where we are, 5-3 is where we are this morning. Good morning, Mr. Bergola. I believe that your bondsman is here and wishes to speak.
Buenos días, señor Bergola. Creo que aquí está el fiancista y quiere hablar.
And apparently a bond was yesterday, but corrections put a hold to see the judge this morning.
Aparentemente se le había dado fianza ayer, pero se puso. una detención para verse con el juez el día de hoy.
Okay.
All right.
Due to the open case, I'd be asking for standard.
La fiscalía está pidiendo fianza estándar.
The bondsman is asking for standard bonds, so what's the standard, 500, 500?
Yeah, I do have a PC argument for one of the counts.
Go ahead.
For the drug paraphernalia, it states here, as we approached the male, he immediately attempted to stand up. Past that, the clear pipe was later seen on the floor and revealed to be a crack pipe, an item which is used to consume street-level narcotics. Specifically, it was not alleged in the A form that there were drugs found on him. That's one of the elements that needs to be met. Or in the alternative, that the item was in proximity to any drugs.
Bien, entonces tengo alegatos con respecto a motivo fundado. Aquí dice en el affidavit de arresto que la persona se puso de pie, el hombre se puso de pie y había una pipa de vidrio en el piso. Este tipo de artículos se usan para el uso de fumar cocaína crack, o tendría que también encontrarse que sea de cualquier droga de narcóticos, pero no hubo ni siquiera ninguna droga encontrada cerca a ese lugar, ni tampoco estaba en su persona.
Additionally, Judge, for the resistance of an officer without violence, I'm sorry.
The state would argue here that using the officer's experience as well as the defendant's own actions regarding this clear glass pipe.
Connection.
That's not a PC argument, Judge. It's what's alleged in the H form.
What'd you say?
That's not a PC argument, Judge. It has to be what's alleged in the A form. Additionally, it says that as they approached the male, he attempted to stand up and leave. At that point, Judge, I'll actually argue PC for the resisting an officer with violence. They have not found cases to detain him.
Count two, count one, $100 bond, count two, no release.
I'm sorry, Judge, could you please repeat that?
Of course, count one, $500 bond, I'll find probable cause. Count two, I'll find no probable cause and release him.
Entonces, por el cargo número 1, hallo que sí existe motivo fundado, $500 de fianza, y por el cargo número 2, no existe motivo fundado y queda en libertad por ese cargo.
Thank you, Judge. God bless.
Thank you. Happy 4th weekend. Hope it hasn't been too busy for you.
You as well. God bless.
On Kelly.
Your Honor, count 2 was release outright, correct?
Correct. Release outright. Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Butler. How you doing, sir?
Morning. How you doing?
Good. All right. You're going to need to stay away from that Walmart in Miami Gardens, okay?
No problem, ma'am.
All right. And that's going to be for 12 months because it's an M1. And
So am I being released? Because I have a
1 second. I haven't even gotten your priors yet. You just got convicted like 2 weeks ago of petty theft.
that wasn't even that. I just
You just got out of prison on a resisting with. And then in 2021, you did a tampering. And then in 2021, you had an Agbat pregnant lady. Then you had a petty theft felony. Hold on.
Your Honor, this probably should be a felony.
Well, I'll let the state worry about that.
Of course.
Why? Because it's a third conviction?
It would be, he's already been convicted of petty theft 2 or more convictions once. They'd be asking for a bond of $5,000.
Defense?
Judge, given we would be requesting, considering that he is homeless, that he requests ROR with a date certain on the homeless calendar. Elevated bond would be tantamount to new bond.
Am I that old? I'm that old. You can say it. You're being nice. You can say it that I'm that old. All right.
They will also note this defendant has had his probation revoked in the past.
Yeah, I mean, is he really a good candidate for pretrial when he keeps violating probation?
I didn't ask for pretrial, judge. I specifically requested ROR and a date certain on
Yeah,
the
the
homeless.
ROR is an absolute no.
Right. Okay.
The ROR is a no. He's not trustworthy.
I am trustworthy, ma'am.
Come on. You literally.
Yeah, I promise, ma'am. That's my word. I promise I'll show up.
2 weeks ago, you got convicted of the exact same thing.
Really, that wasn't true. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I got convicted of the exact same thing. 2 weeks ago, I
Well, and in 2017, you certainly did one. And then you just got out of prison. You should have been charged with a felony, but you weren't, which would have caused you to become a habitual offender. I mean, you're just all over the place, Mr. Butler.
My wife passed away, so everything's been going crazy for my wife passed away this year, February 17th.
Very,
I've
very
been homeless.
your wife's passing, but I'm not sure that your wife's passing.
It has me. I've been homeless, sleeping on the street. So I just been going. I've been all
Going in. To be clear, you're not staying in jail because of stealing a plate of food. Okay. But the $247 worth of merchandise is what the concern is. It's not the plate of food.
I'll pay it if I have.
All right. Well, then you can show it to your lawyer. But at this point, I'm going to set a $3,500 bond. Stay away from the Walmart. I am very sorry to hear of the passing of your wife. And no 1:30 juveniles? People with their families. July 4th is a holiday. Is this Mr. Perez coming?
Judge Nelson, we're gonna pass for the moment for correction.
No worries, of course. Is Mr. Bray coming?
Bray, yes.
Oh, God. Really? Is he out on probation?
Need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Your Honor, he also has a hold for immigration and he's held on 4 cases, AC, no bond.
In AC.
He has a total of 4.
Tiene un total de 4 casos y también tiene una detención de inmigración.
Good morning, Mr. Bray.
Buenos días, señor Bray.
Once again, Your Honor, we're seeing a repeated pattern of conduct.
Nuevamente, su señoría, estamos viendo comportamiento repetido.
All right, he's stealing meat. The police did not detail how much meat. I mean, if it was $300 worth of meat, it's one thing. If it's, chicken or something, I view it differently.
Bien, aquí solamente dice que se está robando carnes, pero no dice qué cantidad, qué monto de carnes, no están diciendo cuánto es. Sería diferente si son 300 comparado con si se está robando una sola pieza de pollo.
Not getting out because he has so many other problems.
Pero no va a salir por lo que tiene tantos problemas más.
He has several open cases in which there was a warrant for him for drug offenses.
Tiene varios casos abiertos por donde hubo órdenes de arresto por delitos relacionados con narcóticos.
And the bond I am just going to set at $150.
Voy a fijarle la fianza en $150.
And tell him to stay away from the Publix near downtown Miami.
Y se le da la orden de mantenerse alejado del Publix que queda en el centro de Miami, en el downtown.
You are not getting out, Mr. Bray.
Señor Bray, usted no va a salir.
You have a lot of other problems.
Tiene muchos problemas adicionales.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. To Ms. Hennessy, good morning on behalf of the City of Miami Beach. I believe that the next one will be Mr. Garcia.
It is. This is Joanne Hennessy
can
from
we
the City of
pass
Miami
him,
Beach.
please?
Good morning. Up.
I'm sorry, correction.
Thank you.
Could you kindly repeat what you just said?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we pass him? He's in the forensic population.
I mean, Mr. Garcia, of course we can. Sure. Is the next one Mr. Diaz, corrections?
Can we pass him also?
Yes, we can. Hope
Mr. Medina is present.
Mr. Medina, got it. All right, I'll take care of Mr. Medina. Good morning, Mr. Medina.
And he needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Of course. Mr. Medina, good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor Medina.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
All right, I see that you have a prior petty theft from earlier this year.
Veo que tiene otro cargo por hurto de menor cuantía a comienzos de este año.
And actually another petty theft from earlier this year.
Y de hecho, otro cargo también por hurto de menor cuantía a comienzos de este año.
And you had a felony last year.
Y el año pasado tuvo un delito mayor.
You also had another petty theft last year as well.
And another from last year.
Y otro cargo de hurto de menor cuantía del año pasado.
However, he's stealing baby wipes.
Sin embargo, lo que se estaba robando era pañitos de limpieza.
Grab diapers or baby wipes?
Estoy mirando a ver si son pañales o pañitos.
Given how expensive diapers are. I do find PC on count 2 for the crack pipe because he says he just used crack 4 hours ago.
It'll just be asking for standard, just like.
I'm going to give.
Hay que sí existe motivo fundado por el segundo cargo, que es el uso de parafernalia para el uso de drogas, porque dijo que sí estaba usando la pipa unas horas antes.
Defense have any argument?
Judge, we will be requesting ROR. And then if anything, interpreter, can you ask him if he has a good address?
Vamos a solicitar libertad bajo palabra. Le está preguntando la abogada, señor, si usted tiene dirección. ¿Tiene una dirección?
La casa de mi hermana.
My sister's house.
Okay. Judge, we will be requesting ROR or a dollar bond in the alternative.
How much? I'm having a little bit of hard time hearing.
I'm sorry, Judge. We'll be requesting ROR and the alternative, just a dollar bond. I mean, considering he has been stealing baby wipes.
Estamos solicitando libertad bajo palabra en su alternativa fianza de $1.
State will point to this defendant's history.
La fiscalía hace referencia a los antecedentes.
You need to stay away from the Walgreens in North Miami, sir.
Señor, tiene que mantenerse alejado del Walgreens que queda en North Miami.
Okay.
Okay.
$200 bond on count 1. $100 bond on count 2.
$200 de fianza por el cargo número 1 y $100 de fianza por el cargo número 2.
You did. I signed it. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Buena suerte, señor.
Is the next one Mr. Ramirez, or is corrections ready to go back to someone else?
Yana, can we pass Mr.
Ramirez?
Of course.
Mr. Ramirez, and we can go to Mr. Morera Perez.
Yes.
He also has a hold for immigration.
Mr. Moreno Perez, do you need the interpreter, sir?
No, ma'am. No, Judge. Sorry.
No, Judge, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Pereira. Mr. Moreno.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Apparently you missed court.
I've been incarcerated since 2018, ma'am.
Where have you been, sir?
Prison.
Yana, he has a hold for Department of Correction. His release date was on yesterday.
Got it. So he's about ready to be released from prison, and then the old warrant comes up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Got it. Okay. When are you due to be released? Were you released yesterday, or are you about to be released?
Yeah, I was released from prison July 4th, 2025.
So yesterday. Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you were released yesterday from prison. This is on clearing up the old warrant, and you have an immigration hold.
Okay, ma'am.
Couple of options, state or defense. What's the charge?
Resisting and obstructing.
Does he want to take an adjudication CTS right now, and then he can worry about adjudicate?
States won't offer that.
What?
State can offer that.
Working off of that too. Thoughts? You want to take a minute and talk to him?
Judge, yes, just 1 minute.
I have no problem with that, of course. And then immigration can come get him whenever they're ready. Or if not. Good morning, Ms. Casso. We're moving our way through misdemeanors. Nice to see you. Oh, you're kind, my friend. Thank you. Corrections, if when we go to felonies, if we could potentially pull Elian Jorge Gonzalez first or second, that would be very kind of you if we can.
What's the name again, Your Honor?
Elian, Alian, Jorge, Jorge, and Gonzalez is the last name.
Okay.
Okay, if you could call him, that would be great because he has his attorney present whenever. Okay.
Is that the domestic violence?
I have no idea.
Name sounds familiar.
It's on a felony bond and his attorney is present. So if they can pull him, that would be very nice. Or maybe the first man if after we do the ladies, if there are any. For the record, Mr. Mario Perez and his attorney are consulting, given the offer that the state or that the court and the state have made, so.
Your Honor?
Yes.
The gentleman that you asked for out of turn?
Yes.
Is the jail number 25145017?
Respectfully, I don't know. Ms. Casso, are you able to look and see what his jail number is on the system?
Because we have him listed as a bond out.
Gonzalez Allen?
No, Elian Jorge Gonzalez.
My apologies.
Ms. Casso, they have him as a bond out. Can you run, do you have the felonies, Mr. Reno? Can you see if we have an Elian Jorge Gonzalez and what his jail number may be? Yes.
We're short here in office. We probably should not done. Okay.
25144576 corrections is what.
Y'all forcing.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Corrections for Mr. Gonzalez. She has it as 25144576. He had another case dropped 2 days ago while he was in custody. So you don't have him being in custody right now. Corrections.
One more time for that jail number.
I don't have a card.
You don't have a jail card for him.
No, what's the jail number again, Judge?
25144576.
One moment, we're checking, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. All right, let's see what's going on with Mr. Marrero Perez.
Your Honor, we have him listed as a bond out.
We have him as a bond out. Ms. Casso, can we elevate Ms. Casso so that she can talk? Felony case numbers are F25 13806 and 13955. Hi, Ms. Casso, how are you?
Hi, Judge. How are you doing today?
Good. We're gonna run them. But they don't.
Judge, apologies.
Necessary.
Judge,
Hi,
how you doing, ma'am? This case is old, and I don't feel like I resisted violence or none of that stuff. So they're telling me to.
I'll set a bond, sir. It's not a problem. Okay. So Judge Mansfield apparently had set a $5,000 bond. I'm going to leave it the way he had said it, and you'll go to court in the next couple of days. Okay.
There's 2 counts, Your Honor.
Judge Mansfield only set on count 2 ROR. He's got an immigration hold, but whatever. We offered it, so he doesn't want to take it. No problem. Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What was the
I'll
bond?
take the credit
Count
time,
one?
serve, Your Honor.
Okay, we're good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Exantis was already seen. Yes, to whomever the iPhone is, and he's coming back later. Mr. Exantis got a bond, he's got an open hold, and he will be coming back a little bit later. Ms. Casso, on F25 13806, what do we have?
Judge, that was a grand theft, burglary tools, and fleeing and eluding. My understanding is that he did get a bond on that as well.
Good morning, sir. What is your name? Buenos días, señor. ¿Cómo se llama, señor? What is your name?
Ramos Guillermo. Guillermo Ramos.
Guillermo Ramos. Okay, momento, señor Ramos, okay? Can we just run can you please run these two case numbers that Ms. Caso has put up?
Yes, F-25.
And F-25 13955, okay? That way we can get to it. No, Mr. Ramos. Okay, hola. Okay, we'll need the interpreter.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy, I'm just announcing my appearance on this case, but this is the state's case at this time.
Perfect, all right. Mr. Ramos, good morning, sir. You've been charged with trespass after warning and camping illegally on the beach.
Bien, señor Ramos, buenos días. A usted se le acusa de intrusión ilegal después de recibir una advertencia y también de acampar en la playa.
I am going to, what does the state want to do with this? He's sleeping on a beach and apparently he's been told not to go. He's
¿Qué
out
quiere,
of jail.
qué quiere hacer la fiscalía? Aparentemente estaba durmiendo en la playa, se le había dicho que no estuviera ahí.
They can offer adjudication credit time, sir, both counts.
La fiscalía dice que puede ofrecerle que se declare culpable y le dan crédito por tiempo cumplido por ambos cargos.
What does the defense want to do?
Judge,
No,
can
I'm gonna ROR him. Okay,
La jueza ha dicho que lo va a dejar en libertad bajo palabra.
Mr. Ramos, is your address the 3251 Southwest 104th Court?
Señor Ramos, su dirección es la 3251 Southwest 104 Court.
No, esa dirección está desactualizada.
No, that is not a current address.
Okay, what is a current address for you, sir?
¿Cuál es una dirección actualizada?
4229 Southwest, 9 Terras, Miami, Florida, 33134.
4229 Southwest 9th Terrace, Miami, Florida 33134.
Do you receive mail there?
¿Y en esa dirección recibe correo?
Sí.
Yes.
Y si me permite un momento, por favor, señora juezas.
And if you allow me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, of course, Mr.
Diga.
Solo para argumentar algo, nunca había recibido una advertencia anterior. Solamente fui allí a celebrar el 4 de julio y como estaba lloviendo, por eso me puse debajo de la torre de salvavidas.
Okay, un momento. Yes, well, I just wanted to note that I've never received any type of previous warning. I was celebrating the 4th of July. It started raining, so then I went under the lifeguard station.
Y ahí fue cuando llegó la...
Sorry, interpreter, can you please tell him not to discuss the facts of his case?
Señor, no hable sobre los hechos relacionados con su caso. Todo está siendo grabado.
I have written down your new address, and I believe that the clerk did as well, and I have it also written down for them. You're being released today, sir.
Ya apunté su dirección, la Secretaría del Tribunal ya tiene su dirección y ya lo van a dejar salir el día de hoy, señor.
Your Honor, that was RR on both counts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, and good morning, sir. What is your name?
Mr. Tyrone Travis, Your Honor.
Travis.
Your Honor, again, I'm just announcing my appearance on this case. This is the state's case at this time. This is Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Thank you so much. Officer Lenz and Officer Sisney. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Just sign something. Okay.
Your Honor, state's gonna be asking for standard bond as to all 4 counts in this case. He was just convicted of similar stuff back in April.
Judge, we will be requesting ROR with a date certain on the homeless calendar. Any type of bond would be tantamount to no bond in this case, considering that he is homeless.
The threat is what concerns me. It's I'm gonna smack you. I'm not
If
sure.
I may, Your Honor, also there's a Pinellas County prior from 2017 of a battery on a Leo. In addition to other priors in Pinellas County.
They get NCIs really quickly. Do we have any idea how long Mr. Travis has been in Miami Beach?
State doesn't. I mean, we can tell you he's been there since at
Is
least.
Hennessy?
Judge, he said that he's been here for, in Miami Beach for at least Miami for 3 years.
Yeah, I only have arrests in Miami-Dade County since January, but there's a 2024 adjudication in Pinellas County
Is it
from May.
Adjudication in Pinellas? That's what you have?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Your Honor?
Okay, there was a 2017 Bat Leo in Pinellas. You said there was a 2024 Pinellas?
There's a trespassing of a structure or conveyance adjudication in May
Of
2024 in Pinellas. In
Oh.
April of 2024 in Pinellas, there's a obstruction or resisting arrest, resisting officer without violence. November of 2023 in Pinellas, exposure of sexual organs, adjudication guilty.
So much for him living here for 3 years.
Judge, he indicates that he is homeless and he's been transient.
Yeah, but he keeps getting arrested in Pinellas County in the last year. So he's homeless, but goes back and forth to Clearwater, all the time and makes his presence known. So on the threat Leo count 1, we're going to do 250. Count 2, resisting, we're going to do 500 given his priors. Count 3, 100. Count 4, 100. 250, 500, 100, 100. 950. Okay. Sorry, I would have liked to have released him, but yeah, no, he hasn't been here 3 years. No way. Okay. Sorry, sir.
So,
We'll do that right now.
Good, sir.
is there any way you can give me like maybe 60 days or something and we can just go ahead and get rid of it?
I understand that you think in Pinellas County you're doing 60 days, and in Pinellas County you probably would do 60 days. I'd be very surprised if you would do 60 days here, but that's a different story. Have a good day. He hasn't learned anything. Anyway, okay. Mark Curtis? Are you Mr. Curtis?
Your
Good
Honor,
morning.
Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Hi. What do you want to do with this?
I would just request standard bond, Your Honor. He has multiple similar priors.
Camping.
Judge, I have a PC argument.
Give me 1 second. I'm just looking at the priors and I promise I will listen. Did 10 days on a camping, another one, another trespass, and another 8 days on a camping. Okay, let me read the A form and I promise I'll listen to it. 2:51 in the morning, grassy area on Lincoln Road. Yes, go ahead. What's the PC argument? I'm gonna look up the ordinance while I'm at it.
Judge, the ordinance states that sleeping in a temporary shelter outdoors or otherwise being in a temporary shelter outdoors or cooking over an open flame. Specifically, we're going to focus on 1A. Evidence of camping, sleeping, simply being asleep in a public place is not sufficient to constitute a violation of this section, and camping must be taking place in a public place. The person who engaged in camping must be inside or covered with material that provides a temporary cover from the elements, including but not limited to a tent, sleeping bag, hammock, or blankets. So based off of the A form, it just says that he was surrounded by personal items.
What's the city's argument? I'm reading.
I would argue, Your Honor, that he was surrounded by his personal items.
Where does it say that?
It says it in the A form.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. While on duty, the officers observed him asleep on the grassy area. He was later identified as him. He had some of his personal property surrounding him. Is that like?
Judge, that's evidence.
I don't know what that is.
The ordinance states that there needs to be material that's covering him from the providing temporary shelter from the elements. There's nothing alleging that he was covered in a blanket, had something underneath his head. that's not evidence in the arrest warrant.
Ms. Hennessy?
Yeah, I would also argue that he's sleeping on a grassy area, which is bedding, and that qualifies as material underneath him.
That does not
It says here, evidence of camping. The officer must consider simply being asleep is not sufficient. He must be inside or covered with material, including but not limited to a tent, sleeping bag, hammock, blankets, cots, beds, tarpaulins. I don't even know what that is, but I assume somebody else does. Newspapers or cardboard, or the person has built a campfire. How is any of that present?
Well, I would also argue that under the definition in A, it says the storage of personal belongings, and that he's got his personal belongings with him.
Wait, hold on.
He's sleeping at 3 o'clock in the morning on a grassy area.
Wait, sleeping? Okay, camping. Camping is prohibited. Camping is sleeping in a temporary shelter or cooking over an open flame. 1A might be applicable. A public place is a public street, sidewalk. Lincoln Road clearly is. It should be unlawful to engage in camping unless the city manager or his designee has allowed it. Okay, we don't have that. Simply sleeping is not sufficient. Where is the crime here? Where is anything about personal belongings? I'm not sure.
It's under the definitions, Your Honor, under A, 1A.
I have camping means sleeping in a temporary shelter.
But then you go further. The presence of bedding or pillows, the storage of personal belongings.
Okay.
Or lying, sitting, or resting.
Hold on.
Or any other items of material. So he's lying near his personal belongings on the grassy area on a public thoroughfare.
I have the same city ordinance that you have.
Your Honor, did you look it up on, is it the one that was modified on September 2024?
No. I'm looking to see what I have here. I don't know what I have here. Hold on. I don't even know what this one is. Hold on. This is the one from 2023. (2002), 2024.
So Judge, I do see where the Miami Beach is referencing specifically of 1A, it says lodging or residing in an outdoor space is evidenced by the erection of a tent or other temporary shelter, the presence of bedding or pillows, the storage of personal belongings, not just personal belongings being around you, or lying, sitting, or resting, or under any item or material. So all the A form alleges at this point, Judge, is that these personal items were around him. It does not allege anything about being stored in a tent or anything of that nature. So we will be requesting that he be released outright.
Out of doors. I'm going to find PC, but I'm going to ROR him. Close. Mr. Curtis, stop sleeping there. They're just going to keep arresting you. And at some point, they're going to write an A form properly. And at some point, you're going to get held. Okay?
Judge, can we get a date certain on the homeless calendar?
Of course we can. You need to appear on July, thank you for reminding me, on July 30th at Richard E. Gerstein Justice Building, courtroom 6-7. Okay? You need to be present. All right? Okay, Mr. Curtis? Find a new place to sleep because that one's not working out for you. Okay? All right, thank you. Is this Mr. Reed White?
So Judge, I'm writing down notice, so he has this for.
Of course. Thank you for doing that for him.
Okay, what did you need to know? Really?
Your Honor, we're going back to Mr. Garcia, the one we passed.
Yes, I'll go back to Mr. Garcia. Sure. Does he need the interpreter? Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Garcia.
this is Mr. Garcia. He does speak English, Judge.
Okay,
Your
good
Honor,
morning.
Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Morning, Mr. Garcia. You missed court on July 2nd.
Yeah.
You were given notice by Judge Corsilli to appear on July 2nd, and then you missed court on July 2nd. What happened?
I don't have an excuse for why I didn't attend.
Could you kindly speak up, sir? No good excuse. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he doesn't have an excuse as to why he did not attend.
I got it. Okay. What is the city seeking?
Your Honor, I'd ask that the warrant be converted to a bond.
I have it on 150. Is that what you're asking for?
I believe that's what it is, yes.
All right. He's going to go to court on Tuesday.
I believe, I'm not sure. I think it's Wednesdays on,
Tuesday or
for the
Wednesday.
jail arraignment.
Yeah, sure. Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Tuesday or Wednesday, Judge.
Mr. Garcia, you
Yeah.
had your chance. $150 bond. Okay.
Really?
You'll go to court on Tuesday or Wednesday. All right. Whomever's next. Thank you, corrections. We're getting there.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Diaz.
Perfect. Okay. Mr. Diaz needs to sit, or is he? Okay, no, he's okay. All right.
He needs assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
I'm sorry.
He needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Diaz.
Buenos días, señor Díaz.
You've got lots of open problems.
Usted tiene bastantes problemas abiertos.
At least 6 open cases.
Tiene al menos 6 casos abiertos.
You have been charged today with trespass after warning.
El día de hoy se le acusa de intrusión ilegal después de haber recibido una advertencia.
Yeah, what
All right. He had a prior trespass in 2024.
En el 2024 tuvo otro cargo por entrada ilegal.
And he has at least 5 open cases,
Y tiene al menos 5 casos abiertos,
including an arraignment on a felony.
incluyendo una lectura de cargos por un delito mayor.
So he's going to be held on the felony.
Entonces quedará detenido con respecto al delito mayor,
Which I have it as F25-9138.
ese caso es el F25-9138.
The other misdemeanors, I'm not quite sure where and when they are set.
No estoy segura los otros delitos menores para cuándo ni en dónde están fijados.
Your Honor, these are 4911. Your Honor, the way this is looking to me, everything's set.
Say, can you speak in the mic, please?
Yes, my apologies. Everything being set September 17th and September 15th makes me wonder if there is some competency issues being determined here.
I'm not surprised given his behavior.
Yeah.
I was also going to reference that.
Okay. So does this go on a mental health? Help me out here. Does this go on a mental health calendar, or
Yeah,
does
so
this
I
go
Looks like they ordered a competency evaluation back in May
on the felony?
on felony, judge, and they're still waiting.
Aparentemente habían ordenado una prueba de aptitud legal en mayo y están esperando resultados. Y eso fue por el delito mayor.
Okay, so
Last time it was set was 6/26. We're still waiting for the evaluation.
Esperando la evaluación porque fue fijado el 26 de junio, la última vez.
I'm gonna set bond at $1,000, but I'm gonna ask that we figure out what's going on when this goes. I would ask that the state make a note and the PDs make a note so that when it goes before, would it go before Judge Correa or Judge Corsilli, whomever it goes before?
Probably go Judge Correa.
Okay, that you advise her that, yeah, I don't know, when whomever it goes before this weekend or this week, that there's competency evals pending and he needs to also stay away from the Shell station when and if he is released.
Entonces se le va a fijar fianza de $1,000 y se les pide a la fiscalía y a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública que informen a la juez Correa o el juez Corsili sobre la prueba de aptitud legal.
So he's going to go to court on Tuesday on the felon, no, on Monday on the felony. And he'll probably go to court on all the misdemeanors on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Entonces también se le está diciendo al señor que cuando salga de la cárcel tiene que mantenerse alejado de la gasolinera Shell y va a ir ante el juez del delito mayor el día lunes y el martes o miércoles ante el juez de delitos menores.
I'm sorry, Anna, what was the bond for Mr. Diaz?
1,000.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's next? Good morning, sir. What is your name?
Ramirez Lewis, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning,
These
sir.
are the persons that we passed. So he's number 20 on the list.
I have him. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ramirez.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, Judge.
All right. Been arrested for trespass after warning at the supermarket in Hialeah.
Yes, ma'am. I was just what?
Your attorney is asking you to please not speak. You've got another open bench warrant for almost $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna leave that one. Yes, question. Do you want to say something? Okay, I don't hear it. He's got an open bench warrant. We'll deal with that. On this one, I'm gonna set. His priors are terrible. Just 2022, prison sentence battery, 2018 ag stalking, 364 in an injunction, 364, 30 days in 2025, 30 days in 2021, another 2 years or concurrent 2 years, 100 days in 2022, and I've missed a whole bunch. So I'm gonna set this at $1,000.
Owner, ASA Dimitri Renault on behalf of the state. We're gonna ask for an elevated bond of the amount of $3,000 based on his priors that you just relayed.
Judge, an elevated bond. He is homeless. An elevated bond will be tantamount to no bond. We would just.
Well, you've got a bench warrant, right?
Right, and also he does have the bench warrant that will need to be addressed if he needs to modify later on.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Ramirez. The only case we have for him is the 14171.
Yes, what do you have for M258349?
That's not on his jail card, Your Honor. Unless you want to take him into custody and give him a bond.
It's not in bench warrant status?
We only have one case listed on the jail card.
They actually served the bench warrant. I don't know why he's not in custody on it, because they served the bench warrant yesterday.
It probably will be added to the card later on today, but as of right now, you only have one case on the jail card.
Yeah, any of this. So I'm gonna leave it at, I'm gonna raise it to 1,500. I understand. Defense, I'll release people, but the priors are awful. $1,500 bond and a stay away from the supermarket. Thank you, sir. All right, who's next?
Your Honor, in reference to Mr. Nelson Perez, who we passed, he refused court, reset for tomorrow.
Sure. We can reset Mr. Perez for tomorrow.
Hello,
morning.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Sosa, what can I do for you, sir?
Yes, this is Jimmy. I was speaking on behalf of Jonah Nestor. I wanted to know is she's gonna be released on pretrial released, or do I have to post bond? Because I know it's her first time being pretty much arrested.
I believe that I released her to pretrial services, so I'm not sure when she'll be released.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
To pretrial services, okay? All right.
Okay, all right, thank you. Have a blessed day. All right.
Reed White, is that you, Mr. Reed White? Good morning, sir.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Yes. What is the city's argument?
Your Honor, Mr. Reed White has two open camping charges and park after hours charges from June of 2026, or I'm sorry, 2025. And so we'd ask for an elevated bond in this case.
He just keeps going back, and that's the problem. Mr. Reed White, you know they're just going to keep arresting you if you go back there, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's just they have my Nautica back. That's
Okay. You can try to get it. You can file a motion to try to get it, or have your attorney do it. But the problem is that they're just going to keep arresting you. Now you've got 3 open cases.
I'll just stop going there, ma'am. I usually just go there to Muscle Beach just to work out. I could just go work out and leave.
I understand, sir, but at 5:49 in the morning, a lot of people work out at 5:49 in the morning. I get it, okay? Trust me, I get it. But on the beach, you're not allowed to be there. So if you're at Muscle Beach or where the workout locations are, you're not supposed to be there at that time, okay? And they say that you're doing more than that. Just sitting at a picnic table. Normally, I would release you. Now you've got 3 of these in the last month. City's asking me to make you post a bond. I'm gonna 100 on each count, okay? I don't like doing it, but at some point, 3 in a month is a problem, okay? The city passes ordinances. I would love to release you, but I can't. Yes, go ahead.
Judge, well, the PC arguments that I would typically make for camping would stand, based off of what I've argued before.
But this is a little bit different than the camping, right?
Right,
Because
he
this
was
is at least for the park violation.
Right, yeah, and it's also camping as well. So my argument still is that he was sitting at a picnic table for the camping charge, using a red and white beach towel to cover his head. That's just, if he's considering that he was working out, that will be my argument to make for the camping charge specifically. And I would request that the ROR and a date certain on the homeless calendar.
What do I do about 3 other open cases?
Judge, I'm not sure if they're set on the homeless calendar as well.
I have no idea. Is anybody, can the city run it and see?
I can check, Your Honor, if we could come back, but I would just also note that the officer woke Mr. White up.
Right. Oh, I saw that. And he has a towel covering his head and.
Yeah, so the camping requirement elements have been met, and he's also at a park.
If this was 1 or 2, it would be a release, of course. But we're now at 3 in a month. And I don't buy the working out thing.
Yes. And he is in
I am very well aware.
Judge, right. The arguments are made just the 4 corners of the affidavit. But he is in Corselise, so it's 6-7. He's on the homeless calendar for those cases already.
If he set the bond in those cases.
And he's had a prior court options earlier this year, right? I think I just did something with his priors. Mr. Reed White, I'm going to leave it the way it is. You'll go before Judge Correa on Tuesday, okay?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond?
150.
On each count?
100, sorry, 100.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. What is your name?
name is Creed Sharp.
Good morning, Mr. Sharp. How are you feel, sir?
I feel good. Trying to get out of jail.
Okay, I understand, sir. Good morning.
Your Honor, I'm just going to announce my appearance on this case. This is the state's case at this time.
Yes.
This is Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
And Judge, again, I'll make a camping argument, PC. The A form just says that he was defendant laying on the floor using his arms as a headrest while snoring. Officer gave verbal commands and the defendant then woke up. It doesn't mention specifically anything with regards to camping as laid out in the statute.
How's he camping? He's sleeping, which the city has specifically said is not a crime, if I'm not mistaken. And he doesn't have any priors. This will be my case eventually, maybe.
Yeah, steak and steps on ROR here, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp, I'm gonna ROR you. Okay, because I am gonna find PC for now on count 2, and I don't think.
That's both counts, Your Honor?
Yes, ROR'd on both counts. Mr. Sharp, you need to appear. Right now, you're going to be going to the homeless calendar on July 30th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. Okay? At the Gerstein building. Your very nice lawyer is going to be writing it down for you, okay? I can't hear him, but he's saying something that I can't hear him, so, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Who's next?
Okay, Gibson, thank you.
Hands are he's still being, all right, he's got a problem. Okay. Unusual to be handcuffed behind your back. Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Demerite or Demerite? I can't hear you, sir. You may be muted.
Sorry, Judge, it's Demerit.
Demerit.
Don't be sorry. Good morning, Mr. Demerit.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. All right, you've got an open burglary. That's who's that before?
Let's see, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm only in here, I'm in here for 2 bench warrants.
I see. Well, right now, but then you got an open felony.
It's
So,
gonna be in front of Judge Gamez, Your Honor.
so you've got the felony in front of Judge Gamez. Then you've got, hold on. Then you've got the 2 bench warrants. B24-27692. Judge Melendez set a $1,000 bench warrant. I'm going to do the same.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah,
State would be asking for a $2,000 bench warrant as to each, or $2,000 bond. As to
I'm not
each.
raising it.
Are you familiar with Florida statute 903.046?
Which talks about how I can double the bond?
Your Honor, that says that in the bond shall, in a case with a bench warrant, the bond shall be issued is either no less than $2,000 per count or double whichever the previous bond, whichever is greater.
Wait, it's on a 903.046 says on a bench warrant, it has to be $2,000?
Yes, Your Honor. Give me one moment and I'll read you the exact language.
That may be some of that new bond language that I'm not familiar with. I am very well aware of the part that says $2,000 bond, but Judge Melendez said a $1,000 bond.
So she set a $1,000 bench warrant, and
what's the difference?
So here it's different because it's not bond necessarily, it's just a bench warrant amount, right? So here we're looking at $2,000 per count.
Right, Judge. So earlier when I was addressing the bench warrants, typically they're just set aside and then you give them a new bond because the bench warrant is for them failing to appear in court. And then the bond itself is what you would address afterwards. So typically the bench warrant be set aside and a new bond is given. So that would be the case. So you're not really touching the other judge's bond if the bench warrant just being set aside because he's been taken into custody.
Okay, but how do I interpret the stat? I mean, what's the plain language of the statute? Which set?
Can I get the statute again?
Of course, 903046.
The state's plain interpretation of this statute is that the judge shall issue a bond of no less than 2,000 or double the original bond, whichever is greater.
Greater, so it could be 2,000.
Exactly. And if the
I
defendant,
just don't understand what the point of then issuing a bench warrant is if that's, but Florida legislature has decided that any defendant who fails to appear on the day of any required court proceeding, which I'm just looking at the one case ending in 692, June 24th, and who was later arrested, shall not be eligible for a recognizance bond or for any bond which does not require a minimum commitment of $2,000 or twice the value of the monetary commitment or undertaking of the original bond, whichever is greater. So I don't even know if there was a monetary condition of the prior.
one moment, Judge, and I'll be able to tell you.
Doesn't look like it. Now here's PTA on this one.
Okay. Yeah.
So defense, I'm not sure what the point of issuing a bench warrant is if then I have to raise the bond, but that's a different question for a different day.
One second, Judge.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, and Mr. Demerit, you need to stay away from Wawa.
Okay, Judge. So the bench warrant was issued, I'm guessing for both cases on the bench warrant was served in July 4th of 2025. My argument would be, July 4th, 2025. My argument would be that he did not receive notice. This address is the previous address that's listed on the A-form that's also on CGIS, and I do not see that he's being represented by counsel.
And so isn't it
So
his?
if you, so yes, so failure to appear in that case will not be willful, so you can issue a standard bond.
I know it's not willful, him not updating his address.
Judge, there is no specific duty to update your address with the clerk of court. There is a duty to update address with the DMV.
The PTA does have language saying that I will appear for court.
Correct. So his language is, even if he doesn't get notice, he better figure out where to go because he's been released basically on his recognizance that he's going to show up in court. Based on the plain language of the statute, I'm going to issue on 27692, $2,000. Stay away from Wawa, B24 25313. And it also appears like he missed once before because Judge Melendez may give defense continuances when you miss once. $2,000 on 28313.
Your Honor, you also stated that he has a felony hold?
I have that he has an open felony. That doesn't mean that he has a felony hold. It is an open felony in F25 185. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Thank you for pointing out the statute to me.
Of course, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Crawford? I can't hear you. Good morning. I think that's being unmuted. Good morning, sir.
Yes, yes, Judge.
You have an open petty theft. You've been arrested again for 2 counts of petty theft at the Dollar Tree. State, really? I mean, I'm not asking you to do anything, but
I'm homeless, Your Honor.
I see it. I see it. Priors are relatively old.
One moment, sir.
You're homeless. What's the 1321 address, sir?
That's an old address that I just give. I can't even get mail there, Your Honor. That's why I had picked up a warrant. I'm living on the streets. I just trying to get something to eat.
And perhaps wash clothes.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're just running the other case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Just trying to eat too.
723, where's that set?
So it's set homeless court in courtroom 6-7, so.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, you
Yes.
already have court on July 23rd on the homeless calendar? You need
Yes,
to vote on these cases too, okay?
yes, ma'am. I always go, Your Honor.
That's wonderful, but you've got to stay away from the Dollar Tree, okay?
I will, Your Honor. I'm just
Are
trying.
both
I
counts
need help,
done?
Your Honor.
Yes,
Oh,
okay, at some point, if you keep getting arrested, you may get held. But
Judge, sorry, July 23rd.
yes, that's what the state has for his other case that's open. So I think it's just best to do it all at once, and then Judge Corsilli can figure out what the best next date is, okay?
Yes, Judge. And
All right, good luck, sir. Is this Mr. Davis? Oh, this is an airport case.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis.
this is Ventura.
Mr. Davis, what? I'm sorry, is a bond out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, is a bond out? Are you Mr. Ventura?
Yes, Judge.
Are you Mr. Ventura?
So he needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Good morning.
Buenos días, señor Ventura.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Are you Mr. Ventura, sir?
¿Usted es el señor Ventura?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
First thing I'm gonna do, I go to his priors. No actions.
He's stealing chicken.
Yes, Your Honor, one moment.
Estaba robando pollo. Un momento, dice la fiscalía.
You need to stay away from Publix on Miami Beach.
Tiene que mantenerse alejado del Publix que queda en Miami Beach.
Your Honor, state's going to be asking for a bond of $750. This defendant has a number of recent convictions.
La fiscalía estaría solicitando una fianza de $750. El acusado tiene varias condenas recientes.
It's understood, Your Honor. However, due to the recent convictions, we're seeing a pattern of behavior here concerns the state of Florida.
Estamos viendo que hay un patrón de comportamiento, entonces eso es algo preocupante para la fiscalía.
I mean, he just
The defense has, I mean, the state has a point.
La fiscalía tiene razón.
One
You're
second.
muted, I think.
Judge, 1 second. I see, so the most recent petty theft I see is B23. That was the only one in a conviction. One petty theft in 23 was no action. Another
Right.
petty theft. I'm seeing different no actions and null process. There's only one conviction. Judge, he is homeless.
Su señoría,
They-
veo que solamente hay una que es una condena del 2023. Los otros fueron casos que no se procedieron con los cargos y él está sin techo, sin casa.
So he gets arrested on a burglary in October. He's released somewhere around May. And then
Entonces,
he's immediately arrested again on a trespass.
a él lo arrestan en octubre por un allanamiento con fines delictivos, sale en mayo y inmediatamente después de eso lo arrestan por entrada ilegal.
So he's made it less than 2.5 weeks before getting arrested again.
Entonces lleva 2 semanas y media antes de que lo arrestan nuevamente.
Oh, it's on the second page. Okay. Judge, I will still be requesting RO to date certain on the homeless calendar based off of the facts of this specific case. And right, Judge, given that the fact that he's homeless. And
Oh, I'm
Su
empathetic. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Estoy pidiendo a su señoría libertad bajo palabra y que lo pongan en el calendario para personas sin hogar y ese es con fecha fija.
I mean, I have a defendant just before him who doesn't have priors like this, who's stealing things to wash with, allegedly, and I release him. This defendant is an entirely different scenario, given that many of his offenses are violent in the past, including burglary.
Este es el caso. Lo que sucede es que tuve un acusado anterior a este que no tenía antecedentes y el cargo por el cual se le estaba acusando era de robarse algo para poder presuntamente lavar sus cosas. En este caso, la situación es totalmente distinta. Aquí el acusado ha tenido antecedentes violentos, incluyendo allanamiento con fines delictivos.
Well, Judge, in the alternative, I'll just request that the bond remain the same. An elevated bond, again, will be tantamount to no bond.
I'll leave the bond where it is.
Su señoría estaría pidiendo entonces que la fianza que como está, una fianza elevada sería equivalente a no dar fianza. La jueza ha dicho que deja la fianza en lo que está.
What's that amount, Your Honor?
150 with a stay away order from Publix.
150 con orden de alejamiento del Publix.
Okay?
Señora jueza,
Your Honor,
muy bueno
Yes,
con la
sir.
señora jueza. Señora jueza,
Your Honor, diga,
Yes.
señor.
Is Mr. Hawkins next?
Judge, there,
Your Honor, Mr.
Getting him.
Hawkins refused court. He's also on probation on B-24-4985.
we'll just request that he be reset till tomorrow, Judge.
I can't
Your
hear
Honor,
you.
Sorry, we'll just request that he be reset till tomorrow.
and Your Honor, just make an announcement. My appearance on the case, this is Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach regarding Mr. Hawkins.
Tomorrow, but what a waste of everybody's time. Okay?
Your Honor, she wanted to waive the present?
No, we'll see him tomorrow.
Okay, you heard when I said about the probation warrant he also has?
Yeah, he's gonna, whatever, how much is the probation warrant?
It's 1,000.
All right.
He's already held on it.
That and is 1,000. I'm gonna leave that in place. But the other, he can come in tomorrow and deal with. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Are you Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Mr. Gibbs.
Morning.
All right, where is he have a warrant from?
I didn't believe I had a warrant.
Where does Mr. Gibbs have a warrant from?
You got 2 warrants, Your Honor.
Where's
No,
the
excuse me.
where's the out-of-state warrant for? I'm gonna waive reading of the charges, so please don't announce them. Where's the warrant from?
Looking, Your Honor. That warrant is from
Is it from Wisconsin? Okay, all right. So on this one,
state's gonna be asked for bond, $1,500.
this is a misdemeanor?
Is
Wait, it looks like is this a county ordinance or a city ordinance? Is it county ordinance?
actually it's city. This I mean,
Is this a city of Miami Beach ordinance or is this a county ordinance?
It's not a city of Miami Beach ordinance, Your
County
Honor.
ordinance?
county then. That's what I
$1,500 warrant, $1,500 bond, and hold on the warrant. I mean, hold on the out-of-state, on the fugitive warrant. All right, there's a $1,500 bond here, and I don't know when or if Wisconsin will come pick you up, Mr. Gibbs, okay?
Judge, you'll have to address it in front of Judge Glazer, I believe.
In front of Judge Hume?
Glazer.
Okay.
Fugitive warrants.
Right, I guess he'll go to court on Monday or Tuesday. Okay. Yes, Mr. Gibbs, what question do you have, sir?
I thought I had my paperwork when I registered.
No.
The city, the city of Miami Beach Police do not believe that the paperwork was sufficient, and the state of Wisconsin has a warrant for you. So right now you're staying in because even if I were to release you, I couldn't release you because of the state of Wisconsin. Right now they want you back, but we'll know better on Monday or Tuesday whether they want you back. Okay? Thank you. All right, is the next person Mr. Munoz?
Yes, Judge Munoz is coming.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Munoz.
And they do have a PC argument.
All right, what's the PC argument on Mr. Munoz? Does Mr. Munoz speak English?
Espanol?
Yes.
English?
Yes.
Okay, I speak English, Judge. So
All
for
right.
count one, petty theft, there's no dollar amount written in the form.
Doesn't
Count two, drug paraphernalia charge. It just says here, search incidents arrest revealed the defendant had a Brillo pad and suspected crack cocaine pipe. It doesn't allege anything, the contents of it or that anything specifically was found on.
The Brillo pad. That is the nexus. Petty theft doesn't have to have a value. It can be 1 cent. I do find probable cause on both
Well,
counts.
Judge, it charges an M1, so the most at this time would be M2.
Found for the M2. Thank you for reminding me. What are those priors? Plenty.
That'll be asking for
500, 500. $1,000 bond total, sir. Okay? 500, 500. And you need to stay away from Publix on the new one downtown, okay?
so.
Yana, Mr. Godetta is a bond out.
Thank you. Is Mr. Downs the next one?
Yes, Judge.
Morning, Mr. Downs.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Where's the allegedly trespassing from? What's that? What's 223 Flagler? It's a downtown building.
Who's some good one, Your Honor?
Does he live at, is that a Camilla's house address?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in a house program with Camila's house.
Okay.
But it's 75 Flagler and 22nd Avenue.
Okay. I'm going to release you, sir. You need to appear on July 30th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 6-7. Okay, at the Gerstein building.
9 o'clock.
I don't even know what that is.
It's an office building.
You need to also stay away from that office building, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. July 30th at 9 a.m. I think your very kind lawyer is going to write it down for you. Courtroom 6-7, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That has to do with this.
Is this Mr. Futrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Futrell, yes.
Good morning, Mr. Futrell.
Good morning.
Is this Publix or what is this? What is 168? 16850 Collins. I don't know what store this is. So we can look it up.
Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. All right, you need to stay away from the Dollar Tree in Collins, in Sunny Isles.
Stay away from the Dollar Tree in Collins.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. It's hard to hear.
No, I'm just repeating what you said for him, Judge.
Got it. Just stay away from Dollar Tree. And you live at 1907 Northwest 38th?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a good mailing address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any objection to an ROR?
Objection.
ROR.
What's that?
All right, Mr. Futrell, you'll get notice in the mail. Danielle Ward. Morning, Mr. Ward.
One.
Uh,
Judge.
His priors appear to be old.
Last one was 2022.
Wait, where is that? I didn't even see that.
Back resisting and ordering.
They got CTS.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Ward, you need to stay away from,
Walgreens.
yeah, you need to put the Walgreens on 125th, not just Northeast 125th. He's allowed to go to the city of North Miami.
Yes.
So all good. You need to stay away from the Walgreens in North Miami, sir. I'm gonna release you. Okay,
State would be objecting to ROR here. State would be asking for a $500 bond. Does have, while they are dated.
State come up with something. If he had been in prison on one of these or something,
Sure.
I'd take a look. I have a guy who has not been arrested.
He did 18 months on the battery domestic strangle as well as a strong arm robbery.
10 years ago.
Plus, it was dated, granted. I mean, we've seen in the past 5 years resisting and loitering.
This is one I'd be pulling an FCIC, NCIC on to determine what he's been doing for 13 years. If I had it.
Understood.
Stay order from Walgreens, okay?
Yeah.
Don't get in trouble anymore. All right?
I've been good so far. I think I got my.
Okay.
That was the RR, correct?
Just 1 second. Let me just confirm with Mr. Ward and then corrections. It is on RR. Is that 1701 Northwest Second Court? Is that a good address for you, sir?
Is that a good address?
Hmm?
1701.
No.
What's your address?
12320 Northeast 4.
We can't hear you.
12320 Northeast 4.
Sir, come on. Do better.
Okay, Judge. 12320 Northeast 4th Court. Apartment 6.
And is that North Miami?
Is that North Miami? Yes, ma'am.
Zip?
What?
33161.
33161.
33161?
Yes.
12320 Northeast 4th Court, Apartment 6, North Miami 33161. Okay, don't make me regret my decision, Mr. Ward. Okay? Thank you. Darquaz Lewis?
He's a bond out, Judge.
Thank you. Did we have another case earlier?
That was the one that.
And we are gonna pass Mr.
Perez Ramos for passing.
Who is this? What is this gentleman's name?
Armand Latham.
Armand, okay. Armand Latham?
That's number 41.
1 second. What happened with Perez Ramos? Are we passing?
Yes, we're passing, Your Honor.
Thank you. O'Brien is a bond out? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Latham.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And bench warrants. Apparently you can't show up in court.
No, I was evicted from the address that the
Good, then you need to show up, then you need to give your new address.
Yes,
Your
I-
obligation. So.
Madam, Mr. Latham is also held on an AC no bond F 249552.
So he's a terrible flight risk. Got it. On AF8GR2E, $2,000 bond.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. What's the case number again? We only have one case for Mr. Latham.
I have 3 here, 3 traffics.
So I think they're in front.
One.
No, suspended DL.
Is it an unknown?
AF8GR2E. No, it's sub 2.
Oh, that might be.
That's not Mr. Latham?
Have that case number one more time.
Wait, I don't have Mr. Latham's here. I'm sorry, I don't even have Mr. Latham's. I apologize. I do not have Mr. Latham's A form. 1 second, I'm so sorry.
That was for Mr. Anderson, Your Honor, in the case you were calling out.
See it now. I do not have an A form for Mr. Latham. Okay.
Finally have.
All right. What has he been charged with?
I have no valid driver's license.
It's just an NVDL and he's got the open AC.
Yes, Your Honor, I have $1,000 bond on the no valid driver's license, the bench warrant.
All right, Mr. Latham, 1,000. Oh, yeah. $2,000 bond on the NVDL and a no bond hold, and you'll go before your judge on your AC. I don't have the A form here, but there we go. All right. Good luck to you, sir. You'll go to court sometime this week.
But you have a hold.
Don't be sorry.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. Can we confirm the misdemeanor portion of the jail arraignment calendar is concluded?
No, we have traffic. Oh, no, apparently we have one more, but it's a Hialeah case.
If you don't mind, if I could be excused, Your Honor? Thank you.
Thank you. Is the next one Mr. Manso?
No, Judge, it's Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, got it. Hi, Mr. Anderson.
How you doing, Judge?
For the bad risk. So AF8GR2E, $2,000 bond. AF2GJWE, $2,000 bond because you missed court before George Cuervo. And AEJ1ARE, $2,000 bond because of Judge Cuervo. Okay? Keep missing court. Been gone for 4 years. Yeah, I think $6,000 is generous. Okay? He'll go to court at some point this week. Yes, this is on Mr. Latham.
Yes.
This has got associated felony here about later.
All right. Who is the next gentleman?
David Manso.
Is this Mr. Manso, who's got a new felony coming in?
Hear about it later.
Yes, Your Honor, he has related felonies. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar.
Are we gonna call him now or should we pass it for later on the traffic?
Your Honor, you have to address the 4 traffic cases.
Traffics. All right, Mr. Manso, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
The first one that I have for you is AKGLUDE. When you were stopped 2 days ago for driving on a suspended license, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000.
That was on 9E?
DE, AKGLUDE.
I have a bond of 150.
That's a standard bond.
Oh, so you're raising it to 1,000?
Given the priors, given the number of cases, given the new felonies, given he's not a standard defendant. On AKGLUFE, failure to notice change of address, I'm going to give a $10 bond. On that one, AKGLUEE, tag not assigned. Maybe the state will actually show me one of these that can actually be proven one day. $50.
Runner will be asking for 2,000 on the bench.
Where's the bench warrant?
Bench warrant is case.
Oh, I have it here. Okay. And then on AL9,
Your Honor, if I may,
yeah,
state will ask for an elevated here of 3,000, considering the fact he was driving.
yeah, he keeps driving. Actually, if I had known that, I probably would have said a hired one.
My apologies, Your Honor.
That's all right. All right, Mr. Manso, on the last one, which was your bench warrant, AL9A8A9E. I'll double it, $2,000. All right, had I known. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, sir. Got about $2,500 in warrants and then or bonds, and then I'll see you a little later.
Your Honor, so the DE is 1,000, the EE is $50, and the FE is $10.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are you Mr. Josie, the next gentleman, Mr. Josie? Morning, Mr. Josie.
Your Honor, he also has a related felony. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar.
Okay, so these are all related to the new felony?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me just review this real quick. And then he has an interstate warrant from where?
Moment.
Can the correction see where the warrant's from?
It doesn't state, it just hold for interstate. And
Yeah.
then what's the warrant number? It doesn't state which city or county it's from.
It says he may be on probation.
Yes, it states that also probation supervisor.
It looks like he was released. Yeah, he's on probation since 8/16/21.
I'm not gonna be able to get that one for your honor because it doesn't have a case number for me. Unless
Yeah, but you can run it in the Department of Corrections website. All right, so on the new charges, ALHW91E.
Judge, if I have a argument, specifically, I would just request for the reckless driving, the no valid driver's license to ROR, and then you can address the felony at a later date based off of his I'm looking at priors. I do not see any priors unless I'm missing something, that prior convictions. So I would be requesting ROR. Pardon?
The Department of Corrections.
Oh, well, priors, the ones that I have right now, I just see the hold. So I'll be requesting ROR dollar bond, address the felony when the felony if he gets here.
it would be objecting to anything lower than a bond of $1,000 on these cases.
Give me a second to see what he has here. Oh, fun. Out on felony probation for fleeing and eluding, resisting an sale of marijuana. That one may be old. Reckless driving, reckless driving. So the request for an ROR, nice. I understand the argument. Denied. On felony probation on a fleeing and eluding, which he's now shockingly being arrested in Miami on the same thing, and that's out of, I'm not sure I can tell. Because it says interstate, but I'm not sure
Your Honor, I'm trying to.
from where.
Yeah.
And from he was convicted in 2022 for an offense date in 2019. Give me a second to look here. He had a female sitting in the car with him who said she had breathing problems.
Yeah, so she had breathing problem. They call it Analyst.
Right. So he's trying to go to the hospital. So when he refuses to pull over because a police officer, of course, can't help with that.
Then she had to go back to the hospital again. That was the only reason I was trying.
Stop. They made contact with the defendant. NVDL, $1,500 on the 91E, on 90E, on the reckless driving, $1,000. There we go. Okay, and then I'll see him a little later.
Felony, we'll see him again.
Okay. What about Yaziel Cobo Serrano? Find out. Thank you.
He's a bond out, Your Honor.
Which one? Mr. Cobo Serrano?
No, there was Areno Pacheco, which was one that you did not have.
Mr. Ariana Pacheco is a bond.
500 on your misdemeanor traffic.
Yes, Mr. Areno Pacheco is a bond out, Your Honor.
500. You have to address the felony later on.
Hold on 1 second. Just trying to make sure that I got everybody. Who's the next one? Who is this gentleman?
This is Mr. Cobos Serrano.
Your Honor, he also has a related felony. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar.
All right, and that's on the new, right,
Drug
so-
charge.
okay, so I'm gonna set a bond at $500 on this one. And then I'll see you back a little later, Mr. Clobo Serrano.
Judge, sorry, he needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter. Can you?
Good morning, Mr. Cobo Serrano. You've been charged with one kind of no valid driver's license. You have some drug charges that I will see you this afternoon on. In just probably an hour.
Buenos días, señor Cobo Serrano. Usted tiene cargos por manejar sin licencia de conducir válida y después va a tener otros cargos relacionados con narcóticos y eso es para el calendario de la tarde.
So I've set $500 on the no valid driver's license charge.
Por el cargo de no tener licencia de conducir válida se le fijó fianza de $500.
You have a good day, sir.
Que tenga buen día.
Is the next one Mr. Sanchez?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the amount on the no valid?
Good morning, Mr. Sanchez. Or good afternoon?
Good afternoon, Miss.
Good afternoon. All right, you have a bench warrant before Judge Nunez.
Gonna see him again later.
And then you have a new felony on Judge Nunez missed court on June 13th of 2025. I'm going to set a warrant or set a bond on this one at $2,000.
I gotta move. I live somewhere else. That's why, Miss.
Okay? All right, I'll see you in a little bit, sir. Everybody's coming in on felonies today. We're getting, the felonies don't look that big, right? Seriously? Yeah. It's huge. They didn't tell us that it was, all right, we're going. I'm going as fast as I can.
It's okay.
All right, Mr. Sagastum, everybody's coming back on felonies. All right, Mr. Sagastum, good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Judge, this is Jose Lopez Menez.
What happens in Sagastum and that?
Oh, that's him.
Oh, take them out of order, but we're gonna be ready in 5 minutes.
We do have Mr. Sagastum now present, Judge.
Hi, Mr. Sagastum, I'm gonna see you in a little bit. But on your NVDL, because you've got a whole host of felonies, on your NVDL, I'm gonna set your bond at $150, all right?
All right,
We could do all at the same time.
thank you.
Okay, come on.
No question.
All right, sir, I'll see you in a bit. Mr. Danielle?
We have him as a bond out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Lopez Jimenez?
And we need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sir. You have been charged with one count of driving on a suspended license.
A usted se le acusa, tiene un cargo de manejar con la licencia suspendida.
Así es.
He
That's
also
correct.
has a hold for immigration.
You have an immigration hold. I'm going to set your bond at $150.
También tiene una retención de inmigración. Le voy a fijar la fianza en $150.
They will know that had a DUI conviction back in 2024.
Okay.
La fiscalía anuncia que él tuvo una condena por manejar bajo los efectos en el 2024
And thus we'd be asking for a bond of $500.
y por ese motivo estaríamos solicitando fianza de $500.
Given the immigration hold, I'm going to leave it where it is.
Dado el hecho de que tiene una retención de inmigración, voy a dejarle la fianza en lo que lo había fijado anteriormente.
We're back on the one path.
Okay, Winfrey apparently has a bond out. And Cardenas Montez is a bond out. And let's go back to Perez Ramos, and then let's start the felonies.
Your Honor, Mr. Perez Ramos is a bond out.
Thank you very much. Excellent. All right. Let's start on the felonies.
Judge, one moment for the felony APD to get.
Okay, and then let's try to call Miss Caso Pedraja's case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, it's huge.
No, I listen.
There are like 75 cases on the felonies. We're gonna go. So much for getting out of here quickly.
Well, at least it's raining outside, I'll tell you that much.
Great.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be passing them up to you. We just are.
Mr. Donay is asking me to please let him in.
What?
Mr. Donay is asking me if you could please let him in.
Hey, Mr. Donay.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
Good. Are you guys all still law partners?
We worked together a few cases, so we kind of enjoy it, but he is still with Trance and Larry. Yeah.
Good to see you both. Mr. Donay, are you just bothering Miss Paso or are you here on something else?
I'm on something else, but something that we collaborated on Friday night. But it's a different case.
Read it on. Got it. Mr. Donay, would you give us your client's case so maybe we can push
Yes,
it?
Your Honor. I put it on the chat. The defendant's name is Alexander Vega, F25-14037.
Okay, let's see if we can't try to pull Vega as well, okay?
Yes,
All right,
Judge.
good afternoon, everyone. And I give you my stamp and then just tell me what I write on.
Excuse me, Judge.
943.
Yes, corrections.
Do you also want Mr. Gonzalez Allen out of turn?
Yes, if you can,
Okay,
so
thank
that's
you.
out of turn, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, corrections.
Yeah, we need to, we stamp it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this is huge. How did this happen? Because they told me this morning it's not that bad. We'll go fast. We'll move it along. Don't know. We're gonna need pre-trial corrections. If you could call the person for pre-trial. Maybe in like 5-10 minutes. I just want to get started and go, okay? Because if you guys like maybe take a minute and walk, I just want to, it's a huge count. Nobody told me it was this big. So we're gonna fly, but yeah. Okay.
Your,
All right.
Your Honor, you're an hour ahead of Judge Mato yesterday.
Yeah.
For
This is a
felonies.
massive ballot. I mean, it's 74 cases. It's ridiculous. So.
I thought this case was on yesterday and it was reset for today.
Reset.
Judge.
Yeah. So maybe some people aren't happy about coming to court. Corrections, how can I help you?
Is the clerks there yet?
Clerks are here. We're ready to go. We're just getting the
Can they call corrections, please?
Can you please call corrections?
Thank you.
Pre-trial is here. Perfect. Okay. So you'll call. And then let's also have everyone sworn. Is corrections ready to swear everyone? Or have they already been sworn?
Oh, it will stand.
Corrections, if you could have everyone stand to be sworn, please.
Pónganse todos de pie para prestar juramento.
Raise your right hand.
Levanten la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give?
Dos cosas. Primero, el juez leerá la
You ready?
declaración o planilla de arresto y decidirá si.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juran decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Mientras su caso está pendiente y con qué condición. Si lo puede pagar un abogado, por favor.
All right. Do we have the two that we're going to be calling early?
25-29, hold on.
Good morning. Would counsel announce their appearances for the record, please?
25 and 29.
Assistant Public Defender Taylor Arthur, Your Honor, good afternoon. Is it presumed the Public Defender's Office is appointed unless otherwise stated?
Yes. What was your last name again? I could only hear your first name. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Arthur, like the king.
Thank you. King or the case. Good. Okay. All right.
He's just taking out the one that they actually.
We did two that we're going to be taking out.
Well, we have two for the attorneys and the corrections has a group that they would like.
No problem. So just let us know what we need to take out and then I'll take out corrections group as well because I understand. Okay, very good. Alexander Vega. Morning, Mr. Vega, or good afternoon. Can Mr. Vega come up, please?
He's en route, Judge. Can we pass him right quick?
1 sec. Sure, of course. I'll pass
Your
it.
Honor,
Good night.
corrections
thank
has
you.
brought number 66, Santos Marina Cordova. He's on page 22. That's who corrections brought first.
Okay, we'll do it in 1 second. Okay, can we do Cordova, page 22?
We doing Mr. Gonzalez. You're out of turns first, Judge.
Right, where's this?
29.
Who is this gentleman?
The gentleman next to me, Your Honor, is Santos Marina Cordova.
Santos Marina Cordova. Number 66, page 22.
Please call.
All right, thank you. Mr. Santo Moreno.
He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Moreno, you have added charges of aggravated battery.
Your Honor, can I get a case number?
F25 14066.
Thank you.
I'll need a order.
Señores, ¿usted tiene cargos agregados de agresión física con agravantes?
All right. Yes, this is on Mr. Moreno. I'm going to add a bond of $7,500.
State is also making a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida Statute 907.0415D.
Your Honor, given that these are added charges, I think that that motion was already previously filed on the case because it's added to the charge of attempted murder.
Bien, entonces se le está fijando fianza de $7,500. La fiscalía está pidiendo que dados los hechos quieren presentar una moción por detención previa al juicio bajo el estatuto 907.0415D. La abogada ha dicho que eso ya fue presentado dado que este es un caso agregado a un caso de asesinato.
Why would this be pretrial detention on an additional charge?
So,
¿Por qué sería detención previa al juicio por un cargo adicional?
Does he have a bond before Judge Young on the other charges?
Por los otros cargos tiene fianza frente al juez Young.
And I don't have his priors?
This
No
was added,
tengo
Judge.
los
It's an added
antecedentes.
charge.
It's an added charge. So why is the state seeking pretrial?
understood. We'll
All right, I'm not going to be able to see it. Does he have priors?
Prior, yes, there's going to be extensive here.
Tiene bastantes antecedentes. Aquí los tenemos.
Locals just by themselves include.
I've got him here.
Yeah,
I've got him here.
that's just the local stuff. And then
2019, 2016, 2021.
Tiene antecedentes del año 19, 16 y 21.
I'm going to leave it at $10,000. Stay away order. I don't have it. Please get it for me, state. Okay?
pues,
Entonces le dejo la fianza en $10,000 y tiene una orden de alejamiento.
In addition to what he had before on the other charges.
Y eso es adicional a lo que tenía por los otros cargos.
Okay. Ellen Gonzalez.
What page is this on, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ellen Gonzalez. I think it's
On page.
Judge, I think he's,
Ellen Gonzalez is on page.
On the top left. It's on your top left, Judge.
I
He's
have
on
it.
page 9, Your Honor.
Fine. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Caso. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
good morning, Your Honor, Jessica Caso Pedraja on his behalf. Judge,
All
he's in
right.
front of you, I believe, on a grand theft, a case that was filed while he was in custody and predates his other case.
Okay, so state, what does he have?
got a F25 13806 Grand Theft.
Wasn't that one no action or was that one still pending?
That's the one that's still open. Grand Theft, at least is what I'm
He's
seeing.
already in custody on that case, Judge.
He's already in custody on that one, and then he's got this one.
Correct, Your Honor, and these are added.
F25 13955. My understanding is, Your Honor, that if you look at the date of the eighth one compared to the other one, this is predating.
Yeah, it's three.
It is. It sounds like these are added. Like,
Did he confess allegedly and then they have 64 cases? Or was it fingerprints or?
Owen, stained parking garage. Defendant and Laura matched the two offenders in surveillance footage. So it sounds like
They've had a PC message for him for years.
Yep.
Okay.
Judge, I would ask for the standard bond on that.
Is it?
bond on that, Judge, would typically be
5?
It's an F2. It would be 5. I'd be.
Why is it an F2? Grand Theft Auto.
grand theft vehicle. They've charged it as an F2.
Ms. Paso, is it an F2 or an F3? When we were growing up, it was an F3.
It was an F3 when we were growing
Now
up many months ago.
Oh, the legislature made it an F2?
They would be asking for an elevated bond going towards $7,500 ST.
3-year-old case.
It is old, granted. However, defendant has armed burglary in 2016.
Was that a conviction?
Yes. Did
But
360.
he does have priors. I'm fine with the standard bond that the state's asking for. The only question that I would also, the only other argument that I have is that he does have 2 minor children and he takes care of his mom. They gave him on his other case, they gave him house arrest level 1. I was wondering if we can get level 2 or 3 so he could still go to work and pay instead of doing anything else.
I gave it to clerk. I gave it to the clerk.
On the 13806, he has level 1 house arrest. I was asking if I'd rather take an increased bond on the 13955 and change the level 1 to a level 3 if possible.
You're asking for, the state is asking for, the defense is asking for house arrest. Level 1.
No, he has level 1 on the 13806. I'm asking if we could change that to a level 2 or 3 so he can go to work. Because the level 1 just locks him in.
It's not going to happen in first appearance. I'm hearing pretrial.
Okay.
So I'm just going to set it at 7,500.
They would be objecting to level 2. Consider.
All right, I'm going to do level 1. Ms. Paso, put it on with the other one, and then you can explain to whomever the judge is.
Judge, actually, I'd rather not have any house arrest on the F2513955. Can I just get it straight? I'd rather have a raised bond than have a house arrest. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
I only have, yes.
I didn't get the bond amount.
All right.
So the bond amount on the 13955 corrections, is that 7,500, Judge?
7,500 each.
7,500 each? I appreciate that.
That's straight bond, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, corrections. Thank you, State.
Thank
Judge,
you.
have a great weekend. It's great seeing you as always.
Alexander Vega, good morning, Mr. Dene.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good.
That one's on which page, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Mr. Vega's on page 8.
Pulling it down, Your Honor.
All right. So apparently he has a cocaine trafficking. Where's Mr. Vega?
Your Honor, Corrections hasn't brought him yet. They're trying to bring him over.
Got it. All right. So can
He
we
will
start
also-
with the defendant?
I can hold, Your Honor. He's also going to need the Spanish interpreter.
Got it. We'll wait.
I'll be on standby. Thank you.
Page 21. I'm just going in the stack that I have.
63, it should be Mr. Boykins, Judge.
We want to do Mr. Boykins or Ms. Velasquez or Chris Velasquez?
Boykins.
Boykins. We'll do Boykins. Boykins was a reset from yesterday.
Case number?
F25 13855, page 21.
He is on his way, Your Honor.
Okay.
And just for the record, I am going to stand mute as to PC.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
That one's gonna need it.
Mr. Boykins is now present, Your Honor.
Mr. Boykins, how old are you? 17?
Yes, ma'am.
In charge with second-degree murder and armed robbery.
State's filing a motion for trial detention.
Motion for pretrial detention is granted. Count 1, count 2, no bond.
I only have one count.
What about the armed robbery?
Not on.
Should be there.
It's right here. Murder 2.
Need
And
one count, Judge.
it needs to be here.
That is.
Judge, you have one count?
I have 1 count of murder 2, 1 count of armed robbery. Mr. Boykins has an F2 and an armed robbery for the marijuana deal.
Give me 1 second, looking through this because on the calendar itself, it's only showing
Judge, we only have one count on the calendar.
only 1 count. Second degree murder.
All right. Oh, they didn't charge the armed robbery. All right, motion for pretrial detention is granted. Count one, no bond. Thank you. Who's the next one?
Mrs. Spivey.
Is that for Mr. Vega?
When Vega arrives, Joe, we'll put him in. He's not here yet.
Perfect. What is your name, sir?
Spivey Patravius.
What is it, sir?
Spivey Patravius.
Last name Spivey, Your Honor.
I got Mr. Petravius Spivey, page 21 as well. This was a reset from yesterday. He's been charged with armed robbery with a firearm, sir.
Your Honor, can I have a case number?
He has two cases, one F-25 13854 and F-25 13849, two counts.
Morning.
Armed carjacking. He's 17.
Your Honor, pursuant to the statute, that'll be moving to pretrial
Good
detention.
morning.
Hi, Miss Spivey, is that you?
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing better than you are. You know how much time your son is looking at, right?
Ma'am, he wasn't even, they came and picked him up. They wrote everything wrong on the paperwork.
Okay, well, I'm going to appoint the public defender. The carjacking allegedly occurred on June 12th. The armed robbery allegedly occurred on June 12th as well. One at 8:30 and one at 4:45 in the afternoon. The motion for pretrial detention is granted.
More copy. Your Honor, what was the other case number, if I may?
138
I had 13854.
and 13849.
849. Thank you very much.
Appointed the public defender.
Can he get house arrest, please?
Ma'am, absolutely not. Not with these charges.
So what is his bond going to be?
0. In other words, none. There is no bond at this point that I think can guarantee the safety of the community.
Motion's coming in both cases, Your Honor.
Motion's granted.
Yeah, Mr. Vega, Judge. He's coming in now.
All right, Mr. Vega, good morning, sir. Page 8.
Your Honor, he needs a Spanish interpreter as a friend of the court.
Ms. Coriel, good morning again. All right, Mr. Vega, your attorney is present. You've been charged with one count of cocaine trafficking.
Buenos días, señor Vega. Su abogado está aquí presente. Usted se le acusa de un cargo de tráfico de cocaína
You've also been charged with other drug-related offenses.
y también otros cargos relacionados con narcóticos.
What is the state's position on bond?
¿Cuál es la posición de la fiscalía con respecto a la fianza?
What's the standard on this?
¿Cuál es la fianza estándar?
Standard, it's an F1 would be 10,000.
On cocaine trafficking?
Como es delito mayor del primer grado sería 10,000. La juez pregunta que si por ese cargo.
I don't. So state if this time would be asking for.
State, I can barely hear you.
State will be asking for $75,000 each.
La fiscalía estaría solicitando fianza de $75,000.
Defense, what's your position, Mr. Donay?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the cocaine trafficking, I would recommend a bond. I'm not going to argue. I don't have a copy of the arrest affidavit, so I'm not going to make a probable cause affidavit. I know that this is an arrest that came as a result of an arrest warrant that Judge Wolfson signed. I would ask for $25,000 on count 1 to cocaine trafficking. It's only a 3-year min-man. We're only talking about 89 grams of cocaine. So it's a 3-year min-man case. It's not a 15-year min-man case.
Okay,
Wait, let her translate.
Sorry.
El abogado de la defensa dice que en cuanto al cargo de tráfico de cocaína, no tengo aquí el affidavit de arresto, entonces no voy a hacer alegatos con respecto a motivo fundado, pero a esto resultó de una orden de arresto que había emitido la juez Wolfson. Estaría solicitando fianza de $25,000 por este cargo. Conlleva solamente un mínimo obligatorio de 3 años. Son solo 89 gramos de cocaína.
As to count 2, Your Honor, the cocaine possession with intent to distribute, I believe that's a lesser included offense of the trafficking, and he wouldn't be convicted of that. So I would ask for an ROR on that count.
Por el cargo número 2, que es tenencia con la intención de destruir, ese sería un delito menor incluido en el otro cargo de tráfico, o sea que ahí solicito que sea libertad bajo palabra.
As to count 3, which is the possession of a place for trafficking, I'm not sure what the standard bond is, but I think a $10,000 bond on that count would be reasonable.
Por el cargo número 3, que es tenencia de un lugar para traficar, ese creo que, no sé, no estoy seguro cuánto es la fianza estándar, pero estaría bien si fueran $10,000.
And then as to count 4, there's a $2,500 bond. Although he has prescription for the Xanax, I would agree with the $2,500 bond. And I'm unclear as to count 5, what the bond is. It looks like $150 in the printout I have, but I'm not sure.
Y en cuanto al cargo número 4, $2,500 creo que es la fianza estándar, aunque él tiene receta médica para el Xanax, pero los $2,500 estarían bien. Y por el cargo número 5 creo que es fianza de $150.
All right, so Mr. Donay, I appreciate your argument. Kind of the problem, I understand where you're going. I'm not going to set it at 75. I'm going to set it at 35. The shotgun and the shotgun and the shed bothers me, as well as the $10,000 in currency.
Entonces, abogado Donet, entiendo hacia qué van sus alegatos, pero no voy a fijar la fianza en 75,000, la voy a dejar en 35,000. Me preocupa la escopeta dentro de la caseta y también $10,000 de dinero.
Does he need to show proof of funds, or what is the current state of the case law on that?
No, ¿cuáles son los estatutos con respecto a si tiene que comprobar de dónde la proveniencia del dinero?
Judge Jessica Caso here, along with Mr. Donay. He does not need to show proof of the funds. That's at discretion of the court. Normally in bond hearing, Judge Glazer does not usually give nevias.
Especially on a case. Sorry, go ahead.
Normalmente la juez Glazer no requiere que tengan una nevia, o sea, que tengan que dar pruebas de dónde provienen los fondos.
I was going to say, just especially on a bond that's not that high. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right. So
Mr. Vega has been here since 1998. He's a lawful permanent resident, has 3 U.S. born American children, 2 adult women, 1 that's a 9-year-old son. He owns 2 properties outright in Dade County, 1 that he bought in 2007.
I'm not going to do it. 35,000 count 1 corrections, ROR count 2, 10,000 count 3, 2,500 count 4, $150 count 5.
I'm sorry, Judge. 3,500. I mean, 35,000 count 1.
Count 1. Count 2 ROR.
Okay.
Count 3 10,000. Count 4 2,500. Count 5 $150.
Is that what a nebia, Judge?
No.
Sí, no tiene que, su abogado alegó contra tener que dar la procedencia de los fondos, la jueza estuvo de acuerdo, la fianza le queda en $35,000 por el cargo número 1, cargo número 2, libertad bajo palabra, cargo número 3, $10,000, cargo número 4, $2,500 y $150 por el cargo número 5.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to be clear, there is no nebia requirement, correct? Your Honor, could corrections please write on the jail card that for Roy, bail bonds will be posting that bond?
Entonces se está apuntando el fiancista que quede registrado en la ficha y también su abogado quiso que quedara claro que es sin el requisito nevia.
Good. All right. Thank you. Who's next? Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a beautiful rest of your weekend.
You as well. Thank you. Who's the next one?
Mr. Martin, 65, Judge.
Mr. Martin, added charges. Good morning, Mr. Martin. How you doing?
This is not Mr. Martin, Your Honor.
Court, Judge, reset for tomorrow.
Mr. Martin is a reset?
Yes, Judge, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, Mr.
I've already got it.
Who's next?
First one up, I had
Mr. Pendergrass, it's JMH, reset for tomorrow, Judge.
Dylan Ward D?
Judge.
That is a ward D, Your Honor. I couldn't hear.
That's what I was told.
Okay.
Send it to, sorry.
Prendris,
Vix.
Prendris, F25-13972. He's for tomorrow. Who's next?
Mr. Morris refused court, reset tomorrow.
Is Mr. Morris, also known as Mr. Grant? Thank you,
Your
Mr. Morris, who's also known as Mr. Grant, F25-13980. He refused yesterday and he's refusing again today. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Judge.
Your
What's
Honor, I can
this?
go
What-
ahead and waive his presence.
Why are we wasting everybody's time with someone who doesn't want to come?
Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive his presence. Stand mute as to PC.
All right, we're gonna waive. I find probable cause.
Your case number, Your Honor.
F25-13980. The defendant's been charged with robbery, home invasion. Defendant refuses to come to court. Gonna set no bond.
Yep, state's filing motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0541.
And of course, the public defenders are appointed. Yeah, you don't need to waste your time bringing him back. Motion for retrial is granted. Who's next?
Mr. Collins Jones refused court, reset tomorrow.
Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive his presence. Stand mute as to PC and request standard bond. Judge Glazer typically does 2,500.
It's 2,500 on this?
Judge.
On Collins Jones, F25-14077. Sure, 2,500.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah,
F25, what was the rest of that?
14077. Point the PDs. It's a battery by detainee.
Okay, 1 second.
You set the bond 2,500?
Yes.
Um,
He's already in custody on other stuff.
okay, all right.
I've tried one of these as a lawyer and they're interesting. Okay.
2,500, fine, Judge.
Benitez Velez refused court.
Who did?
Your Honor,
Benitez?
Benitez Velez.
Your Honor, I can go ahead and waive his presence. Stand mute as to PC and request standard bond 2,500.
Is he co-defendants with the other guy or is this?
I think the next few bat by detainees are all completely different.
Got it.
Case number
It is. Thank you so much.
10022.
14022.
Thank you.
$2,500 bond, appoint the public defender.
Your Honor, give me 1 second.
Added charges.
Yep, that's
These are all backed by detainees.
fine.
The next one is that Timothy Thomas.
Yes, Judge. Refused court.
He
I'll
refused.
go ahead and
This is an ag backed by detainee. Added charges. Let me,
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and waive his presence. Stand mute as to PC.
he produced a shank and cut him in the right eyebrow. I'm gonna add, what is he in jail on? F25-14087.
Thomas, Your Honor.
Yes. Second degree murder, $25,000.
Thank you.
Point the PDs. Who's next? Is that Mr. Flanders?
Flanders refused court.
I'll
What?
go ahead and waive his presence. Your Honor, stand mute as to PC and request standard bond of 2,500.
Your Honor.
He's gone to jail on a murder, $5,000. Appoint the
Yes.
public defender.
Would be asking for elevated to 10.
He's already in custody on a murder one.
Understood.
Got it. The judge can factor it in if the judge chooses to release him.
The right refused court.
Mr. Wright refused court. This is a petty theft, 2,000. Did it
Go
read
ahead.
yesterday too?
2 counts. Yes, Judge.
I don't know what his priors are.
Feel extensive.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and waive his presence. Stand mute as to PC and request standard bond of 2,500 on both counts.
Apparently he's in custody on other stuff. The same thing. And the standard is 2,500. We'll make it 4,000. Appoint the public defender. 4,000 each count.
How many counts?
2.
2. Thank you.
Who's next? Is this Miss
Off on the top.
Cave? Miss Cave, got it. Thank you. All right, Miss Cave,
He is present, Your Honor, and I do have PC argument.
you have a PC? What's your PC argument?
There's no age alleged for battery on an elderly person. Or excuse me, I'm thinking of the wrong charge. There's nothing alleged for child abuse in this
I see. Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. I just didn't see it. Yeah, because it occurred in front of the child, because it occurred in front of the 3-year-old. Yeah, I agree with the defense. It may be child neglect.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yeah.
Child abuse means, or B sub 2, an intentional act that could reasonably be expected to result in physical or mental injury.
And how is it, well, and what's neglect?
Moment, Your Honor.
I mean, I'd love to see how a 3-year-old is going to testify to this. I mean, I understand the allegations completely. I get it. Completely get it. And Ms. K likely has a vigorous defense that she intends to.
Neglect, Your Honor, has two definitions: a caregiver's failure or omission to provide a child with care, supervision, services necessary to maintain the child's physical and mental health.
There we go.
Include, Your Honor, this would be different in the state's view. Neglect does not rise to what occurred. This is a caregiver's failure to neglect. Here is more about the care of the child.
The child was fine.
Correct.
The child alleges that the child has been horribly abused.
Correct. Based on the way the statute is written, an intentional act that could reasonably be expected to result in physical or mental injury to a child, that's child abuse. Neglect, as per the statute, has to do more so about caregiving.
I'm not sure I necessarily think that this is abused. I'll find PC for neglect. I'll set a bond at $1,000 and count 1. What is the defense looking for? I see she has no priors.
Your Honor, I'd be asking for pretrial services, alternate standard bond.
State would be objecting. The state would be asking for a bond of $25,000.
Your Honor, given the allegations here, I think
4 counts of, right, no, on the ag bet.
Domestic violence, false imprisonment, and AGBAT.
State, look at the allegations here.
I understand.
She has no priors.
Correct.
if Your Honor is not willing to do pretrial services, I would then request house arrest level 3.
House arrest. House arrest, all counts, okay? Tell me what the levels are.
There's level 1, which is total lockdown, level 2, kind of happy medium, and level 3 is roaming.
I'll do level 2. Okay. No contact with the alleged victim, ma'am.
Yep.
The alternate bond. You already knew. Alternate bond, 7,500 count 1, 2,500 count 2, house arrest alternate bond, 500 count 3, alternate bond count 4, 500. So 70. So it'll be 11,000 total on the alternate bonds. The clerk already knew where I was going with this, and total. Stay away. No firearms in the house. You need to take them to the police if you have any. And total stay away from Mr. Thomas. No talking to him, no texting him, no sending a family member to talk to him. If you question whether you can do it, you may not. Do you understand? Thank you, Ms. Cave. Best of luck to you. Oh my God. Did you read that iPhone? Hmm? Did you read the iPhone?
You got one?
Are you Miss Young? Oh, Miss Young, I remember you from earlier. Yes, Miss Young on the fleeing and eluding. What's the standard bond on this? 2,500? I'm setting 2,500 on this one. I already set 500 on the standard.
Your Honor, what case?
Miss Young, she was the G-Wagon earlier.
Gotcha.
Appoint the PD, but she's not, I don't know if I need to actually appoint the PD, but while she's in the 4 walls of the jail, I believe that people need a lawyer, but she is not going to qualify for the PD. Okay? Yes.
2 counts, Judge.
Right, so it was 2,500 and I already did the 500 on the misdemeanor. Oh, this one's on the 500. That was on the sorry, 2,500, 500 on the resisting. We already did whatever I did on the traffic offense. Thank you for reminding me.
Ask for $4,000 for the record.
We're done. Okay, she's got no priors. All right. Next, is this Ms. Rabau?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, Ms. Rabau. You've been charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor. I would request, given the lack of priors, house arrest, alternate standard bond.
They would be asking for a bond of $7,500. Defendant swung at the victim with a kitchen knife.
I know, and told him I'm gonna hit you. Yeah. What's their relationship?
State doesn't have one described. What was asked?
He's walking in the hallway to get to his apartment. She comes out.
Okay.
Is it a neighbor case? What were you asking for, defense?
House arrest, alternate standard bond.
House arrest alternate?
Yes, Your Honor.
2,500.
House arrest, level 2. Alternate bond, $5,000. Stay away completely from Mr. Valdez. If you see him anywhere, you need to stay away. Okay?
For the record, it overstates objection.
What did you want?
$7,500 straight.
And you have no house arrest and no ability to watch. Listen, I get it, but at some point, some supervision might be better. Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure she can even qualify. Who's the next person? Is that Miss Bonilla?
She's coming, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, Miss Bonilla's got trafficking in methamphetamines.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor.
And she's out on probation?
That's how. 179, not that.
Your Honor, I'm double checking the statute here. One moment.
Did I see her this morning? I saw her this morning on something else.
That's correct.
The traffic related conditions. What is the state asking in terms of?
Bond in this case, I want to double check the statute very quickly. I want to make sure I'm correct about something. Control Simpson.
83 grams of meth, 60 grams of MDMA, liquid MDMA. Okay. The crystal meth, the 83 grams of crystal meth concerns me. These priors concern me.
One moment.
2025, she was convicted of possession of stolen DL. You're seeking pretrial detention?
Possibly, yes, Your Honor. It's
Go ahead and make an argument.
Your Honor, give me one moment. Controlled. Fentanyl. Controlled subset mixture containing substance. State's not asking for that. State would be asking for bond in the amount of $85,000.
Your Honor, I'd just be requesting standard bond.
What is standard bond?
An F1 judge.
On a trafficking.
Yeah.
All right, well, she's out on probation. Count 1, the crystal meth concerns me, $75,000, show proof of funds. Nebia, yes. And on count 2, I'll do 10,000, show proof of funds. All right?
And Your Honor, you said there was a probation hold?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
And she had, yes, she's not on probation on 2 F3s, and she had a traffic offense this morning, I believe. Okay, thank you. Is Miss Johnson next? Thank you. Good morning, Miss Johnson.
She's coming, Your Honor. And for this case, I do have probable cause arguments, as nothing in the 4 corners of the A form establishes the age of the alleged victim.
I agree with you.
One moment.
Is the victim present or somebody here? The victim may have been present yesterday, page 2. Is someone here on this? All right, good morning, Miss Johnson State. She has no prior, I mean, we don't have how old the victim is. I'll find PC for a misdemeanor. I mean, due to the victim's age and instability. Now, this defendant herself is 64. And it appears that due to her age and instability, she's unable to keep her balance, which would indicate then, of course, that she's over 65, but it doesn't say that.
I think due to age would suffice.
No, no, you gotta show 65 or older. No, you gotta show 65 or older.
One moment, Judge.
Okay.
Daughter. Well, Your Honor, unless so within the four corners of the A form, the date of birth is 1960 on this
Correct.
document. So we would have to be finding, Judge, that the mother had this child within her first year. That's what we would have to be finding.
And Your Honor, this could have been an adopted mother. We don't know specifically that this person gave birth to Miss Johnson. Again, it's not established in the four corners of the A form.
The A form
That they missed.
Combined with the date of birth.
Well, yeah, and I mean, theoretically, you could object. I mean, theoretically, you could adopt. People do it all the time. It's weird, I admit, but people do it. At this point, I'm gonna find PC for misdemeanor battery. Let's do a stay away order at this point. The victim can move to modify it if she wishes, or the defense can move to modify it. Miss Johnson, you need to stay away from your daughter for now, okay? If you'd like, I mean, you're from your mother for now. If you would like to put it before the judge, you may.
Judge, you're finding no PC?
I'm finding PC for count 1 for misdemeanor battery.
Gotcha.
It'll
Your Honor, I would ask for pretrial services, alternate standard bond on misdemeanor battery.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $1,500. It'll go before Judge Jean or whoever's taking over for Judge Jean, okay? All right, are we going on to the gentleman?
No, Your Honor.
Do we have Miss Velasquez? Or Liliana Falcone?
Yeah.
Oh, I have Dentris Lawrence. Yes, you're correct. Sorry. Is this the co-defendant? Yeah, okay. This is the co-defendant to Miss Cave. Where's Miss Lawrence?
She's present, Your Honor.
Very good, Miss.
And Your Honor, I have the same arguments in regards to the child abuse that we previously had on the co-defendant's case.
I got it. I'm gonna do house arrest on this one. She's got no priors either.
Stay away orders coming, Judge.
Stay away order from the alleged victim. Do you understand?
This is Judge.
Miss Lawrence?
Yes.
You may not have any contact. If you have any questions, you may not do it. You have to stay away from him. On house arrest, level 2, house arrest level 2, house arrest level 2. What did I do on the others? Was it 7,500? It was 11,000, right?
Yes, but she was the next stage of different, different, the fall and first you do 25, so.
So count 1, house arrest level 2, alternate bond 2,500. Count 1, house arrest level 2, excuse me, alternate bond 7,500. Count 3, level 2, alternate bond 500. I'll find PC for child abuse, although I think it's probably a better child neglect, but I'll find it for now. And house arrest level 2, $500 alternate bond. Stay away from the alleged victim, okay? You'll be getting out at some point, ma'am, but you're gonna be locked down for a while, or pretty much locked down. No contact with the alleged victim. No firearms in your home. If you have them, you need to get rid of them.
Your Honor, we do have Miss Falcone present. She requires the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. So she's out before Judge Verdi on misdemeanor bond.
Yes, it appears that courtroom is JDP, Your Honor.
And she's a JDP client. Can we get her into JDP on this one? Good morning, Miss Falcone.
Buenos días, señora Falcón. Good morning.
You've been charged with 2 counts of burglary and 1 count of drug paraphernalia.
Se le acusa de 2 cargos de allanamiento con fines delictivos y un cargo de parafernalia para el uso de drogas.
You also are an in-state fugitive from somewhere else.
también,
County,
I'm sorry, Judge, from where?
Collier County.
Y
They-
también tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Collier.
As to count one, I am going to set a bond in the amount of count one, 7,500, count two, 5,000, count three, 500.
Le voy a fijar fianza de $7,500 por el cargo número 1, 5,000 por el cargo 2 y 500 por el cargo 3.
You will be going to court before Judge Yanez or Judge Verdi, excuse me, on your other charges soon. You also need to keep away from the location where the alleged burglary occurred.
Se va a presentar ante la juez Verde pronto por el caso que tiene delito mayor y también tiene que mantenerse alejada del lugar donde ocurrió el allanamiento.
Is the next person Miss Benoit?
Yes.
Okay. What was this? Wow.
Ms. Benoit, present, Your Honor.
Good morning, Miss Benoit. Do you speak English, ma'am?
Yeah.
Or do you need a Creole interpreter?
She speaks English, Your Honor.
You speak English. Okay, good morning, Miss Benoit. You've been charged with one count of money laundering and one count of unauthorized money transmittal or not doing proper currency transactions for having the amount of cash that you allegedly had.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor, and I would request standard bond, or excuse me, bond of, yeah, it is standard 7,500 on both counts.
I'll do that, 7,500, but with proof of funds.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah.
state would be asking for an elevated bond of $10,000 due to the lack of community ties. We've seen the defendant try to get out of the country or try to leave at the very least.
Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. She lives in Boynton. You can, if you find that she has additional priors, you can always move to increase her bond. She's going to have a nebia in exchange. Judge, or proof of funds, do not use the word nebia in front of Judge Hirsch. And she needs to surrender her passport to the clerk of court. How do I need to do an order on that? She needs to surrender her passport within 48 hours of release, unless the police have it in their custody given the arrest. Okay, and I don't know that at this point. All right.
Count 1, 7,500. What was count 2?
7,500, proof of funds, passport to be surrendered within 48 hours of release unless the police have it, okay? And it needs to be surrendered to the clerk of court. If you find additional priors, the state can always move for an additional bond.
Sure, Your Honor.
Is Ms. Marshall next?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Marshall, good
Present,
morning. You've been charged with armed robbery.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor.
Ms. Marshall has really no priors and
Your Honor, state's moving for pretrial detention.
why are you moving for pretrial detention?
Armed robbery, Your Honor. F1, dangerous. There's
The first degree felony, correct?
correct.
What's the defense's argument on that? Is it mandatory? State, I need help with NO 3046.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm looking.
Your Honor, my understanding of the statute is there is no legal objection I can make. I would say that there are a lack of priors and I would ask for a $10,000 bond.
Moment, Judge. I'm looking at this.
The problem that I have, defense, is that after the victim runs in her bedroom and locks herself in there, the defendant's trying to get into the door. I mean, it's trying to like break the door down. That's the problem that I have here. It's not, we have a biting. We have taking of her watch and a bracelet. We have swinging a gun or swinging a knife, excuse me. And then we have after the victim tries to escape and go into a bedroom, you have someone trying to get into it. I am going to grant them the state's motion for pretrial detention at this time. Defense come up with an argument. And there's a stay away order. Just given the unique facts of the case, if it had just been the biting and the breaking in for the arm, I mean, into the room, that's what elevates it for me.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. It's really not that elderly, it's really just battery, but I'll sign it. It's okay, I understand. Okay. All right, is Mr. Vasquez next?
And for Mr. Vasquez, Your Honor, I would ask that you waive reading of the charges.
You asked what? I'm sorry?
If you would waive reading of the charges, Your Honor.
My pleasure.
One moment, Judge.
Mr. Vasquez out on probation, Judge. F-22.
Is that on probation or out on bond?
126. Out on felon bond.
Probation. And then we get this. Can I give no bond? No, I can't. Okay. Can I do pretrial detention?
Actually, you can, Your Honor. State will be moving for pretrial detention pursuant to 907.041.
Your Honor, I believe for the pretrial detention motion, it needs to be a capital or first degree felony and a dangerous.
Retract.
It's an attempt. $25,000 bond.
Stay away order.
Your Honor, Mr. Vasquez does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Got it. Good morning, Mr. Vasquez. Please don't say anything.
Buenos días, señor Vázquez. Por favor, no diga nada.
You are out on probation.
Usted estaba en libertad, bajo libertad condicional.
You know what you have been charged with. I'm not going to read it to you.
Usted sabe de lo que se le está acusando. Yo no voy a leer los cargos.
Due to the nature of the offense, if you are able to bond out.
Dada la naturaleza del delito, si usted tiene la posibilidad de pagar fianza para salir,
It will be a $25,000 bond with house arrest level 1, full lockdown.
sería una fianza de $25,000, arresto domiciliario nivel 1, quiere decir reclusión total.
You may also not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. Her initials will be written down.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima de este caso, las iniciales serán escritas.
Okay, you will go to court before Judge James on your probation violation in the next couple of days.
Dentro de los próximos días lo presentarán ante el juez James por el quebrantamiento de la libertad condicional.
Vasquez, I need a stay away order. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Gracias, señor Vázquez, ya es todo.
And you place the hold, correct, Judge?
Yes, and there's a hold on the felony if I haven't already announced it. Yes, he is not going anywhere.
Tiene detención con respecto al delito mayor.
All right, is the next one Miss Ricky Simmons? We're going.
Corrections is asking to pass.
Can we pass? He's not here yet, Judge.
You want me to pass it?
Yes.
No problem. Who's the next one? Is that McWilliams?
Yes, Your Honor, he's present.
Good morning, Mr. McWilliams. You've been charged with a punishable by life felony of burglary with an assault or battery and criminal mischief. It's domestic.
And I do have a PC argument in regards to count 1, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Well, as you can see in the permanent address and the incident location, it's the same address. This is his home. Officers mentioned that he was relinquishing his residency to the apartment, but leaving the apartment for one night is not giving up his home entirely. So this would not be a burglary. I'm stipulating or I'm standing mute to the other charges in terms of battery, but this is his home, Your Honor. You can't burglarize your own.
Certainly a criminal mischief. It's certainly a domestic battery. But state under Delgado, I mean, he's remaining in his own, it's technically also his property. She cuts herself all the time. I did beat her up, but I'm getting arrested for cutting her arms and her legs. No, that's not what he got arrested for. Got arrested for something far, far also sinister.
Yeah. I mean, Your Honor, it's clear that he did not have permission to be on that property.
Because we had a fight, I'm gonna go spend the night elsewhere to diffuse stuff.
And if-
And then he's not happy, so he shows up, and then he beats the living daylights out of it. Oh, I'm not saying he's getting out so fast, trust me.
I mean,
And maybe she's not gonna show up, I have no idea. But these facts are awful. So I find PC certainly for count 2. I'll set it for a PC hearing tomorrow. I'll set it for a PC hearing tomorrow on count 1. Monday. Day by day, PC hearing 7-6 on the burglary. But I do find PC on count 2. Okay? So you're gonna have a hearing tomorrow. State, you need to notify your witnesses, okay?
Yes,
Or
Your
at least the police officer.
and what is the criminal mischief? What was?
Criminal mischief, I'm going to give
No.
that. I also find PC for battery. For domestic battery, and just so that state should let the judge, whomever that is tomorrow, I think it's Judge Jean tomorrow, that I do not find $1,500 nearly sufficient enough.
Your Honor, if you could make a note for that in the case file.
I will, but it's really on the state to,
Yes.
you know,
Your Honor, what was the $1,500 bond for? I couldn't hear.
no, I'm not setting a bond. I'm just saying the whole thing for PC hearing tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, I do find PC for domestic battery as well. And, that's where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you tomorrow. Is this Eddie Nazario?
Yes, he's present, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to PC, and I'm requesting tap alternate standard bond, given that he is homeless and there are no priors.
Mr. Nazario has no priors. You're asking for what pretrial?
Tap, Your Honor.
One moment, Your Honor.
Wait, it's like a jewelry tray? No. No. $17,000? No.
All of that was returned, Your Honor. Nothing's missing.
Was returned?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nazario?
Yes, he's a homeless, we don't know.
It was returned?
That's not within the 4 corners.
Yes, it is, which was recovered by the witness.
Got it. State would be asking due to the amount, for a bond of $4,500.
He's homeless. I can't give pretrial.
Your Honor, tap is for essentially pretrial, but for homeless people. That's what I'm asking for.
You'll have tap?
Say that again, Your Honor. I couldn't hear.
Your Honor, I will reflect, at least I can tell you at the very least, misdemeanor level, TAP has been hesitant to take the homeless due to the fact they have concerns about finding them bed within 7.
Oh, I get it. I'll give him.
Tap is for homeless people. I doubt tap is rejecting homeless people.
I'm just simply
Listen, if you can get it, I have no idea what the bed space is, okay? I don't do this like I used to, you know, when I was an attorney practicing in this building, I used to know a lot more. Some of the stuff, I didn't even know grand theft to become a 2nd-degree felony. So I'm asking the people who work here every day to help me out and sometimes help me. I know a fair bit, certainly not inexperienced in this. So I'm just asking if TAP has the room, and I would like him to go into TAP whenever it can be. I understand that there needs to be an alternate bond, and I'm going to set it at $4,500. And he needs to stay away from the Westland Mall. Okay?
Also at 4,400, you said?
Have alternate bond 4,500 as the state requested. Okay? All right, is Mr. Hagebrook next?
What case, Your Honor?
Mr. Hagebrook, is that you, Mr. Hagebrook?
Yes, he's present. State, we're going in
You need to stay away.
order. We're on page 5.
And he's got, oh, I don't know. Burglary, uttering, grand theft, petty theft, wearing a mask on a street. Gets cold in Miami. Theft.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor, and would request standard bond of 2,500.
Be asking for an elevated bond of 5,000.
Normally I would state, not in this case. He's not an ordinary defendant. $5,000 bond. Is Mr. Holmes next? Look at these. Oh my God. Is this 5 pages of priors?
He's present, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to PC and requests standard bond. Or excuse me, because he is homeless, I'm requesting tab alternate standard bond 7,500.
Respectfully, I have 5 pages of priors.
One moment, Judge.
Understood, Your Honor.
Going back to the 80s, I appreciate your argument. I haven't seen a lot lately, State. If the defense has access to let me know where he's been.
Your Honor, I'm flipping through.
No, they're old. They're older than dirt. So if you have other priors.
That's what I'm pulling right. I've got, for the felony stuff, I'm able to pull NCICs, but this is the first time I've been able to look at them.
Okay, let's see if there's anything from out of state or out of county because.
In 2003, I can't
Okay.
say. Been in Broward some. Let's see.
You need to stay away from the victim.
Fugitive from Broward. And I'm just flipping through these like a magazine, trying to figure out.
It's okay.
Or Broward, 2000.
Again, Your Honor, most of these priors are from before I was born.
Thank you for making us all feel 8,000 years old. I appreciate it. I'm needing my glasses. I completely understand the point and I'm teasing, but yeah, I'm gonna give a.
They are dated. State will concede that they are dated, but the amount here is
a lot. It's
The
a lot.
80s were crazy, Your Honor.
You when you combine that with Broward.
Well, the problem is I don't know what it is and when the last one is and what the offenses were, because if they were like cannabis possession versus armed robbery, I might look at it.
2009 petty theft, 2nd degree, guilty. That was 2009 Broward.
State, file a motion. Right now, I'm giving a $5,000 bond. Talk to Judge Defense. Talk to Judge Gonzalez Marquez. She's a very reasonable woman. Okay. Standard. I'm gonna stay where order. I think I signed it. Okay. The next one I have is Dennis Arias. He has 2 A forms.
Your Honor, the corrections
Reset.
is
He went to,
asking to
Metro
pass.
West.
If we could
Relocated.
count-
You want me to pass, Mr. Arias?
No, reset for tomorrow. He was relocated to Metro West.
Absolutely. Reset for tomorrow. Is this Mr. Lowe?
No, Your Honor, this is Mr. Arias, number 18 on page 6.
I'm sorry. Who did we just pass then?
Mr. Arias on 16 on page 5.
Mr. Arias was reset. Who is before us now? Who is this gentleman?
This is, I apologize, Your Honor. This is Mr. Harrison. I said Arias before.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes, Your Honor, page 6.
No. Judge Genus. I don't know where Mr. Lowe is, but let's do Mr. Harrison if corrections needs to.
Mr. Lowe's not here yet. We can pass him. We can do Mr. Harrison, number 18.
Okay, so we're gonna do Mr. Harrison on page 5. 4 cases, B25, F25, 13964. Organized scheme to defraud, grand theft, real estate brokering without a license.
Defense stands mute as to PC on all counts, Your Honor. Given the lack of priors, I would be asking for either pretrial services or house arrest, alternate
He's got
standard.
he's got a Georgia cell phone number. Nope. Nope, I have no idea what this is. He was born in Georgia, he's got a Georgia cell phone number. I have a feeling he's got out-of-state priors.
Your Honor?
Mm-hmm. No.
He actually
does not.
And Your Honor, as you can see, the permanent address is in Miami, Florida.
I understand.
While the state will inform, at least as far as our records pulled, he doesn't have any. But due to the amount of counts here.
Yeah, is this like taking rental money and And then he's providing the victim with his state of Georgia driver's license as proof of identity.
So, but
And then he's taking money off of the rental scheme. And now I have a victim of Josh present. Good morning, Miss Martinez. We beg you not to let him out on bond as he has many victims due to scams. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Good morning, Miss Martinez. Thank you for being present. Mr. Lewis is also present. I do not see Mr. Lewis. Can he please be elevated? Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Rodriguez is present. Mr. Austin Hudson says, Joshua Harris scammed my roommate out of $6,000 in Atlanta. Mr. Lewis would like to say something. What would Mr. Lewis like to say? Can he unmute himself? Miss Donaldson, she can unmute herself. Somebody can unmute themselves.
Yes, my name is Jada. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. What do you want to tell me?
Okay, Your Honor, I was scammed by this man out of money and a place to live. He promised to help me and my friends, and instead of left us on the street. Once he got the money, he never saw us again, just excused his lies and left to other states to avoid responsibility. He convinced us he was there to help us, being that we were all young college students, but it was all a lie. He hurts dozens of people, and I believe if he's released, he will run or keep scamming others. He's shown no remorse and takes no accountability for his actions. I believe he actually believes his own lies at this point. I don't want everyone's hard-earned money that he scammed from us to be used post his bond. To post his bond. So I please deny bond. He needs to be held accountable and kept from hurting more people.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lewis says, I'm trying to unmute myself. He's running a ring. Mr. Lewis, go ahead, sir. And then Mr. Rodriguez, I'm getting the point. Someone else want to speak? Mr. Lewis, if you want to unmute yourself. Mr. Kipchoish. Miss Martinez says she scuppered his scam. If someone wants to speak, we can go ahead. Miss Donaldson has spoken. I get it. And I'm reading, for the record, I'm reading everything. Mr. Kipchoish says that he scammed me for $2,300 in Miami.
May I speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so me and my roommates, a few college students were looking for an apartment, and Mr. Josh scammed us out of 2,300, but at this point he had scammed two other friends of mine out of 9,000 and 4,500. So he's been, and these students were international students like me, and they had nowhere to go to after being scammed. So yeah, we have suffered under Josh, and yeah, I also believe, like the previous witness, that he should not be released because he does have money for the bond, because he has scammed a lot of people.
Yes.
And after he scammed me, I went to Facebook and I talked to people who have also been scammed by him, and I managed to talk to more than 6 people at that time.
I understand, and this is probably going to keep going.
Yes.
I don't know if, and then Ms. Martinez said, I suffered, I think she said, to his scam. I can speak. He scammed me for $5,000 and a coworker of mine. Please don't give him a bond. He will 100% run. He was friends with my best friends. That's why he was comfortable sending money. He left us next to homeless. He's a sociopath and a narcissist. Please remand him. State, do I have the ability to remand him? I don't know what the law says on this, or I guess I can look up what 903046 says, because the old pretrial detention statute certainly allowed someone.
I mean, Your Honor.
Certainly a danger to the community.
Exactly.
I have 6 people who should, he scammed, Chris Lewis says, I'm finding it hard to unmute. He scammed me for $10,000.
So, I mean.
Does the nature and probability of the defendant's release pose to the community? Yes. I don't know what he's going to do to post bail and show a source of funds. Is he on release?
Your Honor, I think you are I believe, at least is the state, that you're well within your rights as soon as you come to a conclusion on 903.046 that if he's a danger to the community, he's going to do this again. We certainly have.
People are homeless. I had to sleep in a U-Haul because of him.
We certainly have, due to the victim's appearance today, we certainly have weight of evidence. It sounds like there may be even more victims out there to this scheme. It doesn't sound like it's going to stop. It certainly hasn't stopped. We don't know where the source of funds are coming from.
To assure the appearance of bail, the FBI needs to get involved. I am not in that role where I can contact the FBI, the state attorney's office, and you all can call the FBI.
Your Honor, again, these are allegations. There are no priors. And these charges wouldn't qualify under the pretrial detention statute, which
I'm not sure that they do, and I'm not sure that I'm allowed to remand him.
Your
However,
Honor, I believe it would be illegal for you
all
to.
in the same exact scam.
Allegedly, yes.
Because apparently he does everything on Instagram and Zelle. I don't know what Department 15 is. Some of this is the county.
Hello?
Hello?
This is Jada speaking. He also promised us money if we helped him. We posted it on our Instagram thinking like, oh, we're helping him. And he scammed our teammates out of $10,000s of dollars. And my teammates will come to us and I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? And I would go to Josh. He'd be like, he has this LLC with a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm just like, bro, I just don't understand. He left me out on the street telling me to go to different people Airbnbs to stay there until he get my house finished. Whole time the people were coming to us saying like, hey, you gotta go. And I'm like, Josh said this is his. And he was like, no, this is not his. Then we're out on the street for 3-4 days, literally on the street. Mind you, I'm a college student and I told this man this.
He is taking advantage.
He's completely taking advantage. So $2,500 bonds on each of these counts is absolutely not going to cut it. If the defense has something else that they want to deal with, they can. He's not getting out anytime soon.
It would be certainly asking for elevated.
All right. F25 13964, count 1, defense. You can move to on the organized scheme to defraud. Bond set $100,000 with a proof of funds. Count 2, grand theft 3rd degree, $50,000 proof of funds. He has to show. Full house arrest lockdown, no access to the internet. That's plus bond. That's correct. 50,000 on count 2, 50,000 on count 3 for real estate brokering without a license, $250,000 bond, plus house arrest, plus proof of funds.
250,000 on count 3?
Yes. You are going to all need to speak to the assigned prosecutor on this case. As to F25 13963, organized fraud, $100,000 bond, house arrest, proof of funds. Stay away orders on all of these. Count 2, grand theft 3rd degree, 50,000 proof of funds.
I'm sorry, which case you're on about?
13963.
Yeah, count 2, 50K, count 1.
And count 3 is 250,000. So on each of these so far, we're at 400. The next one I have is F25 13964. No, sorry, I already did that one. Communication device, F25 13895 for, I guess, Miss Dixon.
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, who? Yes.
So I'm Matias. I'm the person that just get into the live right now.
Yes.
I was actually one of the first persons to get scammed by Mr. Joshua, and there's actually 3 more people that work along with him.
Sure there are. You all are going to need to call the police. I'm only doing what I can do. Okay.
No,
I know. I understand that it is a problem. The South Miami Department and Police Department and the county, and maybe you all want to call FDLE or the FBI or whomever.
For all the victims currently present on the platform, this is Assistant State Attorney Will Lovelace for the state of Florida. I highly encourage you to reach out to our office.
But I don't know. You're going to need to I don't know if they've been working with someone at the state. I don't know. On count On F-25-13895, Judge Wolfson has a note that there was a bond out. So that one may have already been taken care of.
We need to redo those because it was announced bond out, but he wasn't able to bond out, that's why he's here.
He wasn't able to bond out. So did she set a bond or no?
No.
No, Judge.
On that one, on the fraudulent use of a communications device, 50,000 proof of funds. File a motion in front of Judge, whomever this is. I don't know who this is, but this will be,
Good, John.
I'm sure Judge Young will be happy to listen to an argument. And on the last one where he's a co-defendant with Mr. Lopez, F-25-13859. Same thing, 100 proof of funds plus house arrest. Level 1, no internet. 50 and 250. So it's $400,000 on 3 of the cases, and I forgot what I did on that 4th one. Okay,
That's roughly, I believe.
it's right, 1.2 million with whatever I said on the last one.
Got it.
On that communications device. I don't remember if it was 50 or
I think it was
whatever.
50.
Okay. With proof of funds, pure house arrest, lockdown, and no access to the internet. Okay, if there are more victims, they can all come in. Those are the only forms that I have today. Javaris, thank you everybody for being present. I appreciate it. I've done everything I can do today.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Javaris Lowe.
Hello.
We have another battery by detainee.
Your Honor, you called Mr. Lowe?
Yes, Mr. Lowe.
Okay.
Yes, on Mr. Lowe, this is also a battery by detainee. Is he coming in or what?
Corrections is asking to still pass that, Your Honor.
We'll pass it, no problem. All right, Yuri Rondon Diaz. Yuri Rondon Diaz.
He's present, Your Honor. He needs the Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, sir. You've been charged with unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications.
Buenas.
Or theft or possession of counterfeit identifications, organized scheme to defraud, and there is a hold for someone.
You get a case number, Your Honor?
F-25-14009.
400.
Señora, usted se le acusa en el caso F-25-14009 por tenencia de identificaciones 5 o más ilegales o indebidas. También tiene cargo por falsificación de identificación y también por crimen organizado.
And Your Honor, I stand mute as to counts 1 and 2, but is to counts 3. There's nothing within the four corners of the A form that establishes an organized scheme to defraud.
I agree with
Sí, señor, y en cuanto al cargo número 1 y 2, permanecemos en silencio. En cuanto al cargo número 3, no hay nada en el affidavit de arresto que indique que esto era un esquema organizado para cometer fraude. La juez dijo que sí, que está de acuerdo.
1 and 2 are easy state. Count 3, what's the organized scheme?
One moment, Judge.
A la fiscalía, ¿cuál es el esquema organizado?
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't have it.
Okay, so as to count 3, I'm going to ROR.
En cuanto al cargo número 3, queda en libertad bajo palabra.
He apparently was in the Dominican Republic and was coming in and was flagged for additional screening.
State's going to be due to this because we don't have good community ties. We already see defendants trying to leave the country or has the ability to leave. We're going to be asking for an elevated bond of $10,000 per count.
La fiscalía está solicitando fianza elevada de $10,000 por cada cargo y la juez leyó que estaba viniendo de la República Dominicana y ahí fue alertadas las autoridades.
And defense would be requesting standard bond of $2,500 on both counts, Your Honor.
La defensa estaría pidiendo fianza estándar de $2,500 por cada cargo.
All right, count 1, 5,000, count 2, 5,000. Count 3, ROR.
Your Honor,
Entonces,
your passport.
And he needs to surrender his passport within 24 hours of release to the clerk's
entonces le queda la fianza entonces de $5,000 por el cargo número 1, $5,000 por cargo número 2, cargo número 3, libertad bajo palabra, y tiene que entregar el pasaporte a la Secretaría del Tribunal dentro de las 24 horas después de que haya salido de la cárcel.
Judge, he's also out on felony bond. Are you placing a hold?
Nobody told me that. He will be held on his, he will be held on the felony bond, no bond on the felony bond that he's out on.
Bien, entonces él había salido bajo fianza por otro caso, entonces tiene una detención por ese delito mayor.
Corrections, what case is he out on felony bond? I'm not seeing anything show up on the priors.
14009.
14209. F25 at 14209. 14209.
F25.
14009. F25 14009.
That's his case number. Okay, so if he's not out on bond,
Yeah, that is this case number. Your
I don't
Honor.
know
It's
what
not a
that
separate
is.
case.
Disregard.
I'm the magistrate? Oh, they put hold for bond? Got it. Okay, I've said it.
Bien, ya quedó fijada la fianza. Ese otro caso que habían leído es el mismo caso por el que está aquí ahora.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, there is no felony hold, correct?
No felony hold.
Entonces, no tiene detención por delitos mayores.
Mr. Exantis is back. Someone was here, I believe, on his behalf earlier.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right, Mr. Exantis, hello for the iPhone. Would you like to speak?
Hi. Well, good afternoon, Judge.
What is your name?
My name is Christine Direxel. I'm Marcus Xantis' mother. I'm his mom.
Here's the problem, ma'am.
Yes.
He's got other open cases, and I set a bond this morning. He just keeps getting arrested. So I set a bond this morning on some of his petty thefts, and ma'am, I've done, I don't know, 100 cases today. I just don't remember. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then on this one, I'm going to set the bond at $2,500, or actually $3,000. Okay.
Okay.
And does he have a hold? I don't see a hold.
Yep.
Oh, and he's got a hold.
You placed a hold earlier today, Judge.
Hold. So he's going to court on the 8th, which is, I guess, Wednesday, on whatever's going on that. Okay, on the felony. He's got an open felony, and he's got this. And he's got 2 petty thefts.
They would be asking due to the similar nature of this crime, so they'd be asking for an elevated bond of $4,000.
I'm leaving it at 3. Okay, and Mr. Exantis once again needs to stay away from Target. All right, ma'am?
Okay, so that means he would be released today?
Not getting released today.
He's not?
Nope. You're out on felony bond, you pick up 3 more theft cases? No, ma'am. Okay?
Okay, well, I thank you.
Choice, not mine. All right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Is Mr. Colson present?
I told
Yes,
you.
Your Honor, Mr. Colson is present.
Hi, Mr. Colson. What did he allegedly tampered with?
I told you, I know.
Oh, any objection to PTS?
One moment to let me read.
He qualifies?
Yeah.
2,500, count 1, PTS, alternate bond, 2,500, count 2, PTS, alternate bond, 1,500, PTS, alternate bond, 500, count 3.
That's fine with that, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Colson, you're gonna be enrolled in the pretrial services program. If you can't, then you'll be able to post the bond of about $4,500, okay? You should be released very soon, hopefully. Okay? Thank you. Mr. Howard?
Mr. Howard is present, Your Honor. Defense stands mute as to PC. Given the lack of priors, I would be requesting either pretrial services or house arrest alternate standard bond.
State? How old is he? He's 31.
31, one moment, Judge.
He doesn't qualify for pretrial? House arrest?
One moment. I'm looking at his nationals.
Your Honor, I believe you could order him into pretrial services.
They're not gonna take, oh, he's from Broward, that's why. They're not gonna take him in. I mean, I can order, you know, anything, and he doesn't meet their qualifications.
My understanding is when sometimes there are cases that don't qualify, but if the judge orders them into pretrial services,
Well,
they
first gonna check his Broward priors.
Your Honor, if I may, there was nothing on the Broward, but I'm going to be asking for straight bond here, $2,500. State is very concerned about the second to last paragraph on the second page. Search of inside vehicle revealed 16 individually clear plastic Ziploc bags, marijuana package and men distribute with name, type of, yada, yada, yada. I then located, there's gold scale, we've got scales, we've got currency.
According to police, he's a drug dealer.
Yes, Your Honor. And due to this, the state's concern, we're going to be asking for standard bond here.
Very good. House arrest level 2, alternate on both. Alternate bond 5,000, count 1, alternate bond count 2, 5,000. And account 3, sorry, house arrest level 2. Alternate bond 500. Javaris Lowe. Oh, I'm sorry, not Javaris Lowe. I apologize. Good morning, sir. What is your, or good afternoon, sir. What is your name? Or is this Mr. Perez coming?
Your Honor, which case did you call?
Whomever the next case.
Perez. Stole you one.
Mr. Perez is present, Your Honor, and he does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Absolutely. Hi, Mr. Perez. How are you?
Buenas, señor Pérez, ¿cómo está?
Me siento mejor que ayer.
I feel better today than yesterday.
I'm very glad to hear that you're feeling better today. So you've been charged, sir, with grand theft of a vehicle.
Me alegro mucho que se esté sintiendo mejor el día de hoy, señor. ¿A usted se le acusa de hurto de mayor cuantía de un vehículo?
Defense stands mute as to PC and would request pretrial services alternate standard bond given the lack of prior.
La defensa permanece en silencio en cuanto a motivo fundado. Solicitamos servicios previo al juicio, el programa de servicios previo al juicio. Fianza alterna es fianza estándar.
They can stipulate to that.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500.
La fiscalía está de acuerdo, entonces se le da servicios previo al juicio, fianza alterna $2,500.
Is Mr. Chavez next?
Ya es todo, señor.
No, Your Honor, they're requesting Mr. Lowe.
Sure, we can do Mr. Lowe. Hi, Mr. Lowe. Yeah, page 5. Thank you. Mr. Lowe, good morning. Are you present? Oh, you're the one that decided to show up. That's nice. Thank you, sir. What is he already?
He's got 3 open probation warrants, Judge.
And apparently people were violent yesterday because we have about 40 of these. All right, I'm just going to set a $5,000 bond on this one. Okay? Corrections, I'd ask that you keep all these people separate.
Your Honor, I'd ask for $2,500 given that's a standard bond Judge Glazer does for a bat by detainee case.
State would be objecting, would be asking for.
Well, he's also out on probation on like, oh, I don't know, controlled substance, burglary of a dwelling, robbery, strong arm, robbery.
Just an added charge, Joe. What was the bond? 5,000?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's 5,000. I mean, at some point, let's read this. They cover up, I've watched enough of these videos. They cover up the camera, right? So they put the towel on the camera. What? He walked away. Yeah, please. Yeah, I've watched enough of these in my career, unfortunately. They make me sick.
To be fair, just to clarify, Your Honor, I did tell him to step away. It wasn't out of
it's fine.
to the
No,
court.
and his attitude, you did nothing wrong, counsel. His attitude was less than ideal. Is Mr. Rodriguez next?
Mr. Chavez, 24 on page
Got
8
it.
is present.
Thank you. 8, Mr. Chavez, good morning. Mr. Chavez, do you speak English, sir?
He does, Your Honor.
Okay.
Defense stands mute as to PC, and I'd be requesting, given the lack of priors, pretrial services alternate $2,500 on all counts.
They won't take pretrial unless I order it.
One moment, Judge.
Cannabis in the car. Baggie of cocaine with 1 gram. Mushrooms, 31 grams.
We got coke, we got
Cannabis, 37 grams.
armed here.
I don't know, is he armed?
Yes.
Hold on. Currency. Where does it say he had a gun? Metal grinder? No, I see it says it on the charges. I just don't see the gun.
Had a knife in his waistband, retrieved a spring-loaded knife from Chavez's waistband, as well as 2 bags with 7 grams cannabis in his pocket.
And Your Honor, I'm not seeing anything that would establish the length of the knife. Therefore, this could be within the common pocket knife exception and wouldn't qualify under a weapon.
You are 100% correct. I'm not going to do pretrial on a sale or on a possession like this.
Would Your Honor consider house arrest alternate standard bond?
Mushrooms. The mushrooms. I don't know how he's actually committing sale or possession with intent on, you know, individually packaged clear baggies and 2 Ziploc bags of 14 grams. 14 grams of what?
Well, within the four corners, it says
No, 14 grams of what?
of the coke.
Of narcotics.
Right.
I don't know what that means. Is that marijuana? Is that
Based
crystal
on,
meth? I mean, they're two very different things.
based on the A form, it says plus or minus 14 grams. I'm gonna guess it's the coke. It would
Yeah, I'm not guessing.
be the guess. It seems to follow it'd be the cocaine. Considering that's what's put on the A.
Well, they already had the cocaine. Count 1, 2,500. Count 2, 2,500. Count 3, 2,500. Count 4, 2,500. Count 5, 2,500. Count 6, 500. Okay? Yeah, I won't do it on a sale or on a possession with intent. Okay? Who's next?
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, you did not find PC on counts 2 and 3 and 5. Is that correct? Just
Well, I found
possession, not
Great.
armed.
I found PC certainly on count 1 for the cocaine, count 2 for the mushrooms. I'll find it for without the knife. PC without knife, okay?
Okay, so possession, just essentially same charge without it being armed, correct?
Correct. I just did 2,500 on the 5 counts and 500, so it's 13,000. Okay? All right. Is Mr. Rodriguez Viamonte next?
Judge, going back to Mr. Simmons, number 11, that we passed, he refused court, reset for tomorrow.
Wait, corrections, who refused?
Number 11, Simmons refused court.
Page 4.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, this is a case where the A form has not printed for multiple days. I don't know what the, excuse me, that's a different case. That's a different case. I apologize, Your Honor.
On Mr. Simmons, he was in front of the CVS. The officers observed him in front of CVS in 12th Avenue and Southwest 8th Street. There are a bunch of no trespass signs. He'd been previously trespassed out of there. He was also arrested there previously. They gave the case number. He was taken into custody. Search incident to lawful arrest, orange zippered pouch, cloudy glass pipe, piece of Brillo. Glass pipe had black tar inside with the burnt crack cocaine. It was next to a church, which is less than 1,000 feet away. And it was turned into property to be sent. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so Mr. Simmons refused. We'll reset for 7-6. Is this Mr. Rodriguez Viamonte? Sir, you okay?
Yes, Your Honor, corrections told him to stand away while we were addressing some
Right. He's from Inverness. Does he have out-of-state prior or out-of-county prior state?
Moment, I'm flipping through them. I don't believe so. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Very good, Mr. Rodriguez Viamonte. You've been charged with 1 count of cocaine possession.
Señor, usted se le acusa de un cargo de tenencia de cocaína.
I stand mute as to PC, and given the lack of priors, Your Honor, I'd be requesting pretrial services alternate 2,500.
Granted.
Su señoría, estamos solicitando fianza alterna de $2,500 y que salga bajo servicios previo al juicio. La juez dijo que sí, concedido.
We are on page 9. That was Mr. Rodriguez Viamonte. The next one, do we have Mr. Josie? Did I did Mr. Josie's reckless and no valid this morning, right?
That's correct.
Excuse me, Judge.
Let's see, Your Honor.
And you have his NCICs?
Yes.
And?
It's gonna take me a second to flip through. Give me 1 second.
And he's got a hold for another agency. Hi, Mr. Josie. I saw you this morning. This is now on your felony fleeing. You've got a hold. You will be held on whatever the hold is from the other jurisdiction. And you have the other bonds that I said on the traffic misdemeanors this morning. So you have an additional 2,500.
Been in trouble dating back to Georgia since 2003.
He's got a hold for somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We need to go to pages 61 or defendants number 61 and 62. Is that correct?
Your Honor, did you issue bond in that case?
2,500.
500.
The jail wants to do Jovan Sagastumi and.
Can I pull that one?
Did you address Mr. Josie, Judge?
He's present, Your Honor, number 61.
Did you address Mr. Josie, Judge?
Yeah, straight bonds, 2,500.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, but are we doing Sagastumi and Chris Velasquez? I just got a note for doing them. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Mr. Sagastumi
I have
here.
this morning. I see it. I'm just looking for the A form. As I don't see it here. Gonna be 34 counts? All right, we'll do it quickly. Yeah, or 34.
Your Honor, I stand muted to
Try to find the A form, 1 second.
What number is he?
He's 61. Page 9. There we go. Thank you. All right. Hi, Mr. Sagastumi again. Okay. What is the state asking for? These are all $2,500 bond cases?
Let's see.
For all the Zanny bars?
Yep. We'll be asking for 2,500 apiece.
What is the defense asking for?
House arrest alternate 2,500 on all counts.
You got no priors?
One moment. Scrolling through his national.
I'm just trying to remember.
Well, we just got nationals. Through here.
Oh, I won't do this with nothing, but I mean.
Yeah, there's nothing.
All right. Count 1, 1,000. Count 2, 3.
You breaking up?
Your Honor, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Counts 2 through 27. 1,250 each.
1,250, correct?
Through count 28. Through 2 through 28 is 1,250 each. 29 through 31.
32.
Through 32. 500 each.
And Your Honor, what did you say for count 1?
1,000. So it's going to be on 27 counts. I have 33,750 plus 2,000 plus 1,000. I'm at 36,750. Is everybody's math the same?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. The next one that I have is Chris Velasquez.
Sorry, just to clarify, that was straight bond, Your Honor?
Straight bond. Okay. Chris Velasquez.
Stay away order coming, Judge. Give me one moment.
Great. There'll be a stay away order on Velasquez. Page 21, defendant number 62. Thank you. You guys are amazing.
14061.
Miss Velasquez, or Mr. Velasquez, sorry. Hello, sir.
She, her are their pronouns, Your Honor.
She and her are the pronouns. I apologize. I meant zero disrespect, okay?
Yeah.
All right, Miss Velasquez, hello. You've been charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery.
Your Honor, I stand mute as to PC. Given the lack of priors, I would be asking for pretrial services alternate bond of 7,500.
Apparently it's not going to happen. And she's been here a day. Apparently she's on vacation or.
Would Your Honor consider a reduced amount of 2,500?
They would be objecting to this. The Circumstances on this are very concerning. Victim stated that he was working as an Uber driver, and basically she got in and attacked him.
The defendant struck the victim several times. He managed to capture the incident on his smartphone. Apparently he has a camera on his Uber, which some people do, and they usually notify. The victim was attempting to use a translator because the victim is fluent in Turkish. The video was then seen by the police. The defendant had the victim's car keys. No, I won't reduce the bond. It'll be set at 5,000.
They would be asking for elevated to 10.
Got it, 5,000. Okay, with a stay away order, no contact with the alleged victim in this case. Thank you, corrections. All right, who's next? Is this Mr. Cobo Serrano again? Also known as Amanda. Can you just check? Alejandro. Yeah, Chris is also known as Alejandro. Yeah. I want to put both, okay? Yes. Are you Mr. Cobo Serrano? I don't remember whether you spoke English, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, he is, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Mr. Cobo Serrano, a good afternoon again. You've been also charged with 1 count of possession of methamphetamines and 1 count of drug paraphernalia. What did I give him this morning?
Buenas tardes, señor Cobo Serrano. Usted se le acusa de un cargo de tenencia de metanfetaminas y un cargo de tenencia de parafernalia para el uso de drogas.
Your Honor, I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
Believe it was a bond 500, but I may be mistaken. Corrections, do you have what we did this morning with the DWS?
Están averiguando qué fue
500.
All right.
lo que se le había dado para el delito menor y han dicho que le habían dado fianza de $500 por el delito mayor, perdón, menor.
Your Honor, I request standard bond.
You want standard bond?
Yes, please.
No problem.
Estamos solicitando fianza estándar.
One.
Sorry, Judge, I spoke over you, so I couldn't hear you.
I'm so sorry. 2,500 count 1, 500 count 2.
Entonces le queda por ese delito mayor el primer cargo $2,500 y por el segundo cargo $500.
The defense is asking for straight bond. We've already done Elaine Gonzalez.
La fiscalía está pidiendo que sea fianza directa.
Thank you, sir. All right, who is next? Is this O'Shane Powell?
Yes, Your Honor, it is. Defense stands mute as to PC, and I'd be requesting pretrial services alternate standard.
Is he here, or because he refused yesterday, apparently?
He's present, Your Honor.
Hi, sir. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir. You've been charged with 1 count of felony petty theft, which having 2 or more convictions, and resisting an officer without violence. What's the state's argument?
The state's argument is, I've got this many priors. And I haven't flipped through them, but due to the thickness, I have to think some of them will be out.
He's been convicted of this before.
Yeah.
He's been convicted of this before. He's going to be an HO. He'll be an HO.
Your Honor, I'm just flipping through the priors now.
Anything out of county?
Looking. Potentially not. I'm not seeing it. I thought I saw something. Lost it. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything out of county.
All right, so I'm not granting pretrial, not with these.
State's going to be asking for an elevated bond of 4,500 and 1,000.
I'll do 2,500 and 1,000. Okay. All right, Mr. Powell, your total bond.
7,500 and 1,000, Judge.
2,500 and 1,000. Okay, Mr. Powell. And a stay away order from wherever he was at the CVS from South. Okay. Thank you. Is this Mr. Santiago? Does Mr. Santiago require the interpreter?
No, Your Honor, he doesn't. He is present. Defense stands mute as to PC. And given that the last mark in his record is from 2019, I'd be requesting tap alternate standard bond.
Just the last conviction. We've got a 2021 withhold.
Mr. Santiago, where was the 2021 withhold? Oh, on a resisting without?
No, it's an yes, the 2021 withhold is a resisting. There was an ag-bat withhold with special conditions back in 2017.
It's breaking into a house.
They would be asking for a bond of 7,500 and 1,000 and 5,000.
Yeah, interesting.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was looking at the wrong priors.
Are you on Mr. Santiago? That's okay. I'm actually more concerned about the burglary in progress as to PC for count 1. I definitely see a trespass. Count 2 is an easy one for me. Count 1, questionable as to what they're doing in the house. $2,500 count 1, 5,000 count 2. Stay away order. Sorry, just not with these charges. Okay, not with the dwelling. Right? Thank you, Mr. Santiago. The bond is 7,500. Hi, Mr. Miles. Good afternoon, sir. You've been charged with the first-degree felony of possession of cocaine with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a church or a convenience store.
And Your Honor, this is the case that I saw that the last mark was from 2019.
Not a problem with this amount of cases. Don't ever worry.
He does have a history of selling.
He does. Does he?
2013 self-cannabis possession with intent. Had his probation revoked in 2009. Petty theft.
Defense seeking. Wait, is the possession of cocaine alone within the 1,000 feet of a church a crime? Or is it possession with intent? Like, I'm not being funny. Like, how do you avoid a convenience store if you're driving and you possess cocaine? I always thought it was possession with intent to sell. Like if you have, 100 baggies and a bunch of cash and a scale and the whole thing, okay.
That's it, Your Honor.
But I wasn't aware that possessing cocaine by itself within the confines of a church or near a church by itself was an F1. I very well could be wrong. Because I don't see them saying that he's using it to sell.
They've certainly charged it that way.
Right. I don't find that.
Read a little bit further.
Except as authorized by this chapter, a person may not sell, manufacture, deliver, or possess with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store a controlled substance. Right. So where's the evidence of that? I find probable cause for possession of cocaine.
And Your Honor, I'd be requesting tap alternate 2,500.
Tap alternate 2,500. It's a small amount of cocaine.
They would be objecting, be asking for straight bond.
On a possession?
Within the church. Little convenience store.
Yep, on a crime. But I mean, then that would be anytime anybody's in the car and they possess cocaine or marijuana and they drive past a church, convenience store, or whatever, that they're guilty of a first-degree felony punishable by 30 years.
I think they're charging this way because of the 2 clear plastic baggies with suspected
Two
cocaine
baggies.
and the cigar lace with suspect cocaine.
That could be used for him because he's going to lace his cigar with it.
I suspect that's why they charged it that way.
I don't think that to be intended. So 2 baggies? No. 20 baggies? Yes. A cigar, that's how he's perhaps going to take it. No. But I find PC for the 3rd-degree felony of possession of cocaine. Is Mr. Okay, sir, you're being released. And now we have Mr. Did we see Mr. Clark this morning? No. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark? We didn't see him this morning.
We have Mr. Clark
Hi, Mr.
present, Your Honor.
Sir, you've been charged with selling cannabis within 1,000 feet of public housing, as well as controlled substance possession of MDMA. The gram of marijuana. But I don't even think he got charged with.
He also has a life conviction.
I see it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Where's he been? I see a Palm Beach County.
I'm flipping through it now, Your Honor.
Okay.
All our record shows the money.
What is the defense seeking?
Your Honor, I'm seeking pretrial services alternate standard bond.
Unless I order him. He doesn't qualify. Got it. So he's not going to qualify.
State's going to be asking for a bond of $3,500.
Was he charged with sale, or he was charged with
sell close to the public housing? Officers witnessed a hand-to-hand transaction.
And then they're going to have to either get. Oh, this is going to be interesting for the state to prove.
State would be asking for
2,500, 2,500.
It was going to be asking for 5,000 to sell cannabis.
I got it. Thank you. 2,500, 2,500. Mr. Barfield, is this going to be Mr. Barfield?
Yes, this is, Your Honor.
Stay away, order.
All right. Mr. Barfield. You've been charged with 1 count of robbery by sudden snatching, 1 count of domestic battery, and 1 count of criminal mischief.
Defense stands mute as to PC, Your Honor. I'd be requesting house arrest level 3 alternate standard bond. Say that again, Your Honor.
They don't live together?
No, Your Honor. If you look to the permanent address, that is the other location where Mr. Barfield can stay.
Thank you. State thoughts?
Yeah, state's going to be asking for a bond of $5,000 to robbery, sudden snatch, 1,000 on the battery, and 500 on crim miss.
I'll give house arrest level 2, alternate bond 5,000 is to count 1. House arrest level 2, alternate bond 1,500. House arrest level 2, alternate bond 500. 5,000. 1,500, yes. So 5,000, 1,500, 500. Okay. All right. Is Mr. Britt Hobo present? All right, she's still speaking with the client. This is no longer a Minuteman offense, as I understand it. And he has an immigration hold. Got it. Right.
Mr. Brito Cobo has an immigration hold, Your Honor.
Corrections is telling me.
Immigration hold, Judge.
Stay away order should be there.
He's present, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter. And if you could just repeat the hold that was previously mentioned.
Mr. Britt Cobo, good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas
You-
tardes, señor Brito Cobo.
You have been charged with one count of aggravated assault with a firearm.
A usted se le acusa de un cargo de acometimiento con agravantes con arma de fuego.
You are to have no contact with the alleged victims in this case.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con las presuntas víctimas de este caso.
You also, sir, have an immigration hold against you.
Señor, usted también tiene una detención de inmigración.
So I am going to impose a bond in the amount of $3,500.
Entonces le voy a imponer una fianza de $3,500.
Your Honor, state would be asking for 5,000.
La fiscalía está solicitando fianza de 5,000.
But you will not, even if you post the bond, sir, you will not be able to be released. Well, immigration would have to determine whether they're going to come pick you up first.
Si usted llega a pagar esa fianza, señor inmigración, entonces tiene que no lo dejarían salir hasta que inmigración decida si vienen o no por usted.
Okay.
¿Está bien? ¿Entendido?
Bueno, no entendí lo que dijo de último si pago la fianza, ¿me dejan salir o no?
I didn't understand the last part, so if I pay for the bond, am I allowed out or not?
Immigration is going to have to determine whether they want to arrest you. You may want to speak to an attorney at some point about,
And there should be
The bond is 48-hour hold.
it's a 48-hour hold. So if you pay the bond, sir, immigration will have 48 hours to come pick you up.
and Your Honor, stay away order.
I already sent it.
Señor, si usted llega a pagar la fianza, inmigración tiene 48 horas para decidir si vienen por usted o no.
Okay.
Quizás quiera hablar con un abogado sobre eso.
Don't pick you up then you will be released.
Si inmigración dentro de esas 48 horas no vienen por usted, entonces lo dejarían salir.
But you are not allowed to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case.
Pero usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima de este caso.
Okay.
Bien.
Thank you. Sir.
Gracias.
What? 3,500. Yes. Oh my God, this is a team. Wow. This is a team. Raul Juarez.
He's present, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Juarez. You have been charged with one count of felony battery for something that apparently occurred with you and your brother.
Buenas tardes, señor. Usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física en la comisión de un delito. Aparentemente es algo que sucedió entre usted y su hermano.
Flipping through priors now, Your Honor.
La fiscalía está revisando los antecedentes.
The victim advises that he was involved in a verbal altercation with the defendant, but does not know who threw the rock at him.
La víctima anuncia que estaba involucrado en un altercado verbal con la otra persona, pero que no sabe quién tiró la piedra.
Apparently, according to the witness, the nephew, it was the defendant.
Y según el testigo, el sobrino fue el acusado.
They all lived together in the past. They will not be allowed to live together now.
En el pasado todos vivían juntos, ahora no pueden vivir juntos.
You are allowed to have no contact with your brother.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con su hermano.
Okay.
¿Está bien?
And let me make a determination on bail. Any other priors?
No, I'm not seeing any other than the one you're seeing, the ones you're seeing.
So, all right.
Only thing.
Is it 25? I mean,
Standard would be.
Your Honor, would you consider pretrial services alternate standard?
It won't do it apparently.
Su
I think
señoría,
for this charge, it would call
Batteries, they won't do it. The prior batteries. Even how old they are. That's what they're telling me.
están diciendo que no
This
le
isn't-
darían servicios previo al juicio porque tiene antecedentes de agresiones físicas.
Well,
Even-
this isn't battery 2 or more. It should still qualify.
Debería calificar.
Even though they were null prostate. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna set it at $1,500.
Voy a fijarle la fianza en $1,500.
Apparently, he had a 12-centimeter laceration. He was getting staples, and the victim walked out of the hospital.
Aparentemente tuvo una cortada de 12 centímetros, le estaban poniendo puntos y la víctima salió del hospital caminando. Se fue.
No antibiotics, nothing. Okay. All right, sir. No contact with your brother until further order of the court.
No puede tener contacto con su hermano hasta que se le diga lo contrario.
All right. Jorge Zentino Cortez. Fine. Let's see if he needs the interpreter. Probably will.
He does need the interpreter, Your Honor. And defense stands mute as to PC, given the lack of priors, it would be requesting either pretrial services or house arrest alternate standard bond.
He has an immigration hold.
Yes.
Tiene detención de inmigración. La abogada de la defensa está solicitando, por lo que no tiene antecedentes, que lo dejen salir bajo el programa de servicios previo al juicio, fianza alterna o, de lo contrario, arresto domiciliario.
Never mind, Your Honor, I'd be requesting standard bond.
Standard
No,
bond.
No, su señoría, estamos pidiendo fianza estándar.
$2,500 bond, complete stay away order. You may not call her, contact her, or anything, and you have an immigration hold, sir.
That's good with that.
Fianza de $2,500 y tiene una orden de alejamiento. Usted no puede comunicarse con ella, no la puede llamar, no puede acercársele a ella, no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias, señor. Ya es todo.
Is Mr. Quiroz Hernandez next?
He's present, Your Honor.
Mr. Quiroz Hernandez, do you need the interpreter, sir?
No, ma'am.
He said no, ma'am. Okay, sir, you're out on bond before Judge Stuzen in a coke trafficking case. And you have picked up a cannabis possession more than 20 grams and smoking hemp in Miami Beach. I do see Officer Fitoria present. Good afternoon, Officer Fitoria. Would you like to unmute yourself, please, sir? Or Detective Fitoria? Detective,
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. What is your position? Thank you for being here.
Yeah, ma'am, just any questions regarding the probable cause? I'm here for it.
Let's see. I have 24 grams of cannabis. He's apparently smoking it publicly, which we know is not allowed. I don't have any PC issues. I don't see the defense saying it. He's out on bond. So he'll be held no bond on the open felony on the trafficking. And it will be 1,500 count one.
Your Honor, state would be asking for an elevated of 3,500 due to the fact this defendant committed these crimes.
Yeah, and he's got now a first degree felon or he's now facing 35 years in jail or in prison. He's got bigger problems than this. So, yeah, no bond on the trafficking and 1,500, 500. Okay. All right. Is the next one Mr. Sanchez? $2,000 milligrams of suspect THC oil.
Also seeing he's got a bench.
I need an open bench warrant. Mr. Sanchez, do you speak English, sir? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Was that bench warrant addressed earlier today?
I don't remember. I honestly have no idea.
Corrections, was that bench warrant addressed earlier today?
Yes, the bond was 2,000.
All right, and he's the co-defendant to Mr. Sagastume. The bench warrant has been handled and set.
They would be asking for a bond of $5,000.
$3,500 bond. Okay, on this felony.
Is it 3,500, Judge?
Ma'am. All right, Nathan Miller. I think I saw him earlier too. Yes, camping.
Miller.
What did I do with him?
He wasn't on the calendar this morning, Judge. This is his first time appearing.
I'm sorry. Okay, his name is just familiar. Hi, Mr. Miller. Good afternoon, sir. You've got an open report that you're going to court for on the 16th, perhaps.
Flipping through priors now, Judge.
I don't see much. Oh, he's from Tennessee.
Yep.
All right, so you've been charged with cocaine possession, drug paraphernalia possession, trespass after warning, and camping, which is prohibited on Miami Beach. I find PC on the camping and everything else.
Robbery with an aggravated robbery with aggravated bodily injury in Tennessee in 2008.
Anything else?
I'm still looking, Judge.
I'm not going to stay here. And it's got the open misdemeanor.
Still looking, Your Honor.
Let's
number of failure to appears.
Number of failure to appears?
In Tennessee, yeah.
In Tennessee.
Yep.
All right.
He is actually, yes.
Yes.
Don't believe this is closed. He is open on a private probation violation on aggravated robbery out of Tennessee.
Okay, it's not showing up here. So I'm going to do 2,500 count 1, 500 count 2, 500 count 3, 150 count 4. If he's got an open Tennessee, you may want to look at it, okay? You may want to call someone. Okay. Is Mr. Hinero present? Good luck to you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Hinero, excuse me. This is an ag assault.
Mr. Hero is present, Your Honor, and he requires the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hierro.
Buenas tardes, señor Hierro.
Have been charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Se le ha acusado de un cargo de acometimiento con agravantes con arma mortal.
You need to stay away from your ex-wife and her husband, or your ex-girlfriend and her husband. No contact at all.
Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de su exnovia y su esposo. No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con ellos.
I noticed that there was just a charge dismissed a month ago that was also a domestic violence case.
Veo que hubo un cargo que fue desestimado hace tan solo un mes y era un caso de violencia intrafamiliar.
Is this the same victim?
One moment, Judge.
Un momento, van a revisar si fue la misma víctima.
Same victory on that the burglary charge that was dismissed.
Yeah.
Double check. 93.55. That was it.
Different victim. Okay.
En víctima distinta.
Yes. Due to the nature of the state's going to be asking for 7,500 years.
State, could you repeat that?
Yes, due to the nature of the crime states and the circumstances, it's asking for $7,500.
La fiscalía está solicitando fianza de $7,500 dado la naturaleza de los hechos.
All right, I'm going to give, what is the defense asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking for house arrest, alternate standard bond.
La defensa está solicitando arresto domiciliario, fianza alterna, fianza estándar.
House arrest level 2. Alternate bond, 5,000 with a stay away order.
Entonces será arresto domiciliario nivel 2 con fianza alterna de $5,000 y una orden de alejamiento.
Absolutely no contact with the alleged victims in this case.
No puede tener absolutamente ningún tipo de contacto con las presuntas víctimas de este caso.
All right, is this Mr. Daniel?
He's a bond out.
Mr. Daniel is a bond out. Thank you very much.
This is Mr. Bernardin, Your Honor.
1 second. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernardin. Good afternoon, sir. We have 2 A forms. One is on F25 14072. It is for burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, petty theft, and resisting an officer without violence. It looks like you just got off probation for the exact same thing. And then in F25 14073, we have burglary of a dwelling occupied, burglary of a conveyance, criminal mischief. Apparently, the defendant was seen on a closed circuit camera and then going into the F-150 in the back. Broke a window. This is on the second case. And the victim indicated that she was inside the residence taking a shower when she heard the window break. The defendant was apparently already in custody on something else.
Oh, yes, there's 2. It'll be asking for.
And he identified himself on the CCTV camera on the 14073. Just got off probation for this exact same thing. Does that make him an HO or does that make him a VFOS?
Don't think it would make him a VFOS.
I think it makes him at least an HO or an HVO, excuse me. Think. All right, 14073.
They'll be asking for an elevated bond of 5,000 of 7,500.
I'm going to do more than that.
Please do.
1,500 house arrest level 2.
12,500
100 plus house arrest level 2 with a stay away order on count 1. 5,000 plus house arrest level 2. Count 3 was the criminus. 1,000 plus house arrest level 2. On 14072. 7,500 count 1 plus house arrest stay away order. Count 2 petty theft 1,000 plus house arrest. Count 3 500. All right, sir, so you have a total of 18,500 plus 9, 20, 27,500. $27,500 in bond, plus you'll be on house arrest level 2. And then you need to stay away from the alleged victims in this case.
No, you broke up for the second count. We didn't get the
no problem.
Case F25 14073. Yeah, broke up. Can we get the bottom mouse again, please?
14072 is 7,500 plus house arrest level 2, 1,500. 14073 is 12,500 for count 1 plus house arrest level 2, 5,000 count 2, 1,000 count 3.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Herrera is present, Your Honor, and he does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you very much for letting me know. Mr. Herrera, sir, you have been charged with 1 count of a light felony of kidnapping with a firearm as well as burglary with a battery.
It's filing a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041.
Bien, señor Herrera, usted se le acusa de un cargo que es un cargo de que conlleva cadena perpetua, que es un cargo de secuestro armado con agravantes y también un cargo de allanamiento con fines delictivos. La fiscalía está solicitando una moción para la detención previa al juicio.
All right, Mr. Herrera. The state has filed a motion for pretrial detention.
Señor Herrera, la Fiscalía ha presentado una moción para la detención previa al juicio.
The state's motion is granted.
La moción de la Fiscalía queda concedida.
There will be no bond on either count.
Entonces no tiene fianza por ninguno de los cargos.
You are also to have no contact with the alleged victims in this case. You may not call, text, call from jail, have your family members text, have a family text, etc. Okay?
Y usted no podrá tener ningún tipo de contacto con las presuntas víctimas. No puede llamarlos por teléfono, no puede mandarles mensajes de texto, ni pedir que algún familiar los llame o les envíe mensajes.
Thank you very much.
He also has the immigration hold, Judge.
And sir, you also have an immigration hold.
Y tiene una detención de inmigración.
All right. On Frederick Mackey. Mr. Mackey, good afternoon, sir. You have been charged with 1 count of battery on a emergency medical care provider.
Defense seems viewed as to PC, Your Honor. I'd be requesting pretrial services, alternate standard bond.
The state would be objecting.
Okay, so really old priors. When did he get released on an aggravated battery? Because he got sentenced to 90, almost 92 months in 2015.
17 years.
Well, that was old.
Right. So. Let's see.
92 months in 2015 would have been 7.5 years. So he would have been released in 2021.
That seems right. I will say the national priors that I do have in front of me don't show any charges since then.
For 2020, he would have been released.
Yeah.
No, he's giving pretrial.
No, state would.
I mean, the defendant has done what? And he doesn't qualify. He's had and he's a signal 400. I've heard enough. Absolutely not. And this is a nurse. Hold on 1 second. He didn't want to have his blood taken, said he only needed a tablet. He continued to argue, he becomes lax, then he hawks up saliva and spits in the nurse's face. You know, with what nurses have been through in the last several years, yeah, we're gonna do a $10,000 bond. Okay. With a stay away order. Yeah, $10,000 bond. Okay. I don't know if he's gonna, I'm not even sure whether he's gonna qualify or what he's gonna qualify for, but yeah, that's where we are. Okay. Is this Mr. Riggins?
Mr. Riggins
He has a
is
probation violation, Judge, F24-19011.
Thank you. Mr. Riggins, you are out on probation on 1 count of burglary of a dwelling. You will need to go before the judge on that particular case.
Your Honor, do you have a copy of the 8 form?
Yes, I'll be happy to read it to you. Give me 1 second just to sign the stay away order on the other case that we just did. I'd be more than happy to read it to you.
Your Honor, when you get done reading it, could we see that so we can prepare to anyway over ourselves? This case.
Sure. 21151 South Dixie. While I was at
51 South Dixie.
Yeah, 33189. While I was at the listed location related to another unrelated police case number, I was advised by loss prevention of a known subject who typically comes inside, eats fruit and the food's inside and leaves without paying for it. I don't know if that's Publix. It sounds like it. I observed the defendant via live CCTV cameras walk towards produce, get a plum, take several bites and walk out. Wait, is this really over a plum? All right.
Your Honor, state will note here.
If priors are lousy.
Yeah.
This court does not hold people over plums. But apparently, The problem is that he's become such a nuisance at wherever that is, if it's Publix or Winn-Dixie or wherever it is, that they're tired of him, that they now bring in the police to watch him eat a plum.
15. Your Honor, the state will also note that, never mind, his probation ended on 5/16. My apologies.
No, he's still on probation.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, you're right.
He's still on probation for burg dwelling, which he just went on 2 months ago.
Yep.
Okay. Bond on this case, $1. However, I believe based on the probation,
Be a whole.
it needs to be a hold. And I think that Judge Rodriguez needs to, is it Judge Rodriguez? Judge Rodriguez needs to see it. All right, so you'll be going to court in the next day or two. Monday. I'm sure the defense will make an argument, perhaps for house arrest. It is not my place at this point to make that determination. Is this Mr. Vialid or Vlaud? Viaud? Mr. Viaud, good afternoon, sir. Are you comfortable in English?
Yes.
Is this still a felony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't know. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, sir. You have been charged with driving on a suspended license as a habitual traffic offender. I believe that you're facing 10 days mandatory in jail. Your priors are awful.
I don't think the 10 days is required for DWS HTO as a third degree felony, Your Honor.
Is it not the misdemeanor?
Yeah, I think that's only
facing 5 years in prison. I'm not saying he's getting that. Trust me.
I would just note that it does say this HTO is from 2010. That obviously would have expired in
Oh.
2015. It's just, you know, a lack of paying off.
Did you run his deal?
Yes, sure.
His priors are old.
At least locally. I haven't got a chance to flip through any possible out of counties, which based on the thickness of this packet, I suspect is what's going on here. V204 0981000.
Because if we could also run his driver's license, we could actually see if it's really an HTO. Because I'm inclined to, you know.
Working on it, Your Honor. Thinking about it.
Excellent. What?
That's okay. No.
Okay.
Oh, no. Look, you said I.
204 109 81.
This guy's system. I'm just trying to see if I can pre-trial services stuff.
No, Your Honor, I understand we are.
It's not. It's not working.
Here we go. Let's roll.
He's a signal 100. He's not pre-trial. If this isn't an HTO felony, or if it's an expired revocation, then I'm going to make this a very low bond. We can check his deal.
Yeah, we're that's what we're.
I've tried pre-trial. He's not eligible.
How is he not eligible for pre-trial, Your Honor? I've never heard that.
Signal 100 because he's got so many priors.
So it does look like the HTO has expired.
Got it. So he's probably going to be charged with a misdemeanor.
He doesn't have to be. It's third or more conviction, Your Honor.
What do you mean? But if he's not driving on an HTO rev.
So I believe there's a statute that allows the state to charge third or more convictions on DWS as a felony. An F3. It doesn't necessarily have to.
I am fully unaware. If that's the case, that's fine. $500 bond. We'll go from there. State can always ask for a higher bond if they have additional change in circumstances.
That's 500.
500. Is this Mr. Capote? Yes, 110 grams of mushrooms.
Mr. Capote is present, Your Honor.
Mr. Capote, you've been charged in 2 cases. One is having a pound of marijuana. One is having 110 grams of mushrooms. Another case in F25-14046 is for burglary of an unoccupied structure, a business, which is a vacant warehouse. And apparently you tagged it a bunch of spray paint, accordingly. And then put it all over your Instagram account.
Defense stands meet as to PC, Your Honor. I'd be requesting a house arrest, alternate standard bond.
And then the name that he sprays on the building is the same as the t-shirt that he has in his house. Okay. On the mushrooms, controlled substance possession, given his priors, well, Capote. All right, on F25-14045, $3,500 bond, count 1. 2,000, count 2. As to F25-14046, burglary of a structure, there is a stay away order that is being imposed. You are not to have any contact. I'm going to do a $7,500 bond on count 1. And on the criminal mischief, did they say how much it costs to repair? $1,000 or more, $5,000. There will also be house arrest, level 3. On the second case, not on the first case.
1048, correct?
Yes.
You have the plus one?
The plus bond.
What was count 2 on 4-6, Judge? I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It is 5,000 plus house arrest level 3.
Thank you. So each case is with house arrest, correct? Plus house arrest.
Only the 14046, not the drug charges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On Simmons, Mr. Simmons, is Mark Simmons present?
Your Honor, Corrections is requesting to go back to another Mr. Simmons, number 11. On page 4, Ricky Simmons.
What is the defendant's first name?
Ricky.
Oh, when we can find it? Okay, we're gonna have to find, they're so fast, they found it. Ricky Simmons. Wow. Are you Mr. Ricky Simmons?
Your Honor, if this may take a second to scroll through this.
Take your time.
Can I get a case number?
F25-14048.
Thank you very much.
Can you read me his priors or just give me what I need to know?
Let's see.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, it was previously stated that Mr. Simmons, Ricky Simmons, had refused court. I just want it noted that it was a mistake.
He's absolutely here. He is here. I see that he has a Cincinnati phone number. I see.
I'm scrolling through his nationals now, Your Honor.
Yep. Again, this is possession near a church. I'll find cocaine possession, PC for count 1, F3 cocaine possession. I'll find possession for drug paraphernalia and trespass.
So he does have charges out of Ohio. Convicted of falsification and 1. Convicted of assault.
Can he tap eligible? This is, I guess, the same, it looks like a similar case to the other one with the same church. I'm gonna do tap. Alternate bond. 2,500 count 1. Tap alternate bond 500 count 2. Tap alternate bond count 3. Okay? Yes. 2,500, 500, 500. Tap. Okay? All right. Are we now on to Mark Simmons?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is this an attempted?
Corrections is saying what?
Mark Simmons was the one that refused.
I didn't hear what corrections was saying about Mark Simmons. What is this gentleman's name?
Your Honor, Mark Simmons refused.
He refused? Okay. I'm not gonna have the judge sign the stay away order, or I guess, can I sign the stay away? I'm not sure because I haven't seen him, so I haven't been able to convey it. So we're just gonna leave it. And I guess he'll come tomorrow and at some point, you know.
Look, all that one going on trash.
It's gonna go in the trash?
So that's not your next one. Yeah, it can't be used because that's the big three.
I'm so sorry.
No.
We have Mr. Perez Lopez present, number 50 on page 16, Your Honor. He
Um,
requires the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Yes, we have it. Okay, perfect. Mr. Perez Lopez, good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor Pérez López.
Here are his prior, here are Mr. Mark Simmons's lengthy priors. Mr. Mark Simmons's lengthy priors are here. Garbage. Okay, I got this one. All right. All right, very good. On Mr. Perez Lopez, good afternoon, sir. Is this the same thing? No. Okay. You've been charged with control or possession of cocaine.
Buenas tardes, señor Pérez López. A usted se le acusa de tenencia de cocaína.
Stipulate pretrial services.
No objection to pretrial.
La fiscalía está de acuerdo con que le den servicios previo al juicio.
Sir, you will receive pretrial services with an alternate bond of $1,500. Good luck to you, sir.
Señor, buena suerte. Usted va a salir bajo el programa de servicios previo al juicio, confianza alterna de $1,500.
Is the next one the same Elaine Gonzalez that we did this morning?
No, this is another one. He's the bond out.
51 and 52 are bond out, Your Honor.
25-14082 is a bond out. Perfect. And Peña is a bond out.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
What page are we on by chance? All right.
We are on page 16, State.
And we've done, one of the defendants had 2 pages that we've already done.
Okay.
All right, Henry Bradley.
He's present, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradley, good afternoon, sir. A lot of people. All right, so is this the same thing? All right.
Your Honor.
Yes, okay, first we have F25-14029. It's 12 individually packaged baggies.
State's going to be moving pretrial detention.
Give me 1 second, okay? He just apparently got released from prison earlier this year. And I find probable cause on all 4 counts for the possession with intent within 1,000 feet of a school, possession with intent to sell cocaine, suspected cocaine. There may be some duplication here. Possession of cannabis. We can talk about that. And then on the next one, F25-14028, we have unlawful possession of a stolen credit card, burglary of a structure, grand theft, and credit card theft. All right, what's the state's argument? Or what is the state seeking?
State's seeking pretrial detention. He's dealing cocaine within 1,000 feet of school, Your Honor.
Well, he's possessing with intent. Whether he's selling, and he looks like he literally just got out of prison. Like 6 months ago. On tampering, burglary, grand theft. So he's going to be a prison releasee reoffender. At least on the burglary, if the state can go forward. All right. The court's gonna grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. Do I do it on both cases or just one? Can I do it on the burglary of a structure or no?
For water, it's usually cocaine possession is not one of the
Usually.
that falls under that.
Is it authorized?
Because it's F1, I believe it may be authorized.
903046?
Yeah, I believe. Actually, no, this one may be under a different statute. I believe because it's 907.041. I believe it may be authorized because it's an F1.
Well, I'm looking at all of the detailed charges. A dangerous crime. I'm not seeing drug. Manufacturing any substances. Trafficking in a controlled substance.
Your Honor, I don't think any of these charges that he's
I don't see
or qualify.
for one.
It'll reject.
Okay. All right. So those motions are denied or withdrawn.
We'll be asking at this time for
I have no problem with that. All right. So F25 14029. Count 1. 30,000 plus house arrest, level 1.
How much, Your Honor?
30.
Okay.
Count 2. I see these as very similar. 1,000 plus house arrest level 1. 1,000 plus house arrest level 1. And 500 is to count 4 plus house arrest level 1. Corrections, did you get that?
Yes, Judge.
Count. So it's 30,000, 1,000, 1,500. On F25 14028, this defendant is going to be a prison releasee reoffender if the state charges these. Just on this. Looking at a minimum 5 years, and I don't know anything else. 30,000, no, sorry. 10,000 count 1 plus house arrest level 1 with a stay away order. 30,000 count 2 on the burglary plus house arrest level 1 with a stay away order. Count 3, 5,000 plus house arrest level 1. And count 4 is 500.
Is that 500?
Yes. All right, so sir, it's 40,000, 45,000, 45,500 on 14028 plus total lockdown plus 32,500 on the other one. You meant to reduce the bond, but I mean, literally just funded up. I mean, just got reduced. Okay. Is this? Who is this gentleman who is before me?
This is Mr. Manso, Your Honor, number 55 on page 17. I'm not sure where Mr. Peterson is.
All right, we'll find Mr. Peterson whenever whenever corrections can, or let us know. And Mr. Manso, I saw him once this morning. Mr. Manso, you've been charged with grand theft in the 3rd degree. Is this at a scooter store? He just got out of prison too.
Mm-hmm.
Or within a year.
The guy, preacher.
What is the defense seeking in this case?
Your Honor?
What is the defense seeking? I don't remember
Your
what
Honor, I'd be requesting house arrest alternate standard bond.
Corrections, what did we do this morning?
Sorry. Do you have a
straight bonds?
Straight bond?
State would be asking for straight bond here as well.
Wait, this Mr. Manso?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Mr. Manso.
Okay. All right. So I have 2A forms. Okay, one is on the cocaine possession, one is on the grand theft for something. Wait, how much did he steal? Allegedly? $761. House arrest level 2, alternate bond 5,000.
As to which case?
Sorry, 14024.
House arrest level 2.
Mhm.
State would be moving for standard bond or for straight bond in the amount of $5,000.
Okay. Well, it did house arrest level 2 alternate and in the cocaine possession. We will do house arrest alternate bond 1,500 on count 1, house arrest level 2 alternate bond 500, and we already took care of the misdemeanors this morning. Okay? And a stay-away order, sir, you are not to go near Walmart down south. All right, do we know where Mr. Peterson is?
Refuse court, recess for tomorrow.
Gonna reset him for tomorrow? Okay, reset
Yes, Judge.
6, refuse today. All right.
Okay, we have Mr. Sanchez present, Your Honor.
You have been charged with 1 count of burglary of a conveyance of a car and criminal mischief. Are you comfortable in English? Yes, okay. All right, Mr. Sanchez, you also have an open case where you need to go back before Judge Young on your cocaine possession case where you were set to go before him on Thursday.
I was in a hospital.
I didn't hear you, sir. I don't know if you were muted smartly by your attorney. This is Mr. Sanchez. Okay, she may have muted you so that you didn't say anything that you shouldn't.
Defense is requesting standard bond, Your Honor.
I'll set standard bond. He needs to be held before Judge Young. So, I guess standard, we'll do 5,000 on count 1. And what did he steal or what did he break allegedly on count 2? The window? 500 on count 2. I won't do standard on that. Hold for Judge Young on F25 12673, and he's also scheduled to go to court on his trespass misdemeanor whenever that will be. I imagine it will be Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay? Yes, and count 2 is 500. Mr. Sanchez needs to stay away from Mr. Perez, the alleged victim. All right. Are you Mr. Lopez?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Lopez, good afternoon, sir. You have been charged with 1 count of introduction of marijuana into the jail and domestic violence injunction. Was this because he allegedly called her? Or let me see here.
No, she
brought the drugs in allegedly. I see what it is. Hold on 1 second.
And Your Honor, I do have a PC argument as to count 1.
Give me 1 second to read count 2 because that's what's going to concern me. Which is a permanent restraining order against him. She texts 911. She tries to preoccupy him and call him while waiting for the police. She sees him on drugs and says, "Let me call you an Uber so you can get out of here." Just got in on 6/12 by Judge Melendez. The PC message for Agbat, we'll get there in a second. He's on felony probation. And then they find the marijuana. Okay, on, I'm gonna find PC for count 1 misdemeanor marijuana.
Your Honor, that's introducing marijuana into the jail. Mr. Lopez had no control over where police took him when they searched him. He did not intentionally introduce that marijuana into the jail.
I found the marijuana. I found PC for marijuana possession only.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
1 moment, Your Honor.
Yeah,
The bond amount?
give me 1 second. I'm just listening to see if the state has an argument. Police perhaps missed it. And then I'm not sure what he's supposed to do when he's handcuffed.
Well, given the opportunity to search,
They missed it.
At initial search, defendant is given the opportunity to volunteer anything that would be illegal, introducing into jail.
I'm good with the misdemeanor. That's the least of his problems.
Yes, Your Honor, state's objecting for the record.
Okay, the misdemeanor is the absolute least of Mr. Lopez's problems. So on the misdemeanor, on the count one, I'm gonna do 500. On count two, hold on 1 second. He says he invited her over and wanted to see his daughter. Yeah, he knows better than that. So I'm going to set it at 10,000 with a stay away order entirely. No calling her from jail, no doing anything, no calling, having your mother call her, nothing, no contact. You are done. You were already supposed to be done, and apparently you're not done. So you are also on probation before Judge Gomez on one count of burglary of a structure and other things. So there's going to be a hold for Judge Gomez. And that's where we are. Okay, Mr. Lopez, good luck.
And count one was 500, correct, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Francisco Alvarez.
Yes, he's present, Your Honor. He does require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
All right.
And I do have PC arguments.
Sir, you have been charged with one count of battery on a person over the age of 65.
Señora, usted se le acusa de un cargo de agresión física contra una persona mayor de 65 años.
You have also been charged with tampering with a victim, as well as assault on a person 65 or older.
También se le acusa de manipulación de una víctima y también de acometimiento contra una persona mayor de 65.
Does it say how old? How is this not an ag assault?
Porque no está acusado como acometimiento con agravantes.
The victim states that the defendant arms himself with the knife and begins to swing in the direction of the victim, actually causing a small cut.
La víctima dice que el acusado le lanza un cuchillo y de hecho le alcanza a cortar una pequeña cortada.
How the defendant is, or how the defendant is 65. The defendant is apparently 46. The victim, if he's older, it's not said, and it's very plausible that he could be less than 65 as a parent.
Aparentemente no se indica la edad de la víctima en el affidavit.
All right, I find probable cause for aggravated assault on the elderly. The defendant apparently just had one of these a couple years ago.
Entonces hay que sí existe motivo fundado con respecto a acometimiento con agravantes contra una persona mayor de edad.
But what I don't see, I do see PC for aggravated assault or for assault or aggravated assault.
Encuentro que sí existe motivo fundado con respecto a acometimiento con agravantes.
Say, what do you have?
I know the age of the victim. I know it is 55. That's what I've got.
But the rest of us don't.
La fiscalía dice que sí tiene la edad de la víctima, lo sabe, pero la jueza ha dicho que el resto no sabemos, nosotros no sabemos.
Want to reset this for tomorrow?
What did you do on the rest of it, Your Honor?
I haven't done anything. Well, on the tampering, I'll do the 2,500, sure. Count two is 2,500. They lived to
Por el cargo número 2, que es manipulación de la víctima, ese sí sería fianza de $2,500.
No, they don't live together. They live.
So the defendant living in the victim's apartment.
El acusado vivía en el apartamento de la víctima.
The defendant needs to stay away from his dad. What is the defense seeking?
El acusado tiene que mantenerse alejado de su padre. ¿Qué está solicitando la defensa?
Your Honor, I'm requesting that you find probable cause for misdemeanor battery and set standard bond and then misdemeanor assault and set standard bond.
Su señoría, estoy solicitando que se halle motivo fundado por agresión física, delito menor y se fije la fianza estándar y que se halle que es acometimiento como delito menor y también se le imponga la fianza estándar.
Your Honor, if I may,
Uh-huh.
if we're willing to find probable causes on other charges, would you find probable cause for an
I think
aggravated
that there might
assault?
be PC on aggravated assault.
And so in that case, we would be asking for a bond of $10,000.
Si se halla que existe motivo fundado con respecto a acometimiento con agravantes, la fiscalía está solicitando una fianza de $10,000.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I find probable cause for misdemeanor battery count 1, I'm going to set a $1,000 bond. For count 2, I'm going to set a $1,000 bond. For count 3, I'm going to find PC for assault, a misdemeanor in the second degree, set a $500 bond. I'm going to find probable cause for ag assault.
Your Honor, I'd be asking you to find.
Correct. I'm asking, but I can't I find probable cause?
But I don't know if you can set a bond. You can find probable cause, but what I'm asking you to do is
Just elevate the bond.
right.
Okay, the court does find aggravated assault has been pled at least. So as to count 1, I'm going to set it at 2,500. Let's figure this out. So 2,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2, 500 count 3. Complete and total stay away from your father, sir. You may not go back to that house. You need to go elsewhere.
Okay, Judge, I'm sorry. This is the interpreter. So you said you found PC
Oh,
for
sorry.
misdemeanor.
Let me start over.
I have them. I'm just not sure if they were the misdemeanor battery was the first one that you said. Yes?
And I set it at 25.
Okay. Y ese que, oh, then yes, Judge, and I'm sorry if you can repeat them because I had something that you had 1,000 for.
Mr. Alvarez, forgive me, sir. I have found probable cause for 1 count of misdemeanor battery.
Señor Álvarez, hay que sí existe motivo fundado por un cargo de delito menor, agresión física.
And I have set a $2,500 bond because I also find that there is probable cause for aggravated assault.
Y ahí le fijé fianza de $2,500 porque también hay que sí existe motivo fundado por acometimiento con agravantes.
I find probable cause for tampering with evidence.
Hay que existe motivo fundado con respecto a manipulación de pruebas.
I find probable cause for misdemeanor assault.
Hay que existe motivo fundado por acometimiento como delito menor.
And so I have set bonds in the amount of $2,500, $1,000, and $500.
Entonces le fijé fianzas de $2,500, $1,000 y $500.
If you are able to post the $4,000 bond, you must stay away from your father.
Si usted llega a pagar esa fianza de $4,000, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de su padre.
You may go with the police and you may go pick up your personal belongings.
Usted puede ir a recoger sus artículos personales acompañado de la policía.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Ya es todo. Gracias, señor.
Tyler Johnson. Mr. Johnson is apparently out on bond. Oh, he has an AC. Okay, on 6187. All right, Mr. Johnson, good afternoon, sir. You are already out on bond or you have an AC before Judge Brinkley. So you are being held on your felony. Just an added charge. Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, so you're being held. You'll go before Judge Brinkley on that charge. And on the battery by detainee, the added charge, I'm going to set it at $2,500, okay? Mr. Johnson, any questions of me, sir? And Fonseca is a bond out. So I have that we are done.
We are done, Your Honor. Have a great day, everyone.
I'm sorry? Antoine who? Yes, he had another name. Corrections, is there anything that I'm missing?
No, Judge.
Thank you for everything that you all have done today. I know it's very, very, very difficult, okay?
Bye-bye, Judge. Have a good rest of the day.
You as well. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
You here tomorrow, Judge?
I am not. I'll be back.
It might be loading Jane tomorrow.
It's Judge Jean, so you have a pleasure. You have an absolute, much nicer than me, okay?
So.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon. Happy 4th weekend. Thank you. And I need my stamp. Can I get the whole baggie so that I don't like have black ink all over the place? Thank you. Where's the stamp? Yeah, and I just need my little thingy back. No, well, welcome to when you come to court before me. Then I'm alive.
I've been wanting to. They put me in jails because they put me on that branch.
But it's not bad.
No, it's go.
Miami Beach.
Okay, you in
Ranch.
Ranch for
No, I mean, like, that's why I say, once we do it, we fly. It's just, you got to get to the point where you can fly, right?
We had to get the rig going.
Well, and the morning DVs took forever.
Yeah, well,
DVs take forever.
and that was the first time we had a judge, at least in my experience, go straight through. So normally.
I know, and I should have taken a restroom break, but
Yeah.
what am I gonna, I mean, we've got stuff.
It was happening, yeah.
And then when you told me we had 75
Yeah.
defendants, I was like, oh my God. But we did it in under 3 hours.
Yeah. That's perfect.
You messed up something.
Well, and the other thing was having a very competent correction staff. You all been here when they wait.
Cut the Zoom feed, they can hear the whole conversation.
Oh, sorry. I don't have a Zoom. I turned mine off.
No, we can hear everything. Oh, it's actually, I can hear.
It's gonna be black mic right there.
Turn it off. Okay. Video off.
I'll probably do it too.
Turn it off.
Tell them to turn it off, Neil.
Video, shut us down.
Everyone, have a very, very happy 4th.
You can.
Okay, Eric.
All in my hands.
Yeah, take all, this is.
Everyone have a very, very happy 4th. I didn't say anything to that.
All right.
Everyone have a great afternoon, okay? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
That's why I'm just gonna take everything upstairs, because I don't know if they're gonna come here or if they're gonna go to the fight. No, we did it here.
Have a good one.
And we could go in here instead of going to juvenile. But it seems like he took all this.
You gotta go to juvenile too?
What?
I thought you, I didn't think there was.
No, we talked about the 8 weeks. And on July, I'm going into juvenile.
Yep.
All on here.
Yep.
The rest of the
Yeah,
time.
we are in jail speaking because we're the ones who usually take care of here.
Why, what happened?
They're redoing all the tech in here.
Yeah. The servers. There's a capacity load issue. Our server can only hold so much. This is trash.
Let's go, Eric.
I'm gonna need a moment. You can go ahead and call me.
No, but I don't have no key.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I'm just trying to organize my mess a little bit.
We're in the same boat.
Oh, boy.
Where are you from?
Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. I grew up, so I spent the first 8 years of my life.
That's Southern accent.
So I spent the first 8 years of my life in the town they filmed my cousin Benny in. And moved to Patterson, Georgia. That's about, I'm sure it's
And
like
how long
Anthony.
did you play in?
I've been here, all in all, 5 years, because I'm in law school now.
And that accent is still strong.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's not going anywhere. That I promise you. And it gets thicker if I go home.
Yeah,
If I go home, or if I talk to them, oh, anything like that.
Any family members or friends.
It's kind of that. And it also comes out, depending if I have associations things back home, I've got that too.
See, that's the thing. You don't get my Cuban accent, so I get them on my people. That's one that I say.